I'm under right now. We should probably set up a fight on. Try and set up a fight on this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start going up a little bit.
Trying to look to see if I can get anything.
Can't set up late. They're really bad, bro.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Yeah, I'm here.
They're there.
Want to ramp them or what do you want to do?
I'm down. Oh yeah, you gotta watch out. Fuck. They got
I just got
now.
these things so hard. It's not enough.
He's looking to shoot at you again.
I'm good, bro.
Dude, we gotta try and fight this. They're really bad. Let me know when you get up.
I'm here. I'm full healed.
Okay, you guys can ramp. I'm gonna try and beam them. Can you ramp?
I'm ripping, yeah.
Double ramp. Metal. Nice. Alright, we gotta try and fight
84?
this.
84?
They drop down.
Wait.
Like they're underneath.
Wait, I just got tagged a lot. Chill. I need heal.
Real quick. Just chill out. We have time. We have a little bit of time.
Wait, he's on our builds, bro.
I'm popping a big. Chill.
Oh, what the fuck, bro?
Jeez.
I'm getting server focus, guys. Let's put a pressure on Spire. Put pressure on the Spire. Healing. We need tags, guys.
Yeah, we gotta fight this scene, bro.
Play together. Strategy. He's going down.
Yeah,
He's going down.
Yeah, we gotta fight him. Let's go. Get on the side that Spire can't see us, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, start taking walls, bro.
On my left, 3 here.
Yo, behind us. I'm dead from above.
I'm with
Sniper
you.
and Jays.
I'm one tap, dude. I'm one tap.
This team just followed our ramp, bro. I knew there was gonna be a team behind us, bro. Fucking hell.
We need to get a shot up bad.
Yeah, I'm fighting them, bro.
I have to pop med kid.
Yeah, I have.
My game just crashed. Are you fucking trolling?
Fight him.
My game just literally crashed.
Wait, what? Wait, my game crashed too.
Actually?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, yours didn't. What? You're playing, Jadix?
Wait, what the fuck is going on? Wait, what?
Dude, oh my. I can't be fucking ass.
What?
I don't know what else I can do, bro.
My game just froze.
I literally restarted my game 2 minutes before the fucking tournament, bro. I literally verified my game files yesterday, dude.
Man.
You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up, dude. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude.
What happened? My game lead just froze.
Nice, bro. Nice, man.
Or it didn't even freeze.
Holy fuck, dude. This is so much fun.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, bro.
Up, hello?
Yo.
Why you muted?
Just didn't want to fucking. I just can't. I don't know. Like, I can't be asked with shit. Tragic's still alive.
Huh?
Died.
Oh, he's dead.
Here, look at True Chat.
Which is.
Like, I don't know how my game crashes. Like, makes no sense, dude. Really verified my shit last night. Fucking restarted my game like 2 minutes before the tourney. Literally played one
Up to
game.
your PC.
No, wait, my.
That's the only way.
They're 132 below on the building, and they hit me for 70. They're 24 below. 44 below. 51 below. Then another team came from behind us, bro. Holy shit, bro. Threats and Jamper just came. Like, where are they? They just came from behind us last second and just fried me. Like, literally just shit on me. Now they're stacked, bro. They got center zone on height. Holy fuck, bro.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna keep it a buck, chat. Yo, wait, hold on. Chat, I think I'm gonna end stream. We're gonna play the rest off stream for now. I think 50's gonna go. 50 might go live though, chat, and he might do a replay viewing party. So if you guys wanna watch a replay viewing party of us, bro, 50's probably gonna stream that. So you can stay in the stream. Yeah, dude. I just don't know what to say, bro. Like my fucking game crashes. That's so annoying. And we had a decent first game, but it's part of the deal, dude. So if we have a decent first game and shitty second game in the line, but. We're just gonna focus up off stream chat. I hope you guys understand, dude.
Have to take it. Very heavily on that Eastern pack right there, and it is for good reason. It's because those players have to migrate closer and closer towards Sweaty Sands. Game Time and Sprite, though, they're in the mix. They're out there. They're inside that congested pack. They did not stay here at their home turf of Sweaty. Instead, they went out looking for action, and that's why now you're going to see them inside some of these droning shots. You can see other teams still up right now, though. DGen, Aegis, and Skittle, very healthy in the centerpiece there, and so are the Elite Boys. It looks like Dubs, Mega, and Rokane hit a bit of a wall there, though, as now it's only Dubs by himself here.
Yeah, Day, Miro, and Verse. I'm pretty sure it was Miro or Day. One of them got a knock in the feed, and I think the elimination got capitalized on, so they've got even more points on the board, as now we see Avery building up here. I think we may have had our answer of where half-half zoned went, and we do. If you see a team build up like that, even without the map shot, we know they got it, as Tahi takes down Kaz, and this is a tough rotate now. I'm looking at that trio out in the water. I'm looking on that trio on the edge of Sweaty Sands. They banked on getting the good zone, and they didn't get it. Now they've got to rotate all the way back. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, they're not on the high ground just yet, but we've already seen what they can do when they late take it. But Stretch, Saf, and Avery, your kings of high ground. Game one, they forced it a little bit early. They used their material. They didn't have the meds. They had to drop off. Can Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite potentially take high ground here from the absolute kings? The issue is half-half is not a guaranteed high ground. They're in the middle of half-half. If it pulls back towards Sweaty, if it pulls towards that Spire, there's a potential for someone else to take it from them. This is not just theirs yet, but they need to make a big play. This team plays aggressively for height. When they get it, they need wins, because like I said, high ground wins games, low ground wins tournaments. So when you get height, you need to win as Tetro falls, and that could be 3 eliminations on the board now. So they're sitting very good right now, Monster.
Yeah, and that's actually going to fall into Gabe's hands there. So Avery did all that work, broke up the shields, but Gabe snaps it up before they can actually secure it here. And you can see now already Stretch and Saf actually branching out. This is a little bit different here. They're making it wider and stronger. They're really trying to secure this high ground here. And the fact that they're going for more distance means that they are definitely trying to contest it coming into zone 6. But Jay's, Knifer, Sticks there. They want to do the same thing as well. That is why they're equally going eye to eye. They're looking the other high ground team in the face saying, hey, if it comes this way, we're fighting you for it. And that means Avery might just have to fight for it one more time. And it does go that way. But hold up. We need to pay attention, close attention here to Day, Miro, and Reverse, because they're still turning up right now. They haven't stopped since we tuned in with them in zone 3.
9 eliminations on the board, 34 players alive. You've got to remember, last game was a huge game from Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite. They got the 12 elimination win, but this team right now is only 3 eliminations behind that. They're on 63 points. They have jumped up massively in this game. They have the loadout. Can they keep pushing forward? They are a confidence team, and that's why I love to see what Reverse did recently, because it showed that he is feeling confident coming into this, as I think Day just got harpooned back. He's been harpooned by someone just thrown off the rotate. This could throw off everything right now. He's trying to get back to him, but luckily for him, Miro's built an absolutely beautiful tarp here. I think it's Miro on the front side. Reverse and Miro often trade off the tarping. It is Miro doing a fantastic job here, showing his versatility as a player. Kind of blew up as a fragger, got most of our attention, right, Monster? But he has taken over big in more of that leadership and tarping role, which just shows how good of a player he is. They're going to keep pushing forward and jump down onto front side, but we know they're pretty soon going to run into a very big team down here, as also Gabe, Tahi, Sprite are trying to run up the low ground as well.
And Gabe, Tahi, and Spartan doing so good right now. They have 5 eliminations already, bringing them up to 80 points. So there is still a lot of room here to go ahead and play catch up. So our first place team doing so well, already breaking into top 10. What a great game for them, back to back already. A top 10 performance on its own is phenomenal considering they just took a win, but they want more. Can they find more? Into the tarp they go, and you know they're feeling the confidence here. They're feeling everything that's coming their way here, and they're looking for that refresher here. Sprite's trying to get inside, and they are going to possibly find one right now. We'll get that question answered here as they're starting to shoot it up. Who is it going to be on the other side of the wall here? No one. Not just yet.
Oh.
Aussie, they need something
Back
big
at
right here
top,
because
though.
they're out of materials.
They need something big here if they're going to find it. They're going to try and keep searching for this one as well. There it is. There's a big tag on, and they're all going to go in. This team backs each other up. They don't even need to question it. There is no comms right now. Do we go? It is just go forward, get the eliminations. We need the materials. We need something. They have big points on the board. Unfortunately, we are going to lose Sprite in this one. It's going down to Gabe and Tahi. Sprite got them here last week. He's sitting back now. What can Gabe and Tahi do? Especially Tahi, because Gabe's not looking too good either, but Tahi's in the box, and he's getting the eliminations, but he's going to fall here. Stretch falls to Miro. There are big eliminations on the board. Edgy Commandment centered it down here with 5 eliminations. The consistency, but they're not doing enough. They're playing well. They need to play better right now. We've seen it. Day, Miro, and Reverse are lighting up the feed. Threats is still in this. Avery still in this. All the big names are here, but who's getting the big eliminations, Monster?
Yeah, definitely. But Slow and Steady can absolutely win the race here for Edgy, Commandment, and Scented. 5 elims, not too bad. Much better than their previous game. And Commandment already letting loose. You can see he's looking for the piece control. He tries to hop into someone, but it doesn't even matter. As Edgy now is going to follow up here, and they find the tags, but it's not enough to get the elims. There's a team underneath, and it was Slacks trying to be super cheeky there. And that is a crucial elim. Critical for them now. Top 3 here, Ozzy, and we're coming into this. Miro's still in this game, though, too, right? The fraggers are still here.
Miro could pull something out of this as a solo. This is a 3v3v1. This is tough spot for Miro to be in, and he's running low on mats. Right now, Knifer's team needs to make Miro go down. He needs to make him fight, because that's what's going to be their win condition. Can they use Miro to break up the low ground? Never mind. He has his eyes set on high ground. He jumps up, he puts down the pressure, and that could be what Scented, Commandment, and Edgy need. But this is a patient team. They've played this before. When you're a low ground team, you're used to being in this situation. You're on the low, they're on the high. But this is when Commandment is unleashed. This is when Commandment steps up big. Usually, can he do it here? He's got the health. Center's trying to break through too. It's a 3v2, and Edgy is the one who capitalizes, takes down Knifer. We're in a 3v1 low ground. I talked about they win tournaments, but it looks like they're going to win games as well. That is an 8 elimination victory out for our low ground team, and what a big performance from them. They've got the consistency, but with the other team's eliminations enough, Monster. I saw multiple double digits here.
Yeah, not only that, the teams that were up at the top remained consistent. They managed to continue to find more points as well. So although they were down towards the bottom, some float up or maintain their way up. And this team here, Scented, Edge, and Commandment in particular, managed to jump their way up, catching up to the other teams. But still, 76 points. That's not enough, but it might just be good enough for that top 3. But for, what was it, a 2nd place and now a 1st place here, just rolling on through. We're going to send it over to Zeke and the boys, though, to break down that one, because, again, we're watching that consistent come through, and it looks like Zeke's question was answered.
That's right, it was. You see, what was the last thing I said before we went? Is these guys, they placed 2nd with this 2 eliminations. That wasn't enough. They said, Zeke, listen, hold this slurp juice, okay? Give us a moment. Would you like 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale? Yes, I would. Thank you. This is the consistency that we need. These are the plays that have to happen, especially if you want to be crowned FNCS Trios champions. This is the level you have to be operating at. Vivid, I love to see it.
Yeah, I love to see it too. Both game 1 and 2, Scented, Edge, and Commandment have ruled the low ground. They've had total control in the end game. The first game, a little bit unfortunate. They came up 2nd place, but they were against, a solidified high ground team. Game 2, Miro, I believe it was Miro, right? He makes a play on the high ground, actually gets one of them knocked. So that way, the high ground only has 2 players left, and the full trio on the low ground can go ahead and get that victory out, and they stayed together the whole time, and they ended up coming up with the win.
Yeah, Ozzy said it himself. He said these guys need to do more with around 10 teams left in the lobby, and they did exactly that. They came through with a 2nd place and now a 1st place as well. Eliminations to boot. I mean, this could not be a better start for these guys. We haven't seen them all season long. They automatically qualified, but man, oh man, what a start to proceedings.
And I gotta say, boys, the talk of the town coming out of game number 1 and 2 now feels like, to me, the top 3 from last season versus our reboot round winners, right? Gabe, Tahi, Sprite, this trio looking so good coming into all this.
Yeah, and the main idea here being is that we have Edgy and Scented here, quote-unquote champions of the previous season, automatically advanced to the finals here. And, they were one of the first trios to be solidified in the finals here. And then Tahi, Gabe, and Sprite, they basically took it all the way down to the wire. They took them into the reboot round to to go ahead and solidify their spot in the final. So it's almost like a champion versus a challenger mindset here. You know, why is Tahi, Sprite, and Gabe having such a good run when they were like one of the last ones to qualify against, you know, one of these teams that was first to qualify?
Yeah, it's completely wild to think. I mean, we can see Spegu here and Goku, who have qualified as well as in the reboot round as well. You know, these are challengers who qualified. You know, they got it by the skin of their teeth when you think about it in the reboot round in last weekend. So you compare them comparatively to some of our champions from last season, and you know, you saw the elimination feed as well. You saw Bucky's trio; they were getting eliminations on the board. We saw Acorn and Jackson and Zax haven't really necessarily done enough thus far. You know, the question is always the team that got there. You can see them on board on the screen right now, but the question is the teams that automatically qualified last season haven't had as much game time in this season. However, you look at Commandment's trio, and they are a great example of, you know, proving anyone that thinks, oh, you know, this is a different season, completely wrong, because they are dominating right now. You know, they are finding their way. Yes, of course, I'm going to kind of champion Miro, you know, Miro's trio as well, because I picked them in the qualifiers. But we said at the beginning, every single team is absolutely capable here of doing the business, and it's great to see these teams here. You can see them right here. Come on, these guys seem unstoppable right now. But let's look at the leaderboard. This is what it's all about: the points and the eliminations and the placing points. Gabe, Tahi, Sprite, our reboot round winners. The challengers are the ones sitting on top of the table right now with 50 placing points, 20 eliminations, and a victory out 90 points. Look at those top three teams there, kind of out in front with Day, Mirror, Reverse 2K. We saw had a great amount of eliminations as well, 18 in total now with 45 placing points, sat there in second position with 81 points. And Commandment, Send and Edgy, even though with a first and second position, they still haven't had enough eliminations. And Ozzy touched on it, as the MDF, about them getting more, as did you, Zeke, then getting more eliminations as we go forward as well. So that 76 will hopefully shoot up in game 3.
Yeah, hopefully they stick to their game plan right now, because they're playing extremely well. However, it can be a little bit demotivating, right? Like, you get second place, and then you get first place, and you're in third place on the leaderboard. Like, what's going on there? You know what I mean? They have to keep playing the way they are, because I just don't see Day, Miro, and Reverse, and then Tahi, Gabe, and Sprite keeping up the amount of elims that they are averaging right now throughout all 12 of these games. But I can see Scented, Edgy, and Commandment keeping up that top 5 average placement, because that is what they are known for. So as long as they don't get like demoralized in their strategy and they stick to it, I guarantee you that my prediction, you know, obviously is going to end up being right, and they're going to take it home.
Is it? Is it, though?
Oh, man. Well, let's not get crazy, right? We still have another 6 games today, but this is a very strong for a lot of these trios, especially for Gabe, Ty, and Sprite, right? They did this last season, okay? They won their first game. And now, like you guys are saying, like, yeah, they're slamming these eliminations on the leaderboard, but the question is, can they keep that momentum going? Because now, all these other trios, they're starting to wise up, right? They're like, listen, I know where you're coming from, and if I let that happen, you're just going to continue to walk away with the game. And so we have to see if some of these trios can kind of just claw at the top and say, all right, guys, look, this is just day one, but we can't let you get away from us that easy, you know what I mean? So right now, it is an all-out brawl on the island, and we hope you guys are enjoying all the action. But it's time. It's game number 3 of the FNCS here in NAE. So we're kicking it back over to MDF and Aussie Antics for the next game.
The competition is growing stronger and stronger, because what all these top 10 teams have in common is the fact that they have all gotten high placement points, but most importantly, consistent eliminations. Up at the top, it's a scary amount of consistent eliminations. We're talking 2 teams now breaking into the double digits here, Ozzy, and that means that, again, the bar, the standard, set very, very high. This is hard for any team to honestly tackle and maintain.
It is, but that means it puts the pressure on them as well. All it's going to take is Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite to fall a little bit short, Day, Mirror, Reverse, and then Commandment, Scented, Edgy could strike as well. They are playing so consistent right now. A first place and a second place in the first 2 games. We truly do have the battle of eliminations versus placement right now. Again, obviously Gabe, Tahi, Sprite, and Day's team are doing really, really well on placement too, but Scented, Edgy, Commandment, this team is just so consistent, as it looks like Retail Row has finally broken down into the fight we were expecting, Monster. I think Cass could take down all 3 of Nobu Beast team. So I don't know if that's the case. Maybe it was just 2, but looks like everyone's kind of spicing it up a little bit more. NA East has been very, very slow. I think they're going to have to start picking up the pace as we get our quick stats. Since Chapter 2, Season 4, Edgy's trio has the most low ground limbs in NA East, and that is no surprise to anyone who's been watching this game. That is where they live. But I think what's truly so impressive, Monster, not just their consistency to get to that top 3 end game, it's to win games. You almost never see teams win games from low ground. Centered Edgy Commandment win them more often than not when they get to that final 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. They picked up an elimination or a victory royale in the last season as well, so they came in with a win too. It's not like they're up there placing high, taking these second places, just falling short of taking home the entire crown without a victory royale, like we saw once before from Reverse 2K, Miro, and Day. Remember, they won an FNCS without a single victory royale when they took home the crown there, and that was just off of their aggressiveness, consistency. But Daymare and Versus 2K have also proven and shown that that is a very viable strategy. Pop off, continue to pop off, and you will make enough points, and you can sometimes best the rest of the competition. For Niddle, Smacked, and Casker, it looks like they tried to land all on Casker once again here this time, but he beat them to a weapon. I'm assuming that's how he got the full team wet.
I mean, 3 eliminations on the bat, that's one way to do it. I mean, Casca has been around for the longest time at Retail Row, but taking down a full trio by yourself again, there could have been some assistance from the teammates, but that is massive right now. This is going to be... Oh, apparently it looks like maybe that was the answer there. I'm pretty sure it was. It looks like they went for the triple pickaxe. I think Monster hit the nail on the head perfectly there. Casca, maybe that legendary tac shotgun. That's the gun to get when you're getting triple pickaxe. I mean, that always feels good. That is a weapon that can potentially do it. But that is tragically unfortunate for Nobu Beast team because, man, you got to think, okay, he's only got a chance at 1 gun here. He's going to get a bow. He's going to get a primal pistol. And he got a legendary tac shotgun. That is not what you want.
Oh no, it's kind of I don't know, it's comedy, right? It's funny.
Yeah,
you know, because what are the odds, right? What are the odds that this guy's gonna land on a legendary tactical shotgun, and that's just kind of your luck of the day. But for Macwood, Bucky, and Kanata, I hope their luck's a little better because Leo, Sully, and 20 look like they are hitting their shots right now, and they do have some weapons. I also hear another power attack shotgun on the other side of the wall, and it seems like it is going to be their team who wins it out here, and that's that quick rotate you talked about from Bucky and crew, right? They rotate, they like to follow the coast here and get on trios, and this time it's going to be 20.
But this is looking scary. I was about to say, I would be so surprised to see 20's team win this, and that is absolutely no disrespect to them, but they are going up against one of the best fighting teams in the world. But are they going to be good enough as I see another player lurking around the edges? I don't think it's a full team, but that could spice things up here as it looks like Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky are going to maybe drop out a little bit here as Jaden Shots, Nets, and Savage. It is a full trio show up to this engagement as well. This will put it on the line right now. Kanata, Macwood, and Bucky, you are 3 of the best fighters in the world. Are you good enough to potentially take on 2 trios at the same time? We talked about the power shotgun. They come out of Craggy Cliffs. They do have the upgrade NPC there, which gives them a lot of firepower early on, and this is how this team gets their surge and gets their points. They are one of the best teams at dealing with opposite south zones out of Craggy, and it's because they're confident enough to take these fights, and it looks like they might try and disengage. You guys can take this fight. You guys can get the scraps. We got our 1 elimination. We got our surge. We're happy to leave with that, and this is why they are so good. Being the best fighters in the world, but knowing when you've already won the fight and you don't need to push the limits any further.
And the best part about that, Elam, there is that secures their surge that entire fight. It was a long, drawn-out one, back and forth. You can see it dug deep into their heels as well. So this is going to work out for them in the long run. And let's just not forget, I was going to say, there's probably more loot here considering how quickly they moved on out of their drop spot. Ooh. Oh, no, but Bucky takes a body shot there from the bow. It looks like the Stinker bow itself was a full-on connect, plus the damage on top of that. So pretty rough one to take right now after you just found some extra minis here. So it's kind of a big setback, if you will. But at least they do manage to see another day. And again, this is a team that had a terrible game 1, right? Just a number of unfortunate circumstances really stacked against them. But that second game was great. It jumps them back up into 13th. They're very much in this competition again.
Yeah, and they do have the advantage of Craggy. If they rotated out early, it means they haven't used all of the utility at Craggy, and that fight was not a coincidence. They have zone right now. As Adams, I talked about being one of the most underrated IGLs in NA East, one of those leaders. If you don't follow the terminology of competitive Fortnite, IGL just stands for in-game leader. It's the player that's designated on that team with, you know, making decisions. How do we rotate? Where do we go? Where do we drop? but usually they leave it to their fraggers like Coop and COD Genesis when it comes to the fights. But when it's NAE East, when it's the best of the best, you've got to be able to do it all. And can Adams back it up in the fight? He has 0 builds. He has a gray makeshift shotgun. He needs to improve here right now. And COD Genesis is up with him as well. He drops some builds, but this is a fight that there's truly going to be no winner from, Monster. If they win the fight, yes, that's great. It's a bit of a confidence boost. You get a few points on the board, but with Zone going very, very far north, all the way to Craggy, you cannot be taking a fight at Weather Station and expecting to win the game.
Yeah, no, this is looking repetitive to game number 1. This is why out of game number 1, we saw they were a bit lit up. But Adams here is going to at least find the tags when he needs it. But can he find the rest now? He's going to need all the siphon and more to stay alive. It's not going to be enough. 21 points for early game fights. They were doing very good for themselves, all things considering. Remember, guys, this is a 2-day tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, they have all of today to play their 6 games and all of tomorrow. So if you're like in the middle of the pack, a couple pop-offs and all of a sudden you're back up in it. You can run this back for the second day. Same for a team like this, right? Teo, Chimp, Tabney in 15th place. They're doing really good, right? They're doing okay.
They've been making a big name for themselves. I was really happy as well. This is one of the teams Reverse 2K put a little bit of a target on, but it was really good to see the community. Again, you've been gassing them for multiple seasons now, Monster. It was good to see the community be like, hey, this is Teo, Chimp, and Tabney, all right? They are up-and-comers. They are popping off right now, and I think they're starting to break out of that kind of, that shackle of being underrated. I think people are starting to pay attention to them. 28 points on the board. They're looking good. They're rotating out of Weeping. So far, they've got, a few decent zones. Nothing too bad. Some things come unstuck, and maybe it's this mid-ground rotate as we're getting a nice little thank you, Obs team. Again, to see how the Weather Station fight broke down. We saw them win it, but it looks like they get the reboot off as well, but they're deep, Monster. I don't know. Like, I respect it. The team play, that's awesome. Get the teammate up, but you might just be all going down together.
Yeah, definitely. Anything can happen at that point, though. There's plenty to work for as they have to make their way in for Chimp and crew. It's just about finding tags here. Can Chimp actually find a headshot on a player? That'd be great here to just set themselves up for their surge coming into the later portions of the game. And if you guys don't know much about Chimp, Teo, Tabney, these guys have been playing with one another for quite some time, all of which are phenomenal, exceptional solo players as well. I think that's really what stands out this trio as individuals. But Chimp, if I had to choose a player on this team, I'm choosing Chimp on this team as one who just, again, he's an exceptional controller player, and he is like, reminiscent of the days and mirrors when I spotted them early on. It was just, they're just better, right? And they know how to hit those shots and honestly keep up mechanically with everyone else. And if you got all those things in your own controller, more power to you, because those are the guys that after a while, they just break away and they never look back.
It's the confidence. And when you talk about Day and Miro and you talk about insane control players, it's the confidence. They jump in knowing they're going to hit their shots. It's like the Wavy Jacobs. It's like the Reeds. It's why they get so popular as well. It's just such a fun way to play. Like, obviously, a lot of the players here today, and almost all of them are top tier. They are phenomenal players, the best of the best. But some of them just do it in a flashier, more fun style, right? And that's the people you like to cheer for. So I'm excited to see if we can show it off on the broadcast here. If they can jump up and make that big name for themselves. As we see Stretch, Saf, and Avery, a team that don't need to make names for themselves, and we've seen them today, haven't done anything too flashy, but they're doing things well. They're on 53 points right now. They are looking fantastic. They're based up outside of second zone when they could rotate more center. What that means is this team needs Storm Surge right now. If you're an avid Fortnite player at home, if you're like watching the broadcast, studying some of the strategies, they're set up here because they want to get their Storm Surge. If you already have Storm Surge and you're playing in a set lobby, you are going center of second zone, so you can then try to pull third zone. That is the way you want to do it. So if you ever see a team like this, it's because they want that. But at the same time, we see Stretch off to the side. They are splitting wide. They're trying to get as much surge as they can, but they're trying to control this area. They want to make sure that no one rotates ahead of them. So now you've got Stretch breaking off, going more north, and getting them a base in zone here. This is why they are the smartest and some of the best players in the world. And this is what we talk about a lot. Stretch, Saf, and obviously usually paired with Zayt. Now with Avery, they have these strategies. They just think about the game on a different level.
Yeah, they take risk, right? And again, moving early gives them the freedom to do these kind of setups, these different types of setup that other teams aren't doing. And honestly, if anything, they're just pioneers to the point to where other teams like to pick up their playstyles. We saw a lot of their strategies actually being mirrored from a team like Felix, Pose, and Sparrow coming out of the qualifying weeks, and they managed to do it. They actually managed to pull the top 3 or semis win there, and it was enough. It was enough for them to go in and pull on through, and now we see them here in this final stage. But There can only be one Stretch, Saf, and Avery. There can only be one team that does it and does it right, like the rest can try to become, and it is this trio here. They have already shown, again, played that hand multiple times, and they do it better than everyone else.
And this prize pool, we haven't even talked about it yet, Monster. This prize pool puts the pressure on $690,000 total. And that's just for NA East. That's not every region. That's what these 33 teams are playing for. You look at first, $150,000. Second, $105,000. And then third, $69,000. That's actually a big drop. Like when we're talking about 4, 5 points usually being the difference, sometimes even closer between second, third, and first, we're talking 2 eliminations can be the difference between you winning $150,000 or $69,000, and both those numbers are life-changing amounts of money. The pressure is on, and a lot of these teams are used to playing for that, like Stretch, Saf, and Avery's team. Some of them not so much. Blake Furious and Illest have been around the scene for a very long time, waiting to have their big finals performance. Blake's kind of been through a little bit of the wars early on with teams, kind of fallen into that same boat as Ronaldo, being a competitive player that's had some huge achievements, but just struggles to find a team they can lock down with. Blake specifically keeps getting put in this IGL leadership role that he keeps saying he doesn't want to have, but when he's given it, he does well. They're only got 7 points on the board so far here today, but with this loadout, they're looking fantastic. Only 8 above the Surge, though. Let's see it. Blake's the IGL, but you're backed up with 2 of the best fighters in the world with Furious and Illest, and they need to get in on a team, and unfortunately, it's looking like it might be our first place team, Monster.
Yeah, and now they're under the pressure of the Stink Bow as well, so this is just slowing them down, chipping them down, and putting them in a much worse position here for taking the Storm Surge fight. Luckily, they are just going to get enough off of the tags of their teammates there, so they're maybe not going to need to take the box dive here. 13 players having to go down is not too bad. It's a lot, though. It still is a lot. And for Gabe, Tahi, and Spire who's up above, I mean, I'm hoping that they're above, too, because if they're not, then this is going to be a full-on clash between the two. And that's just sometimes how the circumstances can end up playing out. For Versus2K, though, in the feed there, he finds Hornet and Skylix. Miro finds Adonis. That's the full trio wipe. And now all of a sudden, Versus2K and company. More team wipes early in the game like we expect them to do. It's going to continue to step their way up onto that stepping stone of Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite. They're on their foundation. They're looking at them saying, hey, what's up? We want first place again.
Oh, and Illest has got the peppers as well. I mean, a purple pump peppers with Illest is a very, very scary combination. But Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, they've been fighting this whole season. I backed them to win this fight or at least stalemate it. And if Illest knew who he was about to fight, I feel like he would be questioning a little bit. As again, Damien Reverse, 3 eliminations on the board. They are pushing forward. They're making their way in again. You talk about all these teams that, you know, hit these crazy strategies. We got Stretch, Saf, and Zayt. We're now Avery, always setting up those plays, right? They always set up the bush plays. They set up the split plays. They try to rotate dead side, try to get on the high ground. This is a team that just through sheer confidence and fighting ability, they white line it. They follow that white line to the next zone. They go straight in and they just run through any team that's ahead of them. And that might sound like it's a bad way to play, but it's just testament to how good this team is at winning their fights. And that's a scary way to play your finals because you have to have supreme confidence as here it is, your player Monster Chimp right now with the legendary pump shotgun. And it looks like his teammates Teo and Tabne, I was about to say have finished up this fight, but no, it looks like there's a player still standing in this one as I believe Teo's gone down. Tabne's got to bring him back and Chimp's got that pump in hand ready to do something, but Zone is closing in and Tetro is giving this team a world of trouble.
Yeah, definitely, but they are going to get this pickup here. They do have a med kit as well and a flopper play off of, but no, there's a Storm team holding them out. They're already at the edge of the zone there. That could be the likes of another big squad there, too, on the standing, so we'll see how it ends up folding out. They're going to find Tetro here, so at least it wasn't for nothing. It's a full team wipe. That's a 6-point swing. It's Pam, Fatch, and Carrie. Fatch actually just found Knifer in the feed there, who was a part of the Sticks trio. They land somewhere on this outer edge. They had to rotate, too, and that is just how it's going to end up playing out for Chimp. He gets inside, but not long enough to stay up, and that is how they get wiped out. So, again, for some teams, this zone is just a tougher burden to overcome, but I wanted to talk about Versus2K and Miro and Day just a little bit more because these have been very much Western zones, and they land on the eastern side of the map. So for teams that are looking at this zone or looking at the Storms and blaming the Storm, I mean, you're watching a team that's in second place right now. No excuses, right?
Genuinely, and they're doing it out of Dirty Docks, which is tucked in down behind the mountain, uncontested, no storm surge. You have to get above that mountain and push west before you can even begin to get your surge. It's only teams that can truly win their fights that are in that position to be able to make it through. And Gabe Tahi and Spry, they've been getting a bit of zone favoring so far, but they have been playing phenomenally well. And I love that monster, right? We even saw it today, right? EU, we managed to see Hen, Janice, and Chapix break the mold. They're contested 6 games out of 6 with majority South zones at Craggy Cliffs, and they're still in second place by 1 point. It is truly, Fortnite has gotten to a level where there are no excuses. These players are getting so good, they're pushing the boundaries so far that even with everything against you, if you are that good, you can overcome anything. And it is truly ridiculous to watch. As someone who knows, who has been looking at the statistics, when you're contested, it normally doesn't go your way, but some of these teams are just on another level.
Yeah, for sure, and you can't let those contested drop spots affect you, right? You can't make it personal. You just have to kind of take that one and move on with it, hopefully bounce back, come up or formulate a better strategy to end the games faster. You know, maybe pull a retail row strat, land on the team, go for the pickaxe strategies, wipe it up, right? And just say, hey, this is how it's going to end. You know, sometimes it is just like that. But here, this is not basic Fortnite. This is complex levels of Fortnite. We're deep into the storm lines now. For Slackjack and Acorn, they're still 63 points into this competition here. So far, for all the caster picks, for all the teams we've looked out for, they're all doing exceptionally well. All of them are very much approaching, if not are inside the top 10 and have been inside the top 10 since the tournament has kicked off.
Yeah, but they are very scarily not inside the surge threshold. This is your team that is below, and Slackjack and Acorn surprisingly not feeling the pressure by looks of it. They're taking their shots. They're really trying to get active for the surge, but they're not going super aggressive, and this is why. There it is, 38 above, but that is not enough. Where right now, I think they realize someone's above them and a fight's breaking down. That is a surge fight above them, and that is easy tags for them if they can work their way in. They are back to being 5 below. This is going to jostle. You're going to see it jump and change a lot here, but all that matters is there it is, 222. When those damage tags, they just got above, tick over, they are above. This needs to go below 50 players. So you've got 9 seconds until Storm Surge kicks in, and we have 59 players that needs to drop down below 50 before it's going to stop. So this team needs to stay above. Acorn's looking pretty weak, and my pick is looking okay here, but definitely not fantastic. But they get a half zone. If they can play off this, if they can somehow find a refresh, an early end game, they can bring this back. As Stretch is now in the feed, and everyone is poised to start making this rotate south, and it looks like it's Nosh and Chucky on the high ground. We haven't seen much from our team that dominated their qualifier, but Centered, Command, and Edgy are now getting hit for the surge. It was jostling between your last FNCS champion and your second place. This is really unfortunate for this team.
And look at this, Stretch now swings on in. They see the zone pull. It's Sap, Avery, and Stretch once again playing for that high ground hold. This is a team that is fighting in pursuit for the FNCS championship belt. They want it all. They want that pickaxe. Not the belt, it's a pickaxe. They want the pickaxe. They're trying to see what they can do. Edgy, though, they bounce back. Okay, they pick up Scented. He doesn't get finished by the surge. They find the tags that they need, and now, all of a sudden, they combat against all odds. The actual Storm Surge, it's not every day you can say a team actually beats the surge, right? So it just so happened to work out that way for them.
I mean, this is interesting position right now. You don't want to be taking that 3v3 when Center's on next to no health. Edgy's got the most health on 110, but Edgy gets another knock now, and that could be more Siphon, that could be more.
The knock with the last bullet.
They're also going to need something. They're working their way through. This is why this team, again, I'm talking about teams that are on another level. This is a team on another level. Look at the position they were in, and look what they've done for themselves. There's no sensitive commandment around the corner, and the team runs through. I don't know who this is. It is Jack, Slacks, and Acorn. That was your first place FNCS team taken down. The second place is Damien Reverse now getting in as well. Everyone's getting active. This is now your reigning champions from 2 seasons ago, taking on third last season. The Titans are clashing. I'm talking about teams on a different level, and right now they are all colliding.
These are the actual best of the best going toe-to-toe right now. You couldn't ask for a better front seat for action, right? These are the teams that you want to see. And Day says, hold up, it's not all over. The show's not over. We have another episode, and it's Bucky. Bucky goes down. Macwood is down. Day is on fire, and he already has more elims by himself than all of the other teams have in total, right? All these teams he's wiping up, it doesn't even matter. By himself, he's popping off here.
He is absolutely popping off, and you talked about it. All our caster picks are in this monster. All of our caster picks just collided. We had yours and mine going up against, I believe it was Vivid and Adams right there as well, and it looks like a few of us came out on top, a few of us didn't, unfortunately, though, and they're pushing forward, and no, it was actually your pick that just went down, sorry, but Day is looking not too much hotter here. We're all on the edge of our seats to seeing who can pull this off, and Avery, Stretch, and Saf finally have their high ground on first rotating. We've seen them on half-half. They didn't get the zone. They are still there. Our FNCS champs, Jack, Slacks, and Acorn, fought back against the surge. They came out on top, and now they're rotating the front side as it looks like Mira's just still in this. He's clinging on. Reverse 2K is still in there as well, but their loadout is not looking too great. They need to get in. They need to get the meds off, but with Avery, Stretch, and Saf on the high ground, you are just going to hear unrelenting fire. They have the assault rifle ammo. No one conditions higher better than them. You are not going to get an inch of room to breathe. You need to play this endgame flawlessly because they are looking for you.
And we just saw some critical movement coming out of Miro right there. Great decision making. He layers himself up, gets the safety, but Acorn on the other side in a box fight here to stay alive right now. There are still a full trio up, but they're all in their own different layers, and one is going to go down. So all of a sudden now Jack is out of the equation. It is up to Acorn and Slacks here, who are not next to one another. They might as well be solos at this point to find anything that they can. Here it is, the Harpoon coming out here to desperately stay in the game, but no, there's another team behind that wall. But because he goes in a different direction, at least Acorn is up. Into top 10 he goes, and now looking for the shotgun shot. No hesitation. Hits one. Can he hit the second? He doesn't need it. He moves on. But this is pressure time. Aussie, can he steal away more? Yes, he can. He's right behind one, and no, just barely misses out there.
That is such an uncharacteristic miss shot there, but they still clutched up a top 7. That is still consistent points, as right now it is Stretch, Saf, and Avery on the high ground. Can they have the surge up as Reverse falls, Miro falls? They are now out. Our first place team is out. Our second place team is out. Our third place team is out. DGen, Ages, and Skittles potentially still in this one. I think they've fallen as well. So right now, all the pressure is on Saf, Stretch, and Avery. Can they jump from 7th right up on the leaderboard? They have the potential to do it, and there's some big names still playing around in this one. They have 21 builds, but Avery is still looking to grab what he can. Gets the big pot. Remember, this team also has the firepower. If this breaks down into a fight of height versus low, they also have the weapons, but we have full trios down below. We have Jamper, Threats, and Rise. We have Rokane, Dubs, and Mega. These are teams who have been here before. They know what to do in these situations, and they could potentially dethrone the high ground. Dubs is going around. He's leading the charge right now. What can he find? 42 tag. I believe that might be one of the solos. I don't think that's one of our full trios, but where is the zone going to go? I believe the zone could potentially go up the mountain here. No, it's going back across Monster. Can Avery, Stretch, and Saf break their way in? Threats is going to go down. Jamper and Rise. Dubs is low right now, and this is what I was talking about. Stretch, Saf, and Avery control the high ground, and they are just forcing these teams to do their bidding and fight each other, and they're going to swoop down and clean it up unless someone can step up big.
Yeah, and listen, Pam's already done what he had to do. He's dismantled one of these teams here. So for Avery and crew, all they have to do is hit their shot. And Avery, he doesn't miss. He finds the 108. Can he find a side tag here? No, instead he's going to back off. He has to heal here. Stretch is going to have to take over now as he has the most HP out of this trio here. Remember, Staff is probably going to be the one who might just have to play for the heal off here. Stretch is all the way up top. Avery's going right back down. It's a bit of a reset. There's only 2 trios left. They're inside the zone. They clean it up. They sweep them under the rug. And now a 7 elimination victory royale for the veterans, Stretch, Avery, Saf. And again, we couldn't even pick them because there's too many teams to keep an eye out on here.
And they're doing well. We saw them take the high ground at half-half last game. Now they actually get the first rotating zone. We're able to see what they can do with it. Height is not luck. It's about someone being aggressive enough to take it, but can you hold it? I said it early on. If they get high ground, if they have the assault rifle ammo to clear out low, if they have the materials to hold it, it is very, very rare someone's going to be able to dethrone them. They play it to perfection, but was it enough? We've seen big elimination wins. That was a big win, but was it enough eliminations?
The thing is, this is their season to do it. There is not a lot of high ground teams in this current type of meta. It's so favorable to the low ground teams and those kind of team play styles. And for that reason, this is why we're watching them go aggressively for height. Not a lot of teams are contesting them. Every team that has contested them has been because of the fact that, okay, they just so happen to get zone favor. They might as well because it's the right thing to do. But Aussie, they're a type of team that wants to change the storyline. They want to take advantage. They don't care where the zone pulls. They want to be a high ground type of team.
They want to be a high ground kind of team. I even saw Stretch being real cheeky earlier on today. He was on social media exposing the strategies of other teams like DJ and Ages Skittles who like to go for high ground. It's all the mind games. And when you think, when the pressure's on, who's going to be able to handle it? That is another team very much in the ring. They've been in these positions before. They've been at the very top before. But are they going to be able to jump up into first? I didn't really see Gabe Tahi and Sprite too much in that one. We got to see Day Mirror and Averse. They almost clutched it up, but we're going to throw it to the desk so they can break down the leaderboard. Was that game enough?
Boys, I'm loving the passion. I'm loving the fire, okay? That's what we like to see coming out of these games. Way back when they first formed, right? Zayt retires. We're thinking, can this team, are they still good? Like, that's such a strange thing. And Vivid, I vividly remember asking this question, are they good? And you were like, bro, I'm telling you, Zayt is a god, but without them, with the inclusion of Avery, with that refresher, this team is good. And right now they're showing us that, Vivid. It's incredible.
Yeah, and in sorts, you know, backstage, the opposite of a caster curse. I think Adam did a caster gift, you know, backstage he was talking, you know, we haven't been talking much about Stretch, Avery, and Sap, and then comes up with a victory royale there. But yeah, you know, Stretch learned so much from Zayt. He absorbed that information because Zayt, as we know, one of the most intelligent players to ever touch the game, and Stretch just soaked all that in, and he is now using it in this newly formed trio to where it technically has more firepower than when Zayt was on it, but it kind of has that same intelligence level. Stretch probably has a couple more things to clean up, but I think he can be as good of an IGL as Zayt whilst being a very mechanical player.
Firstly, Vivid, thanks, mate. Got my back there, bro. I love that. That was great. Because I was going to bring it up myself, but I'll be honest with you. But I said there was this weird moment in game one where we're all sat there, and I said they were just waiting for the kind of the storm to move. And I said to you guys, I was like, there feels like there's a kind of new era of confidence or strategy around these guys now. There was a vibe coming out of the screen at me. I thought, they've been there or thereabouts the last few games. They've obviously wanted that high ground, as Ozzy and MDF pointed out there as well. They clearly have, going into this, a lot of confidence, which I think we've dabbled, you know, talked about challenges versus champions and such as well, like, you know, reboot rounds versus those who qualified previously. But these guys have like a legacy as well, and I think we saw that in by the bucket load in that last game as well. And they took it. The 7 eliminations, is it enough? I don't think it quite was, but they're certainly going to continue growing. These are an unbelievable trio to watch.
Just so good. And you know, I love that you talk about confidence, because this is actually something that I learned like pretty early on in my casting career. Was like, I don't think confidence is like, I think it just is all mechanical skill. It's not true. Confidence plays such a major factor in whether you're going to hit or miss those shots. And for them, they got that confidence. Now, boys, I want to talk about another trio that is just looking so freaking good. It's Day, it's Miro, it's Reverse 2K. These guys, it doesn't matter what situation they're in, they're slamming eliminations and they're fighting the plays.
Yeah, and
yeah, they really. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, well,
No,
I just really want to talk about
obviously
how they are so good at getting elims. You know, Miro here, he sees that there are 2 individuals here at the start of this tarp right here, and they're building out of wood, the weakest material in Fortnite, right? He knows that we're playing trios and there's going to be a third teammate. So watch what Miro does in a split-second decision-making here. So, like I said, he knows that there are, you know, 3 people on a trio, so he waits for that third one to be isolated. He jumps in, he basically gains all the pieces here, the 2 cones, the cone at the bottom and the cone at the top, so that way the player doesn't have anywhere to go, and he jumps in with 1, 2, 3 of his trio mates there and secures that elimination on a top tier player, Jack of none other, right? It's just a huge like thing to be able to see that if somebody builds out of wood, you can make a play here. And then look at this, they follow that tarp of that trio of Jack's trio. So Slag and his teammate up here are making this tarp for them still, and they just go ahead and they follow it, right? Because they know that it's a duo, and they know that they can completely abuse this guy out of this tarp. But what this does is it leads them all the way to this end spot here where they have so many options. They can go this way, that way, and they use it all the way up to this point, and then watch what happens after this. As soon as they have the opportunity to go where they want to go, they make a quick, decisive play to jump in as 3 again and find yet another elim on another top-tier player, Sav. They're always together. They're always using their surroundings. They're always using their intelligence to their very best of their ability.
Yeah, that was a classic example there as well. Us rehearsing behind the scenes, me saying, "Vivid, you want to go illustration lesson, show us all about what's going on," and me just losing my marbles and just wouldn't stop talking.
No.
So, you know, this is the leaderboard as it stands here, and you're absolutely right. You know, Miro, Reverse 2K, Day, unbelievable. We saw his stat there as well with Day, who had, I think, other than 2 teams, himself had more eliminations than any other trios. Incredible. 65 placement points, 27 eliminations. That is why they're in the top spot, 119 points. The richer there. We see Gabe Tahi and Sprite there right behind them, though. In second place, 23 eliminations, 106 points, 60 placement points. The top 4 teams now, all with at least 60 placement points. We obviously see Saf, Stretch, and Avery there creeping in 3rd position too. But looking up and down, teams we haven't really talked about, like Nosh and Nut and Chucky there creeping in at 10th position. Slacks, even Acorn and Jack, we haven't talked about those guys that much. The FNCS champions still managing to get in the top 5, which is incredible.
And yeah, a trio that I was expecting to be way higher up in the leaderboards, but it's also not necessarily surprising, is Bucky, Kanata, and Macwood. They're in the 13th spot. Now, if you remember a point that we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, these guys, last FNCS, where they ended up getting top 3, at the end of day 1, were in 12th position. And it's kind of looking like it's going to shape up to be that same storyline here. Even though they're in this 13th position, they've shown us before that they can have a really, really solid day 2. So even if, this day 1 continues to go along this path, I still have beliefs that these guys will, end up in a top 5 finish.
Yeah, I think looking... Oh, the spotlight we have as well here is we have Day, Amira, and Reverse. Of course, we had to highlight this trio, which is, at the moment, really incredibly exciting to watch them compete here at FNCS Final Season 6. We can see 14 eliminations versus the top 10, 9 versus the top 10. So they really are going head to head with the best of the best right now. And coming out on top there, unassisted eliminations, 10 full team wipeout eliminations, 2. All trio going down courtesy of these guys. So Spotlight, we cannot help but showcase them and for what they are, absolutely brilliant. I've got no doubt going into game 4 that we're going to see much of the same.
Man, it is absolutely insane. And you know what, Monster, he said his statement was could not be more accurate. There's just so many good trios, so many trios firing on all cylinders right now that it feels like anytime we're cutting to a different perspective of a different trio, it's just constant high octane gameplay, high powered shots, impact eliminations left and right. And once again, it is just all of these trios finally making the finals. They understand what needs to be done. And remember, this is just the first day. This isn't even the hypest part of the competition, right? Because we come back tomorrow for the next 6 games of Fortnite. And that's when it all matters. That's when every single elimination, you as a viewer, you'll feel that in your heart because you're like, oh my gosh, one, the person we just watched picked off that other person. That means they're going to rise and that other team's going to fall and vice versa, right? There's so much that is at play here. But don't worry. We're here. We're here to be alongside you, to watch, to cry, to cheer. And I promise you, right now I'm trying to contain my hype, okay? Because it's at any moment, okay? It's going to be flowing out of me just like Slurpee Swamps is, okay? But it's okay because we are absolutely here. We're here to have a great time. Now, I know what you're thinking. Zeke, I want to jump back to these games. We will. But first, we got to go to a break. I know. The truth of it is, I'm extremely parched and I need to get hydrated, just like you should. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a break, but don't worry, Game 4 is going to start. That is the game you'll be watching on screen. As that timer counts down, hits 0, Aussie Antics, Monster DFAce, they'll be there to get us right back into the action. We won't miss a single thing. So we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll see you right here, back with the FNCS. See you just a little bit.
All right, welcome back, Fortnite fam. From this short break there, it's your guys, Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, calling all the action. We're coming right on into game number 4, zone number 2. You're tuned in with what was your first place?
Popping off every day. What's up, man? I'm good. How are you? Everybody's chilling, bro. Everybody's chilling. I'm hoping. I'm not playing Fortnite today. Actually, just really waiting on the new season. When the new season does drop, make sure that you guys use code Guru in the item shop. I will be playing next season. For now, I'm actually moving into the financial sector. As you can see, that Nighttime Guru Financial has commented. We are possibly going to start live streaming trades that we're doing in the markets. So let's do that, and make sure you guys stay tuned. Am I coming on Fortnite? Not today, Jake. Not today, popping off. I'm going to be there tomorrow, probably early tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be playing with you tomorrow, if that's okay. Just make sure that you type yeah as a comment so I know that you got me, so that you heard me. Just message me on Facebook as soon as you're awake. You have to put Guru Coin with the Guru Coin first. GURU Coin first. Alright, yeah, just message me when you're awake, yo. Try not to wake up too early, like 9, like maybe like, well, the thing is you're 5 hours ahead, so it's like 9 o'clock my time would be like 2 or 3 your time, right? So like you can message me around that time and I'll wake up and we should be able to play. At least for like an hour or two. For like an hour or two we'll play, like 2-3 hours, like 3 hours. We'll play, and then I'll do like a little bit of the virtual reality stream, or I'll just do like some practice trade. I'll do some practice trading so you guys can watch and see what it's like to trade foreign exchange, because it's actually really profitable. So I'll show you guys what that's like.
The game style is changing. It's not just
but yeah, man, I'm just really tired from this season, so I'm not even like, I wish I was in the comp, but I'm only going to be playing for comps basically from now on. Jake, so I need to start practicing for that. If you want to play next season, you need to be in chance basically. And honestly, what we're going to do the first week of the season is we're going to do, here, let me turn my camera on. What we're going to do is called a camp to champs, right? So that's what we're going to do, is we're basically going to just get as many arena points as we can in the first week. We're going to do Discord and like Facebook calls and stuff. We're going to do like Discord. And we're just basically going to like, just Discord while everybody gets the champs, so we can all play, so that our whole clan can play next season. So our whole clan can play FNCS in the competitions. But yeah, I'm gonna go off mic. Jake, please, like, you have my Facebook, so call me on Facebook in the morning, and then that's when I'll know it's time to play. Cause I'm not gonna like wake up and then like log on to Fortnite, check if you're on. If you're on, message me and I will wake up and play tomorrow, like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock your time. 2, but no later than 3. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up? What a day, man. What a day. Alright, cool. I was going to play today, but I just woke up a little late. I woke up a little later than I thought, man. Some extraterrestrials trying to call me up to their ship. I think they had a message for me or something, so like I didn't really get that much sleep. I woke up, I chilled with my queen for a bit. We talked and stuff, and then I went to lay back down, and then all of the what's that? You should play some creative, Jake. That's what you should do. Go play some creative, like box fights and build fights. That's what's gonna make you like a lot better for next season. But yeah, these extraterrestrials called me last night, but they were really trying to get me to come up to Earth. To come up off the Earth. I was like, this morning. I was like, babe, I'm about to go. I'm about to go see what they want. And she's like, really? She's like, be careful, babe. I was like, well, they keep calling, and then, cause like, basically, it was like I was in a deep meditation, and they were playing music in my head to say like, hey, come out, we want to talk to you and stuff like that. Like, we have a message for you, and I was like, man, I'm tired, bro. I was like, really, I'm tired. I was like, I want the message. I really do. I was like, you guys can't just like send it down, like, you know, put it like directly into my brain, which they did. It seemed like, you know, because there was something, it was something better about this day than what was expected, you know. So, and actually, just them, you know, being in contact at all was really, really, really fantastic. So that was good. That was good. Jake, this is how you do Guru Coin, by the way. You're doing it like the exclamation point goes in the front like this. Jake, this is how you do Guru Coin, by the way. You're doing it like, I want to see how much Guru Coin I have. Is it even like activated right now? It should be. It should be activated. The currency system should be activated. I have 20 Guru Coin. Jake, I think you have like 400 something. I'm pretty sure you have like 400. When you get to 799, you can redeem it for V-Bucks for a skin if you like. It's 1 Guru Coin. Right now, the rate is 1 Guru Coin per hour until we start gaining more traction on the channel, guys. So make sure you're liked with post notifications. Make sure you subscribe, share the stream, and make sure your parents get involved, you know, on the stream, like, you know, in a good way. Let them know, hey, you know, there's a company called Nighttime Guru. It's a cool company. You know, it's fantastic and such like that, and we want you, you know, I would like if you were to check them out, because they actually do, you know, pay out to their constituents and their their affiliates. You know, their partners and their affiliates, they actually do pay out. So let's make sure that we support that. Go ahead and cop a Nighttime Guru hat if you like. We do have the Guru Peace, Love, Unity shirts. They are fire, by the way. I know this is you guys' first time like seeing me with it, but I just haven't worn it because I was like, man, I don't know. And I put it on and I was like, yo, this joint actually goes, like, this joint is actually the fit. Like, it's the fit, bruh. It's not the fit bit, it's the fit, bro. But yeah, go ahead and drop Guru Coin in the chat if you guys want to. I would appreciate it if you did. Guru Coin in the chat so you guys can see how much Guru Coin you have. The rate is 100 Guru Coin equals $1 US, by the way.
See if they can maybe win one here.
So 1 Guru Coin is 1 cent. You can only claim once you have one. You can only claim it once you have accumulated $1 in equivalency.
Like, this has been a big lobby for them so far. We're just seeing them.
Let's go, guys.
Nosh, Nutty, and Chucky, though.
Alright, Guru Coin. We got a crypto. Thank you, Streamlabs, for blessing us with this crypto.
Any of those low ground positions, guys, they do not want to be box to box with anyone. They do not want to allow their game to be taken out by a team that needs surge, by a team that needs to dive on them. They'll be the ones to determine when they want to take those box fights, and that is why they constantly.
How much risk do we want to take?
Themselves from being dived on.
How much risk do we want to take on? As a matter of fact, I want to go look at this trading chart real quick.
And it's not going to be enough as now the
I want to look at this trading chart. Yeah, see, now we're on a side trend, so we're not going to trade here. You see how this is going to the side here? We're not going to trade on that because it's what is it? It's like we might go live on Guru Financial soon, but because it's unpredictable, you know, where as if it's if it's a trend line that's going. I'm not going to say too much, guys. You guys are going to have to just watch me live.
Every game today, Monster, we've seen them make a potential play for height at half. Game 1, they didn't have the material. Game 2,
Jake, make sure that you tune into the stream. Go to my channel and sub to that channel.
Going to be 6th zone coming up, the most prestigious zone for high ground teams, the first rotating. Does it pull on this edge so they can top for it, or does it pull max opposite? Even if it goes opposite, with the material and the loadout this team has, fully expect them to make a play for it. They will ramp it and they will lose or win their game on that play.
I was going to say, I don't think it matters. There's a slight slope here. Let's not forget that means teams are coming up and over this little mountain, which means there's even less chance for anyone to go ahead and actually contest them on the other side of the mountain. And you can see they've already marked that little mountain there. They want to get to it, but there is a team just nearby.
Hiccup.
It's Chucky, Nosh, and Nut. They've both kind of recognized the power positioning of this little mountain here. They're both now equally worked their way towards it, but we might see an all-out battle for high ground. This is not a team that is afraid of doing so. We've already seen Staff and company do it before, but it is going to come down. It is going to be determined here in the next 4 seconds now. And again, 2, 1. Where is this zone going to go? It's going to pull to Staff and Crew. So now, Nas, Chucky, and Nut here, they actually have to give up the high ground, which means we might see back-to-back. Oh, no, they actually do
He's
have
dropping down. He's reinforcing right now. He's dropping down and taking it. Can Sap, Avery, and Stretch do something to take it off? And we haven't seen these standoffs too much in the past because in previous metas, we've either had shockwaves, we've had RPGs, we've had some power weapon to take out the opposite height to stop them. But right now, with the meta, it's just a complete standoff. It's going to depend who gets the zone. So far here today, Sap, Stretch, and Avery have gotten it once. They haven't gotten it twice, but the best teams we've talked about already, that doesn't define them. Can they come back from it? Can they get over there and potentially make a play? Because they're not dropping down. They're still tarping across on second height. They still want it.
Yeah, but they also need Surge now. They're so far below. 17 players have to go down, and this is one of the most deadly zones to play off of when you need Surge, because you have to fight, you have to focus on the rotate, and usually it results in a player or two going down. But for them, the veterans here, 27 seconds, how many players will fall before they actually have to get absolutely active? Because they are far and below where they want to be. Right now, though, they're still looking. High ground, too high for them to contest, so they come even lower now. And they're one step closer to all the other big trios we're keeping an eye on. Of course, Scented, Commandment, and Edgy. They are definitely nearby. We know Degen, Agers, and Skittles. Also a mid-ground, low-ground team that are still here. Very prominent in these kind of positions.
Going to be about who can maybe take this high ground to have their big game, but Damir and Reverse have been running up the mid ground, getting all their eliminations, as there it is. Avery's taken some big damage here in the feed. I'm guessing Sentinel and that are running up the low ground. Saf takes down Nounsy, so they get their Surge, or no, they don't. They are still below, despite getting some damage. And then we see a 100 tag from Avery. I talked about it. Needs to step up, has big shoes to fill. This is where push comes to shove. What can Avery do? They are still below. NA East is so stacked right now. This is still ticking. They've done so much damage. They've done so much, but it's still not enough. And they are going to fall down to Surge, as Edgy is the one who takes down Avery. Reverse, Day, and Miro. They have 8 eliminations on the board. Day's been leading today. He's been absolutely popping off, but Miro is jumping up as well now. 4 eliminations as a solo. 9 teams, 7 teams, 20 players. They are falling fast now.
Day found Sap, Miro found Stretch, and now Reverse 2K is just leading out this rotate here. No material for him, so they are completely on E. The gas is no longer here inside the vehicle. They need to continue to power on through, but no, it doesn't even matter. Looks like Miro finds another one there. That might be the refresher, the fuel that they're looking for here to go ahead and stay alive. And they're literally fueling themselves on the dreams of their competitors. We call that nightmares here. What can Miro do now? He's looking upwards. There are still so many teams, though. There's a lot of placement here to be picked up.
Illustrator is still in this one, so we got some teams that are down there who need this big performance, and there it is. Miro finds Degen, make it 6. The big purple pump. Reverse is down. Day is getting lit up, but Miro is looking healthy. We have Miro running into Illust, 2 of the best controller players on NA East. Miro fires first, but Illust hits harder, hits the big 200 pump. Illust just ran through Miro. That is an absolute clash of titans. The controller gods on low ground are going at it. Sensitive Edgy Commander in the mix. The fire comes out. Day's gonna go down as well. Edgy Sensitive Commandment around the edges. Illust and Blake are doing this as a duo. The charge is being led by Illust as Sentin goes down as well. That fire is just overtaking low ground. Chucky, Nut, and Nosh, they won 5 games of 6 in their qualifiers. We haven't seen them in their position here today. Can they close it out? 2 teams alive, 5 players. They need to make their way down. I believe this is Blake and Illust. Both these teams are down leaderboard. No, it was. Edgy and Commandment have won the low ground. Of course they have. No one can take the low ground off this team, but it's a 3v1. What a second place performance. But Nosh, Nut, and Chucky, they make it off their contested drop. They get endgame and they get a win, monster. This is like Gabe Tahi and Spry. When they make it away, they are so dominant.
Yeah, and we're seeing the stress of those early game clashes now pay off in spades here. It just shows that they have the firepower. And once they get let loose, once they have the mats to do everything that they need to do, they go ahead and pop off and now securing victory royales. But what's most impressive is Commandment and, of course, Edgy and Sensei here, what they have managed to do round after round. I mean, listen, we can just pull up exactly how many stats they've done so far as their placement goes. A second, a first, a top 20 with Elans, and now another second place. We talked about these placement points and how important they're going to start playing out, and all of a sudden here, again, that consistency is there. But, Ozzy, you called the biggest clash, Illis versus Miro. My gosh, what a call.
That was a big one. Two pumps both coming into it. Illis clearly had that legendary pump because I definitely saw a 200 plus pump. You don't see him too much anymore. If anyone's going to hit it, it's going to be Illis though. But how is the leaderboard breaking down? Was that enough to surge them up? Is Centered's consistency keeping them up there? Because Damir and Reverse were right there to the very end. Zeke, break it down because this is going to be a close one.
It's already too close, Ozzy. I don't like it. My stress levels through the roof right now. Okay, first off, Nut, Notch, Chucky, a victory royale. I like the way that, that MDF and Ozzy kind of explain this, right? That any team can essentially get the victory royale. Any team can walk out of NA East and say, we'd like the victory royale. And it's all about which team is kind of given that golden path to do so. Now, it's not all set in stone, right, Vivid? There's still a lot that goes into making that happen, but I'm appreciating a lot of these trios, sometimes different trios, just finding that path and saying, look, we know, we are veterans of this game at this point. We know what it takes to win. We just have to execute that plan and execute it well.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Nosh is finding victory royales. Even since last season, we had a completely different trio. He's been doing so well with these high ground takes. Like I don't think I've ever seen some Nosh like scrim gameplay, but I would love to because I would love to see how he is. When maybe he's IGL, maybe he's just taking like a backseat type of thing. Love to know how he plays within a trio and what the comms are like.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most fascinating parts of this. I'd love to hear the comms and what the players are actually, because there's an instinctiveness to everything they do. They're kind of knowing where they're going to be and what the calls are in that situation as well, because it's all happening so fast. But again, we saw some of the trios rising to the top. I think we counted for Miro's trio, I think 11 or 12 eliminations coming in like third position. So more big points for the teams at the top of the table. So I cannot wait to see how that all turns out very shortly and see who's currently top after game 4.
And kind of like continue this, what I'm appreciating, it's how these players are effectively using their loadouts. It doesn't matter what we put in their hands at this point. They open a chest, they're going to use whatever that item is to its fullest effect.
Yeah, and that's why these pro players, that's why these top of the line players are good. Look at this. The Harpoon has been something that is notorious for keeping trios alive in the sense that it keeps them fresh in the material department because they can get these elims from a great distance. They don't have to really risk much, and then when they get those elims, it's usually hard to get that loot, right? No, if you have a Harpoon, you can just use the Harpoon to grab that loot and grab whatever materials, shield, any weaponry that was dropped from a distance, and it just does a great job of finding resources for teams.
Yeah, the Harpoon is, I think arguably the best thing to have at the end game because you can collect those mats. Everything you said, the resources are imperative as well. But we see some other weaponry that's kind of really important as well here. We know one of the big factors is of course Storm Surge. So you need weaponry that can hit from distance to get that damage. That you make sure that you're above the Storm Surge when it comes around your way. I mean, we're looking at this, tactical shotguns here. We're talking about as well, pump shotguns. These are really imperative as well. Obviously, high impact is incredibly important in close proximity, like a lot of you're seeing now. Is like everything is very close together. So when you can land those shots, accuracy obviously is important, but the firepower is imperative as well to make sure you down your enemy and do not let them get back up. Let's have a look at standings. This is what we're here for. The leaderboard is looking feisty. Oh, look who's on top. Vivid. Hello. Day, Miro, Reverse. They're 38 eliminations. This is unbelievable. Bearing in mind we saw earlier on the Middle Eastern results, I think the top was 71 eliminations across 12 games. We've played 4 and they're on 38. So think about it that way. There's still 2/3 of the way to go. We're looking at second place here. We have Censored, Edgy, Commandment with as well. 87 placement points. The same placement points, but 18 less eliminations. That is the reason there's almost 40 points difference between first and second position. But you can see there as well, 4th, 5th, 6th position, they're all very tight. 112 to 111 points. Vivid, this could go any way going into game number 6 after this next one.
Yeah, the top 5 there, very, very competitive. But man, that lead that Daymir and Verse have is is scary. 38 elims. That is a 9.5 elim average over the 4 games that we have played. 9.5. That's basically 10 elims per game. Hello, we're in the finals. Like, they're getting 10 elims on like the best players in NA East every single game. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we can see here as well that that we've got like big players, big teams. We haven't actually been celebrating as much as others simply because the end game has been dominated by a certain 3 or 4. We can see here we got Teo, Chimp, and Tapton. We talked about Aspects, Trio, and Whofish. We don't really talk about at all because they haven't managed to really get into that final few teams to kind of see if they can give themselves a chance to actually take the victory royale. So hopefully we're going to start to see that happen going into Game 5 and onwards as well. That these teams can get back up because there's only 12 games. It's finite here. They really need to make an impact going into Day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely. Just ensuring that, like, whatever happens, if you could just slow another trio down and just kind of cut them off from accruing more points, that's just going to, like, slow down their progress trying to attack leaderboards, right? Like, for all we know in this game, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, Caster Curse, it's not going to happen, okay? But if something did happen, like Miro's trio falling early, like, that's another way that everyone else can try to catch up, right? There's so many, like, little things that are going into making all of this happen, all of these Titans going head-to-head. So keep a lookout for it, fam. Watch that elimination feed and follow along with Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics because you know what time it is. It's time for game number 5 of the Fortnite Champions Series from NA East. Let's get back into all the action.
Let's get back into it because this is starting to look like an incredible day right now for Reverse 2K, Miro, and of course Day here. They're popping off. They're setting themselves up way ahead of the pack, and it's really feeling reminiscent to the last time they got to touch that FNCS Pickaxe of Champions there. I mean, Aussie, listen, now we get to see Nut, Nosh, and Chucky, though, as they hop up and, secure themselves a victory, now put themselves inside the running here for also a solid Day 1. But it's just looking like a different kind of Fortnite. Like, are these other teams playing the same game or what?
Yeah, it is looking interesting here as well. Remember, it looks reminiscent of the first time we saw Reverse 2K's team win FNCS 2 seasons ago. They were doing it with a way, I would say, objectively worse drop. They were doing the kind of Fort Crumpet split. They're one of those teams that were like, look, we haven't gained everyone's respect yet. This was before a lot of you guys knew who Day and Miro were, especially. A few of us had our eyes on them. They definitely weren't unknown, but they were not the level of, respect they command now to get uncontested dirty. They were going the Crumpet split, and even then, on the last games, they got contested on Day 2, and everything almost came unstuck. It came down to them rotating away, leaving the Crumpet, and they found a llama submerged in the water, and that gave them the final boost they needed to take out the win. But now they're doing it out of Dirty Docks, arguably one of the best drops on the map, uncontested. They command so much respect. They've done it with so much less. You have to imagine, unless one of these teams step up, or multiple, they're running away with this at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, how do you single out a team like this? How do you actually break apart their winning strategy, which honestly just seems to be drop every team in their path and don't stop doing it. They take advantage of the chaos. They take advantage of the storm surge. They don't let any of those small factors determine how they are going to perform in the round. And I think that is what's most impressive so far. They've just really, honestly, not only has Reverse just putting a lot of pressure on his own shoulders, but he's putting up and he's walking the walk here because yesterday he was talking the talk. He was putting it out there. He was willing to say straight out loud to everyone that, hey, he thinks he is the best player out here as far as his trio goes, right? He thinks that they are miles above the competition, miles ahead of the competition, and they're doing it right now.
Oh, and we're seeing an interesting engagement breakdown over at Slurpee. I have to imagine, or maybe it was Jack Slacks and Acorn. Talked about teams needing to step up and do something different. Jack Slacks and Acorn have rotated in, and they're taking a fight against Scope, Tragics, and Cease. Cease is nowhere to be found right now. Cease is off in the distance. He's making his rotate in, but unfortunately, it looks like, I talked about it, Scopes is on something else right now. He is looking like, again, I mean this with the most amount of respect, duo FNCS Scopes, when really he took the world by storm, really made a name for himself, because I believe this was a 3v2, and I think Scopes backed it up here with Tragics and turned it now into a 2v1 once Cease gets here, and it looks like Cease and that is your FNCS champions going down here. Cease, Scope, and Tragics win this engagement. That is a massive, massive upset here in the final games of Day 1.
And the crazy part is that people look down on this trio right here because they qualified coming in one of the later spots, right? They just managed to pull in a tight qualification out of that 3rd week. But again, this just shows that, hey, they're here and they can pop off, and even your best of the best, even your reigning champions can fall, right? Kings can bleed too here, and now we get to see, again, another brief look here at Commandment, Edgy, and Sentis draw spot. We already know how it all ends up playing out. They like to compile all the big loot here in the middle. They usually end up stashing it, and then they figure out where they want to rotate. Before the show kicked off, I was talking to y'all to say, hey, how do these guys even like to play for their tags? Like, what's the strategy? And you said they're a hybrid type of team, right? You can't really put a pin on them. They really just determine or play it off based on the zone.
Yep. Play it off the zone. That's what you got to do. They've got to be a little bit, responsive to it. There's very few teams that have just mastered a play style so well, like Center with low ground, that they can just really play it pretty much every game and see how it goes. Low ground being a lot more consistent, as you saw last game when you have Stretch's team poised to take high ground. When they get it, they are oh so dominant. But when it comes down to a bit of zone luck, you really don't want to kind of have to play that play style every single game. It can work for you, and I really respect them for sticking to their guns and knowing how good they are at it. But when you see a team like Centered Edgy Commandment, where yes, some favorable zones are great and can let you have a better performance, they really do overcome any of the end game zones to stick to their consistency. This team right now has an average placement of 5.75 with an 18th place. We saw them go down to Storm Surge in that game 3. Outside of that game, 2nd, 1st, 2nd. That is insane levels of consistency. And in a 12-game format, you have to think they should be able to hold on to that. Daymir and Reverse, they're absolutely running through teams. But if one of those teams, meets their match, like we just saw with Jack Slacks and Acorn, that's all it takes, and that whole game's worth of points is potentially gone.
Yeah, definitely. Remember, the cutoff just for the entry level for placement points, guys, starts at 24th place. We've saw round after round, especially those first 2. Not a single team wants to take an engagement if you don't have to. Now we're getting into later portions. Now we're coming into game number 5. This game and then the next game, and that's it. Their day 1 is wraps. You can see the teams are getting a little bit more loose, right? There's more diving. There's a little bit, I guess the patience starts to go, or the comfortability starts to get a little too much. If you get too comfortable, you start to make mistakes, and Jack, Acorns, and Slacks type of situation can happen. You roll up on the wrong team a little too early. You think it's going to be a favorable fight, and all of a sudden, bam, you're gone.
And this is just showing this is the most consistent team in semifinals. They were looking so dominant, always had their drop uncontested. Now they're contested, and the loadout is testament to that. And I mean, Nick FN and Lupian looking like they're pretty much off in the distance. I don't see them at all anywhere near Nobu Beef here. They're going wide for their Storm Surge tags. My man's running 5 bandages and 1 mini. This is just not the spot you want to be in, but they want to stay their drop. They want to prove to teams for future FNCSs that they're not leaving. And again, remember, this is multiple FNCSs back to back, with the change from Fortnite, from competitive Fortnite, going to 1 game mode for pretty much entire years. We still have multiple trio FNCSs to go. You need to mark your statement on this. There is at least 1 more to go later in this year, and that could be their chance. And I respect them playing the game out to the best of their ability with what loot they have, because it is not a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like Sis Lucky Nounsy don't have much either, too, as they're rotating in here. And they're starting to run out of material quick, as they're trying to just get to the new zone, and other teams are, again, shooting them down, making it very hard for them to get a rotate. There's no free rotates here, especially out of their drop spot, where vehicle limitations are holding them back and forcing them on the ground here and digging into that early metal. They already have used up all the brick. That's a rough one, or a rough spot to be in. But Sis Shay's announcing they do have a lot of shields, so they should be okay to go in and bounce back as far as the heals go. It's just looking a little worse for Wares right now as far as this early game positioning goes. Whether or not they find the rest of the mats, that's a different question.
The mats you can always try to find in a little bit, but they need to find their Storm Surge tags now based on how they're looking for it. And Sis Lucky is looking precise with the infantry rifle. That's a big headshot as 20 takes down Kanata, 1 with the piece. Kanata's down here, and that's going to be one of those aggressive fights they've been taking towards Flopper Island and towards Stealthy Stronghold. It is breaking down in the identical location monsters. Bucky comes around the corner. Bucky Mac would have to close this one out. Not only do they have to win this, they need to get the reboot card, and they need to potentially reboot Kanata. This is not looking good for one of the favorite teams coming in to this FNCS right now on 67 points. That's 3 eliminations, but they now have to get Kanata back up.
Yeah, it's almost like we're seeing the I guess, the decay of the team that didn't get to really play in the FNCS throughout the weeks here. But again, this is the only team that is not up there. And by not up there, guys, they're in the top 15. So don't count them out all the way. It's not all over just yet. They are notorious for coming back on day 2 of these type of formats. They hit the books, they hit the strategy, they hit the VOD, they figure out what went wrong, and they patch up all the holes in their gameplay. So that is why, for me, Bucky, Macklin, and Kanata are a very, very high-placing pick for me. I just genuinely think that they're one of the better teams out there, especially on these 2-day formats. There's not a lot of teams that can actually bounce back and play the length that it takes, the mental fortitude that it takes to go ahead and be the best for these long competitions of 12 games.
And they're a momentum team as well. When they get going, they are very, very hard to stop. And we have not seen them on a high ground a single time here today, which is very uncharacteristic. If they get on that high ground, they get maybe a bit of zone luck, 2 or 3 games, they could potentially run away with it. Mac would stick in the reboot there. You see it on the bottom right on Kanata at Craggy. They got a long way to go. So this is maybe not looking like the game, but they could potentially bring it back, as you're getting a glimpse of why Nosh, Nut, and Chucky have been so consistent with their Storm Surge. And when they make it to endgame, they have big games. They're at the Spire. And this was a drop that I massively underrated, and I will admit that I was very wrong. I did not think we were going to see too many solid performances out of this drop. To kind of, touch on that as well, they are getting a lot of the loot around the Spire, but I just underestimated how strong the Spire was. This spot of just absolute high ground for your Storm Surge tags is, hold up, first place is in a fight. I said this already. This is a playstyle that's working for them, but all it takes is for a team to meet their match, and this is currently Felix and Sparebow and Pose trying to take a fight against first place. All it's going to take is a reverse Day and Mirror to potentially lose this fight, and the leaderboard is back up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. And Felix, Pose, and Sparebow are a patient team. This is a team that is very, very smart, not one to make big mistakes here. We talk about these up-and-coming types of players that have just, again, drilled this type of practice over and over. This is absolutely one of them. You can see for Miro, Reverse 2K, and Day, they figure that out. They read the situation well. They realize, okay, these guys switch over to hard mats. They're turtled down. They're not panicking under the pressure right now. Why not? Because they know how to play these types of spots, and they respect that. But for XF, Voyu, and Snake, that's a team that has done qualifier after qualifier, and they're scary. So these are 2 very, very good teams right now. Day's got to be careful. He might just be able to meet his match here.
Yeah, 15 below. This is scary. These are the fights that put you on the edge of your seat right now. The pressure is on the champs. They need to win this, and there is damage coming out on Day right now. We get our quick stat flying up. Day's trio, 38 elims through 4 games, is a new record in NAEs. This team drops eliminations, but could this be the one game where they don't? They are 36 above now. They need more, but the problem is when they were taking their fights before this, there was no other eyes on them. They got to have their free 3v3, and they're going to win that 9 times out of 10. But not only could this be the 10th time, there are multiple teams on this one right now. You see Voil's team, you see Sparebow's team. Day was getting lit up by another team down towards the lake house. Right now, if they take a full-on engagement, they are going to have to play it flawlessly. And I believe they can do it, but this is looking scary now for your first place team. 16 above is not going to hold. And previously, they have not got their long-range Storm Surge tags. These are 2 controller players, notoriously good for fighting, but controller is very difficult for those long-range tags. You don't have that precise dexterity that a mouse gives you. So they need to either take a close range fight and win it, or they got to change something up as they're getting just little bits of tags, Monster. I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to have to jump in very soon.
Yeah, Reverse 2K is actually going to lead that jump in right here, right now. He gets up onto the box here of the crew right just nearby, which is Snake and Company. So already he's looking to see if he can exchange some big shotgun charges here. All he wants to do is hit one major shotgun pump here. If he can just hit the single pump or the body tags like this, that is actually going to be enough to at least give them a little bit of time here. You have to believe Miro's already howling out the comms here. He's letting them know, hey, I found the tag, just stay up. But no, Reverse 2K gets a little bit of his own medicine here. He gets a taste of the pressure from all the other teams, and now the Stink Bows are coming in. This might just be wraps for a first place team now. It's up to Miro pretty much by himself to play defense for Day, as Day needs to heal.
They're only a little bit above now. They have to. It is Reverse 2K that goes down. It's Except and Voil, who are the other team on the receiving end of Surge. They were trading off Surge on each other, and now Day goes down. It's just Miro with a big 108 pump shot tag around the corner. This is your first place. This is your team running away with the tournament, and they're going to potentially go down here. Voil goes down. He's got the flopper. It's a 1v1. Miro needs to win this. This is so important. It looks like they do close it out, but as a solo, I talked about this. The way they are playing is so confident. It is so dominant. running, but all it's going to take is one wrong fight that you're forced to take, and that is it now. You are a solo trying to hold on to your lead. Commandment Sense and Edgy will have eyes glued on the feed. They're in second place. They've come second to this team in an FNCS in the past. They've come second to Jack Slacks and Acorn. They do not want to come second here this weekend, and this is their game to jump back up. They need to take it away because Day and Reverse have fallen. Miro is a solo with 73 players alive, and he was only just above Surge Monster. So not only does he have to make this rotate, he needs to get damage on top as a solo.
Yeah, definitely. And for Degen, Aegis, and Skittles, the team that is just outside of that striking distance as well, they may have never gotten a second to any of these FNCS trio champions, but they have gotten close. They have had their own rise to stardom. They have had their own its and bits of success. So for them, it's about tasting that big stage. It's about making it all the way through there now. So it is anyone's opportunity here. If Miro falls, 40 points is absolutely in the cards here. It's a play that can happen, but again, it is about getting these placement points now. For Miro, he has to stay alive until top 17, and that's roughly a 20-minute game here now. It's a long time.
It's a long slog here, and Scented has that legendary assault rifle, the big beams downwind. Only has the green pump, but right now with that assault rifle in the hands of Scented, that is big, big damage. This is one of our triple mouse and keyboard teams. We kind of compare that to our double controller and Reverse 2K on the mouse and keyboard at first right now, and they do have different playstyles. Right now, it is in a very, very fantastically balanced state, but the long-range tags definitely go to the way of mouse and keyboard, and that's what this team has. That's why uncontested, they have only struggled for Surge one game so far today, as Cease Tragics are making a pretty uncharacteristic rotate. They've ended up really far away from their original drop of Flush and Hydro Dam after taking down Jack Slacks and Acorn. So we're potentially going to see both our ex-FNCS champions, Miro's team and Jack's team, fall here unless Miro can do something miraculous. If anyone can, it genuinely is Miro. He is one of the best solo clutches I think I've ever seen, not just now, but ever. The way his team plays is quite often the end game. They have to do it as a solo when one of them falls, but Miro is just looking for anything right now. One mini, one flopper. This is not the best loadout.
Yeah, let's not forget, let's take it back to the FNCS Solo Invitational. That was where Miro really started to find his footing inside competitive games. It was then that I actually had the pleasure of interviewing with him. And it was early on, I recognized his skill as a controller player, but he was lacking those IGL skills, lacking the tarping and the extra, fundamental mechanics that you needed to kind of excel. But he's patched that all up. He's done found all that. From then till now, he has grown into such a phenomenal player. He is really now becoming so much more balanced. So you talked about a player that can do it. It is him. He's got the game sense. He's got the knowledge. And now he's got the mechanics to keep up with it.
Yeah, he's going to have to put it all together. It's literally going to take phenomenal performances on all three levels to be able to get something out of this game. But the longer he holds on for, the better the chances are. Dubs, Mega, and Rokane under the bridge in an interesting position. We see Sprite up above. Don't see Gabe or Tahi in the mix. They might be split off a little bit. I'm not too sure. And these teams need to have big performances. And of course, Sap, Stretch, and Avery are poised on high ground with the potential to try to get half-half and get that big game. Can they get the 2 victory hours they so sorely have been set up for so far here today? Aspect, Kaz, and Hootfish around the corner. This is our second last game of the day. This is everyone's last chance to jump back up. Can they make something out of this? As I believe Miro is getting hit with the surge. He's only 7 above. He is somehow holding on. He is somehow still doing this, monster, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Here comes the team. He needs to get at least 2-3 AR tags to hold on to this one, but he has no more meds in the inventory. He has some builds. He's almost in zone, and 55 above. This might hold. He might secure them even more placements here. If he keeps going, top 17 teams is 3 points. That is massive, and he's 3 teams away. Can he just hold on?
I think he can. Remember, that's what I said. If he can break into top 17, that is the sweet spot for him right now. That is the golden place to be right here as a solo. You can't ask for more from someone who lost his teammates early on due to a Storm Surge fight. You cannot ask for any more than that. For now, though, where is this half in, half out going to go? Is he going to land on top of him? Is it going to be a long rotate? Because there's so much there. There it is in top 16 now. For every team that falls here, remember, he gets a little bit more placement. So he makes it that much sweeter for, again, a team that has had to average 9.5 eliminations so far. They are so far ahead of the pack here. They can afford to go ahead and slip up a little bit. But Miro's like, hey, don't even worry about that. We're not falling behind at all here.
That zone, though, I mean, Miro, you are an absolute god. You've done it so far, mate, but I don't know. I don't think anyone, I literally do not think a single person could somehow do, I mean, maybe, yeah, it might honestly just be a zipline play and pray, but there'd be so many eyes on them. Miro's going to go through the bridge. He's going to try and tactically play this out, and I love that he's still going for this, but this is not just an opposite half-half. This is a max pull half-half as a solo with no meds, almost below surge, across an absolute chasm. It's literally going over the waterfall. Like, this is the worst position you could possibly be in if you're in first place, but every team that goes down, he gets a point. Can he at least survive maybe for one more team, or can he get some eliminations, because that's 2 on the board, and no, he falls. But well done, Miro. Nothing but massive respect for just holding on and even getting, I think that was at least, you know, 3 or 4 more points he clutched up for his team. That could very much be the difference this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. That's an additional 5 points overall that at least Miro gets to squeeze out here in this round of Fortnite. But now, Edgy and Scented have finally found exactly what they were looking for, the eliminations. He has literally now managed to find so many, but it is due to the terrain, the way it all plays out. Like you said, it was the canyon right in front of him. It's such a huge divot there. They all have to rotate all the way around the outer edges. It is so predictable for a player like Scented to play off of.
Are we going to see it, though? Are we going to see Scented Commandment on Edgy? These are the kings of low ground, but they are not going to give up a free high ground if it's presented to them. And no, the zone goes across. They don't get the high ground, but that is fine. We know this team, more than any other team, will be fine seeing that. It would have been great to see how they play with the high ground, whether they do have, you know, those multifaceted skill sets and play styles, which I think they would have. Scented and Commandment hit the peppers. I wonder if Edgy has one as well. They're going to hit the long rotate. And like I said, they don't use their peppers for high ground. So Monster touched on it early. They invest them earlier in the game to try to get front side and hold their ulti low. That is why they're so consistent. That's one of the keys to their success. They don't burn them going for big high ground plays. They know if they get front side, they save all the mats, and they have it. As Jamper, Threats, and Rise are on the backside, and it was Stretch, Saf, and Avery that were poised to take high ground. The kings of high ground take it. We have Stretch and Scented, ex-teammates right now. They battled each other off, and Stretch finally gets the zone. He's got zone once today, and he won the game, but Scented, Edgy, Commandment, they get low ground every game and they dominate, and they've now got eight eliminations on the board already, Monster, with 30 players in this, 27 opponents to rack up even more.
This is such a contest between Scented, Commandment, and Edgy, and of course Stretch, Saf, and Avery, and what they can do. 2 teams that have just such stark difference in playstyles, right? A high ground team, a low ground team, all of a sudden both equally handed exactly what they are looking for. The fact that Scented, Commandment, and Edgy had to give up high ground, it didn't matter because they had so much material up until that point anyways, and now look, they have the firepower to back it up. So for now, the spotlight is on Scented and company, who are having the biggest game of their day so far. These 8 eliminations are massive. It's more points than arguably probably their first game victory royale, because they're still racking up even more now. So it's equal to that round there too. What can they do now as they are starting to approach the final instances of this game? We might just see a clean 3-on-3.
And I don't want to say this is the game that will crown them as the low ground kings. They are the low ground kings, but can you prove why you wear the crown when you're going up against the high ground kings? They are going to be putting down so much pressure. They are going to be spraying for above. They're going to be looking for them, and if they see them in the feed, you know Stretch knows they're down here. This is the team that Stretch plays with when given the opportunity for squads. He knows how they play. He knows their play styles, and more than anything else, Stretch respects them. I'm not going to go as far to say he fears them, but if you're going a high ground versus a low ground team as the final 3v3, this is the absolute last team you want it to be. So they're going to be trying to condition them. They're going to be trying to weaken them, because if you're on high ground right now, you're playing for the victory royale, and that is everything. And Scented, Commandment, and Edgy are trying to get more eliminations on the board. They're up to 9. We have 6 teams, 15 players. Second last game today. Mega's still in this one. Scope goes down to Niddle. There's other big teams in the feed, but who is going to be able to close this out? Will these mid-ground teams focus the low, or will they go for height? Because I am positive either Scented, Edgy, Commandment, or Stretch, Saf, and Avery is winning this game, but Niddle is absolutely lighting up the feed.
Yeah, and you know what? Those mid-ground teams are the ones that are going to be the deciding factor. It's here and now. Where they decide to go will determine how much loot high ground has, and they're actually pressuring high ground. With the
GG, Mike. What's up, man?
A little bit there, Stretch gets tagged up a few times, and now Niddle looks again to high ground. Just these little tags.
I'm actually watching. I'm just
this is a free 50 pot if they don't
kind of tired of playing this season.
Can they get it?
Waiting for next
Instead,
season.
Edgy gets punished here. That might be the deciding difference. Scented goes down 2, and now it's a 2v3 situation. We don't get
Probably
to
start
see
doing
the
like
Cinderella
probably
3-on-3
start
that we were
doing
looking for,
foreign
but
exchange
at
trading,
least they get another.
binary options
Second
real
place
soon.
now minimal here coming into this last round. Ozzy, it is all but said and done, right? 3-on-2. Can Commandment pull off one of those ridiculous clutch plays? We've seen him hit so many shots in the past like this. Look at this. They're setting up for the heels. They're not risking anything right now.
This is going to be monumental to overcome. A second place is
nice.
fantastic. We don't want to cast it as if it's done, but this is going to be tough. Again, Stretch respects these opponents more than I would say almost any other team in NA East. He knows if you go down, you could go down. They managed to take Sap out of this. It is not over yet. This is a 2v2. Sap has fallen. We have Commandment and Edgy going up against Stretch and Avery. Can they do it here? They have the harpoon. They're jumping in. If you let them in your box, they will punish you. But they're blocking them out. They're holding them out. Remember, Stretch is on the high ground. This could be the first kill-off game. They take down another team. They take down another player. If you drop onto low, you will be punished. They are the absolute kings of low. But Stretch on the high ground. He finds the flopper. They've dropped the flopper. This could be enough. He had to go out early. They're holding the heels. Stretch might lose this. I don't know how many meds he has. The spray's coming out. Commandment goes down, but he doesn't get the siphon. This is such an important engagement. And Edgy jumps out to the side. NRG on Liquid. Edgy wins it from the low ground. I said it. They don't need to win the crown. They already have the mantle. They have the title, but they just proved to you as the viewers at home why they are the undisputed low ground kings.
With 13 eliminations too, so in big fashion, better than any other game they've had so far. They just best that performance and put a cherry on top of it. And again, don't forget, first place went down. Reverse who came here on day out of the competition. They lose out. They only earned 5 points that game. So that now equals out a monster jump up. They might actually be in first place now off of the backs of Edgy's final clutch there too. So that was a big game. That was the clutch that we're looking for, and this is why NA East never fails to disappoint. We're going to toss it over to the desk, though. We got to share this excitement with Zeke, Vivid, and Adam here. Tell me what you got, guys.
Oh boy, it's a tournament now, Adam. You were saying a lot of smack, okay? You were talking about Miro, okay, and his company. Nope, not today. Commandment, Edgy, and Scented, they're coming in, and 13 eliminations. This is what we've been talking about the entire time. You can get the victory royale, but you have to pair it with eliminations. This is so huge going into the last game. Now, don't forget, we've got another 6 tomorrow, but this will absolutely set the stage and set the tone going into tomorrow's games. And really quickly, might I add, Mega Dubs, Rocane, there it is, I got it. Smack, Niddle, and Casker. Both of these trios did place top 5. So once again, it doesn't always have to equate to victory royales and eliminations. It's all about that consistency factor, Vivid.
Oh man, consistency indeed. The low ground of victory royale, the clutch, the 2v3 situation, Saf dropping down, maybe a little bit premature there, and Edgy and Commandment absolutely run with that window that he ended up giving them. Ended up in a 2v2 situation, and he just played with the harpoon so well, kept forcing that guy down, and eventually found the Elam in here. And then it was a 2v1 where luckily Commandment and Edgy found a flopper to go ahead and win the heal off, and then Edgy jumping around with a nice low ground shot onto Stretch to end it off there. Beautiful clutch.
For someone who is consistently picking floppers when it comes to their trios of choice, Vivids are on the money now. Like, just I can't believe it. He's done the business. Honestly, I mean, we were saying they've now had 2 second places, 2 first places in 5 games. We were all saying that what they need is eliminations here, and they've come through and absolutely, like, I think, would you say 11 eliminations at 30? I mean, double digits regardless. It was absolutely amazing to watch happen. I mean, if you'd asked me before the game had started, what would be the worst case scenario for Reverse's trio, it would have been 2 of the top trios in the top 4 there, Safs and Commandments going head to head and having that kind of finale. Is just, I can't really believe it. I mean, what it does for you guys watching at home, for us here on the analyst desk, and for the casters too, is it just hypes up just how amazing this finals is and how great tomorrow is going to be as well. I mean, you couldn't ask for better. You couldn't ask for better.
Absolutely. Now, gentlemen, there's a trio that is also performing quite well, that's flying under our radar. Vivid, why don't you talk to us about this trio?
Yeah, so Degen, Azers, and Skittles, probably a lot of people's favorites to actually go ahead and win this FNCS. However, they've kind of been flying under the radar today, but not so much on the leaderboard. You know, they were third after the fourth game there. I'm excited to see a leaderboard to see where they are after that game 5 there. But yeah, I mean, Degen, Agers, and Skittles, they have been doing so well today, just equally as well as Damien Reserves and Commandment and an Edgy, but we just really haven't talked about them. So really solid trio to look out for here. Keep paying attention to how they play, because these guys are definitely something that you can like learn from a lot.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, previously when they qualified in week 1, I think the average placement they had was 12th or so in round 4, but you know, that was the 9th highest across the top 10, so not great by any means. What separated them from the rest of the pack was the eliminations. You know, they had almost, I think, at the 6.7 or so eliminations, which is huge. You know, we mentioned it earlier on with Vivid, back-to-back winners of the last 2 Trio Cash Cups. You know, DreamHack Open Duos winners. They're a big team, and this is it. This is our current fight. Okay, all right, guys, things have changed.
Told you.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Commandment centered Edgy go into the lead in first position after game 5, 117 place points, 33 eliminations, 2 victory rounds, 183 points. They currently lead by 9 points over Day, Miro, and the Reverses. I mean, those two are out in front right now by about 30 points or so, but boy, oh boy, is it heating up now, and the pressure is on Day, Miro, and Reverse there. They cannot drop the ball. This is huge, Vivid.
Oh, I love to see it. My prediction is, it's there. Let's go. Finally. Yeah, second page here at Bucky, Kanata, and Macwood kind of hovering around that 12th place slot. Again, we told that storyline earlier. Huge shout out to Felix and Co. here. We talked about him a little bit in the qualifiers. Really consistent player. Can always find himself within like that top half of the leaderboard there. Love to see him up there as well. A true that I need to see more out of though is Furious, Blake, and Illis, because they have a lot of clutch factor and a lot of elim power on that team. They're just not finding them though.
Yeah, and you know what? Your team, your chosen team, was spotlighted here as well. Commander Center and Edgy there are our current spotlight. They are Limbs versus the top 10, 15 eliminations, which is incredibly impressive. Low ground eliminations, 16. They've set records before their low ground eliminations, and 16 to date alone. Average low ground placement of 10.4. And time with that teammate, only 44 seconds. Consider what you've seen this evening, today, the amount of time spent in game, only 44 seconds away from an opponent. We've been bantering back and forth all season, Vivid and I, about our teams and who we're choosing. The fact that our top 2 chosen ones are going duking it out head to head, you couldn't have asked for better. I'm loving this.
Absolutely. And now you guys understand why they have a feud, but the more important thing at the moment is game number 6. The last chance before we know the final standings going to tomorrow's games. It is time. We're doing this one last time for NA East today. So Aussie Antics Monster D-Phase, back over to you, gentlemen.
And there you guys have it. The stage has been set, and now we get to jump into game number 6 here for the day 1 of the NA East finals here. Monster D-Phase Aussie Antics been calling the action all day long, but Scented, Edgy, and Commandment have been the spotlight trio for good reason. 2 victories already out of the 5 games we've casted over Aussie. And listen, they just did something ridiculous to a team that should not have given that one away. There's not a team that will, you know, you see come into endgame like a Sap, Stretch, and Avery and then lose that, right? With all the advantage that they had there. It's just not something that vets like that end up doing very often.
And I've got to say it as well, it is down to Centered, Edgy, Command. We like to focus on the positives here on the highlight. We like to focus on the wins, and I don't want to take that away. Stretch, Sap, and Avery, they had everything right. They played it well right to the very end. Stretch went back for the heal off, and it came down to just how good Centered, Edgy, Commandment are. We use this term a lot. I throw it around a lot. They are just different. They are on another level. Their consistency right now is ridiculous. They went down to Surge a single game in 18th place. Other than that, they have a second, first. This is grand finals. This is finals weekend. This is the biggest game, and they managed to get that consistent. That is insane. I would press you to try to do that in even Arena, a Cash Cup, but they're doing it in finals. That is insane, and they get a decent zone again for them. It's on Missy Meadows. They are poised to run away with this. Remember, if you guys don't follow competitive Fortnite at all, they have been the runner-up twice. They have come second in the last 2 FNCSs in a row. They want to take this win. I talked about it at the start of the show. Scented is the hardest worker in the scene, hands down. He deserves this, and I don't think I could find anyone that disagrees with me. But we do have Damir and Reverse on their heels. This is the battle of consistent placement versus eliminations right now.
But you know what? Ozzy, listen, the placements coming out of Damir and Reverse 2K, we put all this highlight onto their elims. I think people just forget that they have a 5th, a 3rd, a 6th, a 4th, and then equally the same issue that Commandment, Sense, and Edgy had. One bad Storm Surge game, which was the previous game, rounds out their 16th place. So, all things considering, they are very much on the same exact warpath. High ending games, very solid placement points overall, and literally one game that they both have had just a difficult Surge situation play out for them is what separates them on their, 9 points right now. So, again, Victory Royales, though, highly favoring Commandment, Sense, and Edgy. So that just puts them a cut above the rest on a lot of different levels. But my gosh, talk about close competition just to kick it off here for the first 5 rounds.
It's just the caliber of the teams on NAE. They really, I say obviously Scented Edgy Commanders teams on another level. They're all on different levels. There's just a few teams right now that are running away with this. I had them, and again, you guys don't have to blame me at home if you don't want to. I had Scented Edgy Commandment in my prediction, and I was like, no, I don't want to agree with Vivid again. I want to spice it up. I want to make it exciting for the broadcast. Jack Slacks and Acorn, and now they're there because we talked about it. All of us as casters, analysts said this at the start of the team. We literally all said the same thing. Can I please just pick 5 teams? Because there's so many teams in this region that are just so insane and could do it on the day. And remember, there's day 2 still to go. We've had Jack Slacks and Acorn fall off a little bit. We've had Kanata, Makut, and Bucky fall off a little bit. DJ and Ages, Skittles are still up there. Saf, Stretch, and Avery. There's other big teams poised to take this. But right now, Day's team and Cented's team are playing so ridiculous that when you highlight one, it naturally makes the other one to fall into the shadow. But they are both playing some of the best Fortnite we have ever seen.
Yeah, like, they're just miles ahead of the competition right now. And again, it's all because of their hard work ethic and the time and investment that they put in here, and they take accountability for their gameplay, right? These are all trios that are just spearheading the competition and honestly just have very, very good attitudes and great outlooks onto how they approach their practice regime and just the way they carry themselves as a whole. So again, it's no surprise to me that they're up at the top, and the team that is right now beating themselves over the head is of course Stretch, Saf, and Avery. We took to social media. You got to see Saf and them talking about it. He said, listen, give us that first moving zone. We'll walk away with the Victory Royale. And unfortunately, they just underestimated what happens when you go toe-to-toe, barrel-to-barrel, solo versus 3 shotguns of the trio like Commandment, Sense, and Edgy. You're going to get punished, and that is why Saf fell early there.
Yeah, Saf fell early when he dropped down. And again, remember, Saf is the God Pump. He's been known for that for a long time. But man, when you're going up against some of the likes of Scented Edgy Commandment, it is scary. And they are all insanely good, but they play so well together. I remember we were talking about this last season, or again, the season before. Dragon Shotguns in the game. Scented's team ran up the low ground with the Dragon Shotgun. And everyone always asks the same question. Ozzy, Monster, why are they low ground with the Dragon Shotgun with the fire? Why are they not constantly burning? It's because if you hit every single pellet of the Dragon Shotgun, the fire doesn't spread. Scented did that so consistently that fire wasn't an issue for them. That level of aim is almost unmatched. And then again, we've seen Commandment multiple time and time again from that low ground step up and hit the big shots. This time, it was Edgy, proving that all 3 of them are just absolute clinics with the shotgun. And that's why when it comes down to those final games, they can still pull off wins from the low ground. Me and Monster have said this before. High ground wins games, low ground wins tournaments. But I'm honestly going to have to change that unless you're Scented Edgy Commandment, and then you can win games as well. 2 out of 5 victory hours so far and 2 second places. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're taking reality, flipping it up on its head here, and definitely proving that they can write their own narrative, their own story. And you know what? They're doing a damn good job at it so far today. For Saf, Stretch, and Avery, though, they have to continue to step it up here because, you know, for them, there's still pressure. It's 3rd place, close on their heels. Mega Dubs, Rokane, a team that was lost in the mix for so long, for many months. You wanted to believe in a team like Mega Dubs and Rokane, but they could not figure it out. They couldn't get the pieces to all fit, and the puzzle was too difficult to solve. But lately, things have really been clicking for them, and now, all of a sudden, they're here. They're in this conversation. DJ and Adrian and Skills as well. scarily consistent even tonight. But again, exceptional performances is really what we're looking at. Near perfect performances from our first and second place teams. And how do you beat perfect, right? It's tough. You have to be equally perfect. And for any trio, it's just too hard to do sometimes.
And we also got to kind of spark up that conversation. A lot of people in the community, questioning the new format changes where top 3 from last finals go straight through into this finals. Oh, I want to practice, I want to play the weeks. Centered Edgy Commandment have not played a single game of FNCS until now, and they have come out with, as Monster said perfectly, pure perfection. Damir and Reverse, they qualified in week 2. So they got to play week 1, and then they won it in week 2, and that's why they're here as well. They came top 3. So both those teams losing out on almost all FNCS this season, or at least half of it, and still showing up with huge performances. The preparation is done, the work is there, and that's why this new format is so exciting. You're rewarded for previous season's performances. It doesn't mean you can't show up big next season. Same thing as well. Look over at EU right now. We have Hen, Janice, and Chafix in second place by 1 point. They came first in last finals. They made it straight through as well. These teams are on another level, and they're being rewarded for that, and they're showing why.
And that's just it, right? Don't chalk it up to excuses or anything of the sorts, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. When you look at your teammate counterparts and you look at your peers here in the space, man, they don't complain. They take it, and they actually dish out better gameplay than anything that's delivered to them inside game. RNG aside, they don't care. They make it all just come together and work here. Here's that team, though. Here's Dubs, Mega, and Rokane. Now set up inside the bush looking for any types of tags. This is that trio that, again, can all of a sudden now is back inside our conversation, showing us, proving to us, don't forget about them, right? Keep them inside this storyline here, because in a 2-day format, anything can happen. This is another big fight that we've seen unfold multiple times here for this team of Tetro. They have been clashed on this mountain by different trios round after round. At one point, it was Reverse 2K and company. Now it's Dubs and Mega. There's no easy picks here.
We have lost 1 player. Sorry, now 2. Whoa, calm down. NAE, slow it down. You're getting way too aggressive here. We now have 97 players alive. Like, whoa, guys, come on. This is FNCS. It's not arena. You guys need to, what is this region? It's game 6. I know there's 12 games. I know you've got time to bring it back, but NA East, you've got to start putting your foot on the gas a little bit. Some of these players need to start taking engagements. They need to get active. They need to start fighting, because we've lost 3 players and second zone is coming in. There's the surge warning. We're going to have to lose 24 players within the next minute 45. Otherwise, it's going to start ticking, and there's no way that happens. NA East is playing as, like you said, Monster, old NA East did best. Real safe, real placement warriors, but they need to start getting active if they want to jump up. There's a reason why Reverse 2K Damir are up there. They're taking those mid-game fights, and they're winning them.
And it's really ironic to me, because the practicing is truly slowing down this season with Zate's departure. But all of a sudden, it's like less practice equals more. Whoa, what's the strat here? I got to take my time, because you don't get to get those repetitions, those repeat performances, and all of a sudden the comfort. And I think we're seeing the result of the lack of practice in some degree, right? So in some form, it's all coming full circle here. We're actually, if anything, seeing a different type of playstyle, because I think players are a little bit more hesitant. You don't really know what the other crew has got up inside their sleeves, what kind of plays they're going to pull out, what kind of pit stops are going to hit here on the road now as they're starting to clash. And now for Miro and company, it seems like they're getting into another fight that's not looking too hot for them. Have we seen everything start to unfold for them?
I think it's also just a kind of addition of the unknown. They don't really know who the teams are around them. They don't know how they rotate. They don't know how they fight or where they move. Where, when we obviously go back before previous seasons, it has been day after day, hours after hours, grinded in the scrims. They know who's near them. They know where they're going. They know how they move, how they fight. They just don't have that. So you kind of got to be a little bit, more careful as well. I wouldn't say they're playing scared. They're just trying to play safer to feel it out. But when you have the confidence of Day, Miro, and Reverse, I mean, if you've ever watched Day stream or play a tournament, even Miro as well, and now Reverse with that recent kind of, calling out of other players, they don't care who it is. They know they're better, and they will back it up when it comes down to it. But they are 115 below, and we're potentially seeing the same thing that happened last game. They're running into multiple teams. This is not a 3v3. There's multiple teams here, and they could potentially be going down to Surge again. Centered Edgy Commandment could potentially be running away with this unless Miro and Reverse can bring this back.
Well, that first game, they were also down a member too, coming into the same side of the game here, and they did manage to pick it up and pull it off. So don't count them out just yet. Anything can still happen here, as there are still so many trios looking to collapse on top of one another. Reverse 2K peeking out the side here. He doesn't even want to get into the box fight if he doesn't have to, but Miro decides, hey, brother, we got to do this here, and down he goes inside of the box. He's already looking for the shots here. It's the elite trio on the other side of the wall, and still, any big exchange here, one huge opening, and all of a sudden their game is all over. But the surge is already active. One player has to go down, and it seems like he's done just enough here, just enough to go ahead and sneak by. And now Miro's hoping that he can pick up this reboot card, bounce back in this game, and maybe, just maybe, make another end game.
And we actually saw this last FNCS from EU. We had Rezon, Vidil, and Noah Riley, three of the scariest players in the world. And they've built up such a reputation for how aggressive they are and how they push teams around their drop at the time of Sweaty that no one was landing near them. No one landed on them and they couldn't find their Storm Surge. We're seeing a similar story here. Damir and Reverse have been running through this lobby today. They have so many eliminations. We saw the stat come in. They set a record for most amount of eliminations in the first 4 games. The other teams are aware of that. They're avoiding that, and now they're struggling to find their surge. Their playstyle is going against them. Centered Edgy Commandment changing things up a little bit here. They're going a little bit more center. They've rotated towards the east side. We haven't really seen many east zones here today, so I want to see how this plays out for Commandment, Centered, and Edgy. Probably the weakest loadout so far we've seen if we're looking at just Commandment here, but they're set up for success, and with Reverse 2K's team wounded, they could run away with this.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, they're not even too far from Reverse 2K and their team, because now they're on their side of the fence here. They've literally migrated to the other side of the zone where they end up playing. So we might just see a clash. We might just see them actually push them out themselves here. It will be their doing. We'll find out shortly. Stay tuned for the next episode. But Jays is going to find a full team wipe there in the feed. Teo Chimp and Tabne go down, and that's Chronic Jays. If you guys haven't checked out Jays, check the young guy out. The kid moved over from console. He was a big integral part of the console community. He still is, and now competing with the best of likes here on PC, qualifying his way to grand finals. This is what finals is all about, right? Showcasing not only the vets here, but these up-and-coming rising stars that we are going to see time and time again. We're going to see so much more of them as the seasons continue to develop, because now's their shot, right? Now's their time.
And the irony of you saying that as Aspect, one of the ultimate vets, takes on Sprite, one of the big new names on the block. That's what it's all about here in finals. Knifer takes down Scoped, smacked on a Tragics. The big names are going down. This is the final game. This is the mental battle. Who has the mental fortitude to keep pushing through? You've played 5 games before today. It's the 6th of 12. You need a big statement going into tomorrow. You need to build up the confidence. But if your confidence is shot, if you've had a rough day, you need to put that behind you and focus up for one final game. This one will be all wrapped up in about 10 minutes, and this is arguably one of the most important. You need to come into tomorrow hot. You need to make a statement, as Dubs, Mega, and Rokane have been playing good. 151 points. They are playing very well. They need a little bit more. They need a final massive game 6 as this zone pulls towards them, and that Saf goes down. So that's our 3rd place team dropping off the pace just a little bit here, and Dubs, Mega, Rokane are looking to jump on them. I mean, that is 2 absolute veterans running into each other there.
And that's it right there. Look, they're going to pull Stretch down as well, too. They're just going to grab him by the ankles and not let him go. And there it is. He gets captured now, knocked as well. They might get the finish here and the full refresher to pick up the loot. 4th place snatches the 3rd place team, takes out 2 of the pieces of the puzzle there. And can they complete the entire equation? But no, instead they're just going to go and leave him. They're going to leave him behind because they have to prioritize this rotate here. Although they have time on the clock, they don't want to be left behind. They don't want to be caught behind by these other teams. Instead, they're branching out, building this big base. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the greatest play, Ozzy. Just take a look down low. They are starting to run out of materials here for Mega. He lets them get the pickup.
Yeah, the material scares me a little bit here, and getting the pickup there was a bit of an interesting one. They do have, I was going to say they have the harpoon, but Dubs takes it. He gets the bow headshot taken off there. Jack takes a big shot back. This is Jack, Slacks, and Acorn. They're a team. They smell blood in the water. They are pushing forward. Dubs gets the pickup. They are making them pay. You do not let someone like this into your box after they get the knock, and this is not going to go well. Monster, you called it there, showing the experience there on the cast. That was an interesting play. It could have worked out well for them. but it definitely does not. And this is a big game here for Jack Slacks and Acorn, our ex-FNCS champs. They dropped off the pace. They're down in 9th. They need one big game. If they're inside the top 5 going into tomorrow, there is a very good chance they can bring it back. They need to have that huge Game 6 statement because Commandment Centered Edgy, they're up. They're looking healthy. Last time we tuned in, Miro and Reverse were trying to clutch it up for Day, who went down. The teams are still here to play, and you need to have that much bigger of a game to catch up, and this is how you do it. Get in. These are the fights I've been asking to see from this team. They made a name for themselves on early aggressive fights. They've fallen off that a little bit here today, and with the 1200 Storm Surge above on the board, it looks like they found their footing again.
Yeah, most impressively is the 2 Elims because they need these points here to catch up now. Jack Slacks and Acorn, your reigning FNCS champions, coming into this as one of the hottest teams. You know, Cash Cup after Cash Cup 2, let's not forget, they have been on a tear. This is honestly, if anything, uncharacteristic for them to be so low. And by low, I mean top 10, ladies and gentlemen. They are still playing out of their minds, quite literally. And now jumping into Dubs and Mega, they're not going to find anything, but it's enough to push them back. And they're just trying to fight for the refresher here. They might just find another one there. And there it is. It is Dubs. Dubs ends up swinging back around. The full finish, this shakedown 2. Jack says, get him out of here. We don't even need that. We know he's going to come on through, and he was right. The call was correct. Jack's instincts was enough. He realized, hey, the zone's coming. We got to go, guys.
Oh, and Miro goes down here. It's just Reverse trying to solo clutch now. This is your 2nd place team. Remember, 3rd is out. 4th is out. We have seen Sap and Mega's team 4th. If Reverse goes down here, that is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th out of this game. Centered Edgy Commandment could run away with it, but Reverse, he put a target on his back, and now everyone in the lobby is looking for him. He is a solo on 64 health with no shield. If he can somehow make this rotate, he's in it with a chance. There's the vehicle. He chooses not to use it, but this would be a big change of Game 6 right now. Centered Edgy Commandment are by far in the healthiest position, and this is huge for other teams like DGen Ages Skittles, like Jack Slacks and Acorn that are looking to jump up on the teams around them as Centered gets an elimination onto Nut. Reverse is making this rotate. He has made it in, but he's down to only Wood Monster. He has 13 wood builds left. That's the soft mats. Oh, and Centered is down. Centered is down here. Commandment and Edgy are over the top of him, trying to hold this off. This is massive. Jamper threats and Rise. They're opening this one up. It's just Commandment. 2nd is a solo. 1st is a solo. 3rd is down. 4th is down. Game 6 NA East. Everything is changing here.
And now for every team that falls here, these solo players are literally stealing away points here. They're playing with house money now. There's nothing but risky bets here on the table for all these players involved. For Commandment, though, it's a little bit better than Reverse's situation. He has the heals here. He has the shield. And Commandment is one of the most clutch shotgun shots. He has one of the most clutch shotgun shots this scene has ever seen. Let's watch him play it out now as he is deciding where exactly it is that he wants to go. Reverse 2K is going to find Sizz Lucky in the feed, though. He's not done, and that pushes him up to another placement point there, too. Who's this on the other side of the wall? Commandment doesn't care. He's got to get the move on here. Aussie, we're watching 2 teams go head-to-head right now for who's going to walk away with this first-place spot, who's going to be able to hold it on. My bets are on Commandment right now for easy pickings and easy reasons right now because he has the advantage. But is it going to be enough here?
But depending on how this goes, if 3 players don't go down in the next 21 seconds, he is below the surge. 2 players go down. I think it might happen. Smack's in the feed. Age's in the feed. The big teams that need to have big jump ups are still going, but Commandment and Reverse 2K are still surging forward. I believe Reverse is somehow still alive in this one. Can Commandment show you what Monster just perfectly coined? He has some of the most clinical shotgun aim. Can he put it to use, or is he going to go down to all the different pressure he has on him? He's going to play the medkit. This is a very smart play. He'll stay in Storm, play the medkit, and then let players rotate in ahead of him. I believe he's gotten this off. Commandment does not miss these. Reverse goes down. So Commandment has outplaced Reverse. That means I believe they're holding on to their first place. There are only 1 elimination difference. Commandment goes down. That is going to leave the leaderboard so close. We have 9 teams alive, but 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are out, and 5th is on high ground. Can Ages, Skittles, and DGen have a huge surge forward going into day 2, as well as Jack, Acorn, and Slacks down below?
And I also saw Macwood there too, or Bucky still in the feed as well. So finally, they make an endgame as well. All of a sudden, the other veterans, the other people that we were painting into this storyline as teams to walk away with this are starting to show up. And it's not too late because this is only the last game of day 1, and there is more ahead of us tomorrow. So continue to watch these teams pop off here. As again, for DGen, Ages, and Skittles, they were in 5th place. They're the last other highest placing team that can actually do something big with this position they've been granted. Macwood coming in behind Kanata, though. They're still working working together here. Illis is pinched between the two. Can Macwood hit the shots? We'll find out here. As no, Macwood loses the exchange, and of course, Illis is just that good, but Kanata follows up with an even bigger one. And now Kanata secures them to a top 3 here. Goku a solo, Kanata a solo, and then your high ground team, Agers, Degens, and Skittles in the running right now for the Victory Royale.
Can Kanata survive this? Can he try to get around the outside? Kanata's looking like he might find Goku. There it is. He gets the second place. It would be monumental effort to take out the Victory Royale here. And no, Ages, Degen, Skittles, they descend onto Kanata. They get the 9 elimination Victory Royale. They were your 5th place team. And first through to 4th fell very, very early. That is a huge surge up for them, showing that no matter how far anyone is ahead in NA East, we were just talking about at the start of that round, it is so close. There are so many big teams. Any of them, if they make it to endgame, can get the Victory Royale, and this leaderboard is definitely not over. But what a day one monster. I mean, it literally had everything we've talked about in the weeks coming up to this.
Yeah, and every single team that we expected to make it there has done just that as well, and a little bit more. Honestly, records being broken here for FNCS final stage. You couldn't ask for anything better. NA East, you guys have not failed to disappoint. You know, y'all just make the job so easy with how good you all have been. And honestly, even for Degen, Ages, and Skittles there, congrats on taking the last victory of the day. That's going to conclude just day one here. For Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, we thank you guys for tuning in. But there's more action in front of us. There's more content here to be held. So let's toss it over to the desk now.
My goodness. A fantastic close to NAE. 6 games complete right then and there. I mean, look, Vivid, it's crazy. You were like, hey, you know, after game 5, you know who we should talk about? I don't know. Sounds like the trio that just won this last game. Degen, Agers, Skittles, I don't know. And I was like, you know, I trust you, Vivid. You're a smart kid. I trust you. Boom. They said, Vivid, you've given us the moment. We must win now, here in the last game.
Yeah, a bit of a caster gift from myself there. You guys are welcome. Agers, Skittles. I did all the hard lifting, I guess you could say. But yeah, no, you know, these guys were flying under the radar all day, and they were like, you know what? We're tired of flying under the radar. Let's just jump up a bunch of places on the leaderboard and show them what we're really made of, and come out with the Victory Royale, the last game of the day. And tomorrow they're gonna have a lot of momentum off of that one.
Oh yeah. I mean, the top 5 teams we saw there as well. We saw it was so close between Commandment going solo. I think it was Miro solo as well. Just trying to stay there and kind of get as many placement points as possible. Then suddenly these guys come through, Degen and Co, getting the Victory Royale, getting eliminations, getting themselves out of the board. It is going to be so tight at the top, and it could not set things more perfectly up for day 2. I'm so excited to see how this is going to turn out.
And right before we go to standings, we gotta relive these Victory Royales. NA East put on a show for us, and just to be reminded, we have another 6 games tomorrow. It's gonna be a great day.
6 more games tomorrow, 6 more Victory Royales. First one of the day, though. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite. Sweaty Sands is theirs. It's all theirs for free, this FNCS, and they're showing us what they can do with an uncontested POI, because a lot of these qualifying weeks and everything like that, all the way up to the reboot round, they were contested. But now they're in Clicks, Booga, and Bizzle, so now they have an uncontested, they're showing us what they can do with it.
Yeah, we saw there as well. Tahi, obviously, those Commandment and Co came second in that first game. Then they got their Victory Royale in game number 2. So already a big start there, but it was whether or not they can get any more eliminations. Then we suddenly saw Saf's trio, Nuts trio, getting great final game plays as well. I mean, that Saf clutch win as well. Clutch, I think they got the Victory Royale in game number 3. I mean, the thing is, all these teams in the top 5 at this point have all managed in some capacity to get to the top 1 or 2 positions, regardless of eliminations, and have that consistency we keep talking about. Consistency is everything. We can see again, Commandment again, the team stepping back up again with all these eliminations. Look at this. This is insane. 14, I think I can count on the board here. Oh, no, 12 even. My maths. I'm leaving the maths to you, Vivid. You're the guy with the abacus. You do the deals. Okay, but Ages, Degen as well as Skittles, we love seeing these guys. I mean, we mentioned them loads as well. Top teams delivering top Fortnite. NAE is looking big. Day 2 is going to be massive.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, none other than Commandment, Scented, and Edgy on top. My prediction, obviously, 201 points,
Here we go.
2 Victory Royales, 35 elims, and a plethora of placement points, 131, 15 more points than the second best placement point team there, Degen, Agers, and Skittles. really good day out of the Commandments, and then NJ, glad that they stayed consistent, and they ended up picking up a lot more elims towards the second half of the day.
I know, 11 points differentiate between the first and third place, but look as well, 4th through to 7th there as well. Well, you know, two teams, 153, 155, 162. We're talking, you know, 9 points between 4th through 7th as well. So it's incredibly tight there in the middle of the top 10. And I think tomorrow, seeing how these teams are coming out, it's so good to see Commandments Trio as well with the 200 points, hitting the 200 mark in day number 1. I mean, think about, we saw earlier on, I think that the top score, I think, in the Middle East region was like 370 or so. So you think about, like, they could easily get to 400 if they play well again tomorrow, which I think they're going to. They just feel like they're on a great run right now, and I cannot see this going anywhere else but up for these guys.
Yeah, I can't believe the top 3 trios there had at least 190 points each. That's a lot of points. But yeah, Bucky, Kanata, and Mac would end the day on 11. Man, I tell you what, if they come out tomorrow and do well and secure another top 3 after being, you know, down past the top 10 after day 1, that would be something to see. But something to see would be Furious, Blake, and Illis. I talked a little bit about it before, but Furious and Illis, 2 of the best controller players. They're so good at finding those eliminations. I cannot believe that trio as a whole doesn't have more eliminations, because those 2 guys are talented. Hopefully they can fix up whatever's going wrong from day 1 and come into day 2 a lot better.
Yeah,
Boys,
I think we
we'll
can all agree that tomorrow is going to be absolutely massive. You know, day number 1 could often be kind of like the, you know, the start of the kind of like the beginning of an adventure. Day number 2 is where it really happens. Today, day number 1, it kicked off big time with aplomb. It was huge. And tomorrow, day 2, the sequel, man, it's going to be even better. I can feel it. It's going to be even better.
You know, Adam, you were gonna say is absolutely, and you started with an M, and I really thought you were gonna go with mental, and you hit me with massive. So a little bit disappointed in you, but it's okay. That's it for the first 6 games out of NA East. We hope you guys have enjoyed all of the action. As these guys have talked about, don't forget, we're coming back tomorrow, the last 6 matches, and we will crown FNCS Trios champions out of NA East. But if you're looking for more, after this, we're going over to NA West. Shayo, Kelly, Clay, Sundown, they'll be hanging out with us as we break down the action there. Then if not, we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same great place. As always, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.
We've saved the best for last, and you know it's gonna be wild. After 5 grueling weeks of competition, we now have the 31 teams ready to face off against the best of the West. Y'all know it wouldn't be NA West without the Titans slaying from up above. This time for our group, Epic Whale and Rex, it's no longer about defending the crown, but keeping the title of FNCS champion.
Rex making play after play with no mask. That's going to be his 6th eliminations once he ends up ticking over. And this could be the push. There's a reason 3 out of the 4 of us predicted this trio. There's a reason they've won everything in the West. They drop it down and they say 14 eliminations plus the victory royale.
But looking to strip their title away is Dylan, Juicy, and Quinn, a community favorite who has proven that winning is the best type of content.
And they climb. It's a 3v2 as the zone has closed in match number 6 here. A rocket is thrown back over, but the HP is ticking down. Quinn has gone down. Juicy is down, but Dylan has more than enough, and with 9 eliminations in the victory royale.
Now that we know our 33 trios, only one can be this season's FNCS champion. Mount up, y'all. We're in for a wild ride. The NA West Finals starts right now.
Howdy, Fortnite fam. Welcome to the NA West FNCS Finals. It's your boy, Zekimus Prime. We just got done with Europe, NA East, and now we're going to end the day here in NA West. We've got 6 matches ahead of us, and who better to bring along the journey than Shy Wager and Kelly Link? It's your favorite duo ever. That's right, my friends. This is it. We've made it. The finals are here. How are you guys feeling?
I've been waiting for this all year, honestly. I'm not even overreacting.
All year.
Zeke, this is
not
the
even last
region,
FNCS.
the weekend. Not even. I was seeing into the future for this one in the summer. I feel like it's going to be a big one. Big teams coming back, teams splitting up. There's so much to just get into. I can't wait.
I completely agree with Shio, just looking over all the teams that we have competing today and how they've kind of Frankenstein themselves from the teams from Season 5. Albeit, though, of course, not one team, Arcrum, Rex, and Epic Whale. We haven't seen them compete on the FNCS stage for a month and a half, 2 months now. I am so excited to see their reign of just terror go through once again in North American West because they have now won 2 seasons in a row. Are they going to make it 3? It's quite possible.
These are the questions that we are here to answer. Moments that we are here to live through. Now, we'll get to that in just a second. First, we got to do the housekeeping things we like to do at the top of the show. We're going to talk about how the day started for us. It was Europe, it was NA East, now NA West. So if you like the action here, don't forget you can come back tomorrow. 6 games across all 3 of these regions. We'll have updates from other regions and crown trios champions in those respective regions. So make sure you come back tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at our overall tournament format. That's right, you know what, you've already seen it in your mind's eye. You already know what it is. Look at this, not even scared anymore. Send your screen, Shy Wager, Kelly, we're in finals. What has made up the 33 trios that has brought us to this very moment in time?
I mean, we had qualifiers, Zeke. We had the semifinals. We had top 3s rolling in from the qual. Semis were top 6. A reboot round giving us a slew of teams as well. But as we focus in on the finals, now it is the top 33 teams rolling through no matter where they came from. They're all playing for the top. It's a little bit different though on West, Kelly, in terms of how people rolled in.
That's right. Our second place team from Season 5 broke up. That's Kenshi, Snacky, and Chris, although Kenshi and Snacky are together. And all 3 of those players did make it into the finals this season. That's why you see only 2 trios moving from Season 5, and 4 of those trios going in the reboot round. The last one being 40R and his team barely scraping by on that last reboot round, possible because that second place didn't go through. So you'll love to see it here. It's not an NA West Finals without 40R.
Absolutely not. And we'll have 6 games played over 2 days, 12 games in total for NA West. To play games, need the points though. They've been the same for those qual weeks in round 4, for the semis, heats, reboots, and now the finals. Kelly, you have so much placement and elims to offer up. You have to stay consistent inside this format.
Without a doubt. I mean, you're going to be trying just to make it to 24th place. That's where the points do start there for placement. But making it all the way to the end game is obviously great. But once you get to that 3rd place, that's where the point differentials start to expand a little bit. You can see it's usually just 1 point all the way from 18th up to 4th. But once you get to 3rd, it's 2 points. 2nd, that's another 2 points. And then 1st place, you're going to be walking away with 30 points just from placements. And of course, eliminations being 2 points each.
Absolutely. For the point format, you know, the quals of the weeks, everyone's playing for that big prize too. In NA West, it's $300,000. It's not only that, though, Zeke, it's not the cash prize. There's something very special these guys are also fighting for.
You know it's my favorite thing in the world to talk about. It's the Axe of Champions, an in-game pickaxe made of solid gold that we digitized, not really, and put into Fortnite, created the Axe of Champions, and now the trio that walks away FNCS Trios Champions will hold on to the pickaxe for an FNCS season and look to defend that title going into the next FNCS. That's right. Now, of course, you know there's a few other things we got to talk about. It's another region, in fact. It's Brazil. A region has already got their 6 games done. Now, earlier on in NA East, we did crown our first set of Trios champions, but Brazil, not quite there. Not quite yet, but we'll have them going into tomorrow's game. So let's take a look at Brazil. Let's see how things ended up for them, because some of these points could look kind of similar coming into NA West today. Washington, NDP, and Origins, 177 points. Shy, Kelly, I'm feeling, if this is me, I'm like, all right, day 2, I'm feeling good.
I mean, they should, but it was a struggle to get to that top spot. It was game 6, a big high ground retake from Villa Mix, Origins, and NDP as a duo to end up clenching 2nd and then getting to 177. You'll notice that Sion King and Kadu are there with 2 victory royales. They started the day with a back-to-back and then kind of fizzled out. Nyx was desperate 24/7 for high retakes. He's in 2nd place. Polga was being the most consistent with Switch time the whole day as well. It was so amazing to watch. Chico and History rolled by with Bagu as well in 4th place. Everyone here, when I was watching, it was all smiles all throughout, trying their hardest, and it came down to the 9th zone every single time with a big retake. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, you can see just how contentious this region is. I mean, between 2nd and 6th place there's only 5 points that separate them. So although 1st place is a little bit farther ahead, there is just a lot of competition going on in the Brazilian region.
But there's also competition happening right here, right now. Now, if this is your first time, hello, it's great to have you. Hope you've had an incredible day. We got to talk about trios to keep an eye on as we watch the competition today. Kelly, Shy Wager, talk us through these trios. Why are they so important? Tell me why.
Well, first and foremost, of course, we have to look at Krizix, Alithi, and Frappi. They were the team that got 1st place in our Qualifier 1. They've actually been playing together all the way back in December of 2020, starting with Frosty Frenzy. They did only place 9th in Season 5, but it was a top 10 performance right there. Incredible performance. Moving on into this now Season 6, they're going to be landing craggy cliffs as they're used to do. And with their first performance that we saw from Qualifier 1, grabbing 2 victory royales, one of which was 13 eliminations, we can expect that they're going to do a great performance here.
Absolutely, and with them as well, this is the most interesting story for new teams / old teams coming in. Fav's now picked up by Kenshi and Snacky, Kelly.
That's right. Yeah, they used to play together. They were joined by Chris last season. Obviously, Chris is in a new team now. Fab's moving on with them. And now moving on indeed, talking about Chris, he is joined by Falconer and Reek. Kind of, like I said, a Frankenstein team right here. Players from incredible teams in Season 5 now joining together as a single team. They may not have grabbed a victory royale in their 1st place finish in Qualifier 3, but they did grab 2 3rd place finishes and a 2nd place as well. Their power, though, lies in their ability to grab those early eliminations to offset their placement points. Now moving on to a team that's a bit new. It's going to be Batman, Booga, Wale, and Sake.
Yeah, I feel like this team has become fan favorites for us on the desk to watch week after week. The way Batman, Booga, Wale just roll in nonchalantly in every situation and pop off. It's absolutely amazing. I'm excited to see exactly how they play today. For this trio right here, the Luis, Caesar, and Vanillas, I would call these guys the clutch squad of NA West. You find Caesar in so many end games as a solo randomly getting these clutch placement points, or even sometimes winning out the game when Hyde is fighting out. They should definitely be a trio on everyone's radar.
Yeah, they got 3 victory royales in heat number 2, and for me, they're kind of the hit or miss team. When they didn't get a victory royale, they were getting like 24th place, but even when they got 24th place, they walked away with 6 eliminations. That's 12 points right there. They don't need placement points when they're getting those eliminations. And now moving on to Jaden, Heaven, and Nico there landing on Kami Split. Speaking of hit or miss, their performance in Heat 3, they had a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place finish, but then they also had a 17th, 20th, and 29th finish. So I'm excited to see how that's really going to translate here in the finals. I don't know if that's going to do so well with these great teams that they haven't been able to face, but the last team, Shio, of the day.
Yeah, 40-yard calls, and Adam, we're talking about hit or miss. I mean, these guys are rolling in, definitely hitting finally in that last reboot round game. I feel like there's a lot of strengths here in NA West for some teams who are finally getting things together. But I wonder, though, whether it's off the drop on the map or anywhere in between. I mean, we can show you right now where the real problems and good things start. I mean, I'll dive right in. I'm looking at Sweaty Sands to start things off. We haven't seen this team play in so long. It's Arkram, Rex, and Epic Wheel. They're going to be rolling in, ready to go from one of the strongest spots on the map, Kelly.
Yeah, but then you also have to look at the teams that they're going to be facing. Over in Boney Burbs, you have Trashy, you have Favs' team that's going to be at the Spire. So whatever rotation, whatever zone they have, if it's not a hard West zone, they're going to have to be going up against some pretty big teams.
Yeah, the relationship between Boney and Sweaty, it's always basically a fight to see which team can push into Pleasant all the way up top, or which team can push into the downside of Holly to see exactly where they can get Surge. Past that as well, though, one big team I want to highlight, it's kind of the other side of the map, is Caddy Corner, Godku's team, one of my favorites coming in inside the season. Although a little bit late in terms of getting their stuff and structure together, they have peppers, they have speed, they have absolute aggression coming into these finals, and I'm excited to see exactly who they can upset on the way to the top.
I mean, there are just so many important POIs to talk about. We could probably spend the entire intro going over this. But for me, I'm looking at Quinn's team, and that's going to be over here in Steamy Stacks. While I'm really bad at drawing circles, Shio, I'm quite impressed with how you're able to do it.
I got you. Steamy Stacks.
Oh, there we go. Way better circle right there. Quinn's trio right here. They're going to have Bluzrose and Jotter's trio that's going to be near them just a little bit to the west, as well as a Lithy's trio that's going to be in Craggy Cliffs, potentially contested by Venor. So there's going to be a lot of action going on in the north side of the map here. Honestly, though, it kind of just looks like there's going to be action everywhere, Shio.
Everywhere from the outside in, people are just going to be pushing towards the center of the island. It's going to get really crazy, especially for NA West. The big last focus too is who controls the Spire. It's been one of the spots where you get a lot of, a Storm Surge damage, which is very important in the finals. I'm not sure exactly which trios rise to it. It's not always the ones that drop there, but lots of stuff to think about for NA West in general. I'm excited personally, whether it's off the drop, mid game, or end game, where the real beef starts to start. But I feel like Sweaty, Caddy Corner, and then as you mentioned, Kelly, Boney Burbs and Steamy Stacks to be those 4 POIs we really zoom in with, because they have the top contenders that we think will come first, second, third, and fourth.
Now the question becomes, though, which one you think will be number 1? The trios champions. Should I wager? Okay. Well, guess what? It's time for predictions. That's right. We got to talk through which trios we think will walk away the new champions, perhaps defending champions. Now, okay. All right. Okay. So Clay, Kelly, and Shio. All right. They all have the same point. Okay. So I'll tell you what, Kelly. You tell me why you think Arkram, Rex, and Epic Whale will walk away the 3-time defending champions. Shio, you tell me why you think Sundown went with Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan.
Well, you said it right there, Zeke. You said it right there. Is that going to be... They're the... I'm so sorry.
Kelly, go for it. I'm excited. It's all you.
Zeke, you said it right there. They're the 2-time champ, potentially 3-time champ right now. Clearly, they are the team to beat. They are the beasts of NA West. From Season 4, they won by 100 points. Season 5, they won by 50 points. So maybe that means in Season 6, they'll win only by 25 points, by having an uncontested Sweaty Sands, being this just undefeatable team. I think that's why you're seeing their name 3 times on the screen.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they don't belong inside the region. They play such a different type of game, but I like the fact that you bring up history, Kelly, because in Season 5, Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan, on day 1 of the competition, rolled in with phenomenal results. They actually ended up outpointing Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. They had better average placement, it looks like, throughout the entire day. They were almost even 10 points ahead. I believe it was 5 in total for Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan on that first day. If they can repeat that performance, I feel like they have, you know, with alongside Sundown as well. I feel like, you know, it's kind of a toss-up between the two teams. I lean on the Arkham side, but I see where Sundown's coming from. They have a very good chance to upset, be better than last season. They are better from what we've seen inside, you know, the typical Gamer Cup, a lot of other cash cups rolling in as well. Have the confidence, and they had that day 1 of experience. Zeke, it's a 2-day game though, so they have to be able to play that way over 2 days, or it might be a repeat of last season.
You know, I think for them, especially forming last season and then making it in that top 3 spot, they have the experience, but I think kind of not being able to play and then having to kind of hold and meet us here in finals, I'm curious to see if they have like that adaptability factor, right? Because for like Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex, like they have the 2 times back-to-back. There's no doubt in my mind they're going to do really well. Now, can they go for the 3-time back-to-back? I mean, first time ever in FNCS history. Like, I'm down. That's a sick storyline. But Shyway, I think you had something to add to this.
Yeah, I mean, when you're rolling in, they definitely have a lot of expectations. We saw, though, the top 3 teams from all other regions across the world perform, regardless if they got their new or old. I mean, Kelly, I'm not sure if you're rocking on the same vibe, but I'm confident in Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan.
Wait, in Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan, you're confident in them over Arkham Rex and Epic Whale?
I'm just confident in the take. I'm confident. I don't know what's going on. My heart's changing. I'm not sure.
So, you know, looking at the tournaments that's recently happened, obviously it's a little difficult to see the teams that placed in Season 5 for the top 3 because we haven't been able to see them on the FNCS stage. We haven't seen them in set lobbies. Yes, there's cash cups and everything, but we don't really get to see them in the same performance. So I don't know. I really don't know. It's going to be exciting to see. Obviously, like within the first 2 games, we're going to understand if Quinn and Dylan are going to have a good performance. But Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, in conjunction with them, just won a tournament yesterday. They won the typical gamer tournament or gamer cup. So like, I was just saying that these tournaments aren't the same, but Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, even when they're not on the FNCS stage, are still grabbing those first place wins.
I mean, when you're a trio that has that much stopping power, it's very hard to deal with. But we'll have to see how our 33 or 32 other trios deal with this one trio. And maybe they will walk away the 3-time FNCS Trios champions. We'll have to see. But for now, it is time to kick off the competition. We've got Clay and Sundown. They are standing by. They'll be our eyes in the sky. So, gentlemen, say hello.
Thank you. Much Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and what's good, Fortnite family? Thank you so much for being here. My name's Sundown, joined by the fantastic, as always, Clay Stelling, to close out the day. We have seen all of the other regions wrap up at least one day, with also crowning over our champions in the Middle East. We got a sneak peek of that gameplay during the break, and I mean, Clay, how you doing today? The action's been phenomenal.
It has. I tried to just get some prep done here for NA West, but I found myself just constantly engaged with the action every single region of every single match. I just wanted to watch it and break it down there. So I did end up getting that study, and of course, because you know NA West is where I think we saved the best for last. Obviously, you know, shout out myself with the promo video, but I'm excited. But we gotta break it down for a little bit. You picked somebody different, Cam, than the rest of us. So why?
I mean, I was waffling a little bit back and forth because it's a toss-up. One thing I want to note right away, both of these 2 trios that we're talking about between Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, and then Rich Homie, Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan, they're both the automatic qualified teams. They were 2 of the top 3 teams, the only ones that didn't disband, who were coming through, so they didn't have to play in any of the qualifiers. We've seen in every other one of the regions, those teams have done consistently well. My reason for picking them is honestly, like, I wanted to talk about them. I think they're fantastic. I think they've been playing really well in a lot of the cash cups, being able to watch their streams. I think Quinn in particular has stepped up his gameplay, which is saying a lot because he's already known as kind of one of the most mentally sound IGLs, but also going through and coaching other teams and kind of getting insight into how to move about the map. And one thing we've seen historically in finals is that Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale are so good, they demand so much respect,
that there's nowhere remote, there's nowhere anywhere near them. Like, nowhere close. So if they don't get those early Storm Surge tags, it forces them to be a little bit more aggressive. So I'll be interested to see if they're able to get off to a good start here, because traditionally in the finals, it takes them a bit to get rolling. But then once they do, I mean, we all know the story.
Yeah, and that's a really great counterpoint there, because that's what they struggled with in the first 6 games of the last season, is that they were just not finding that surge. Came into day number 2, they adapted really, really well, and just absolutely dominant performance. And so, of course, we can fathom about all this all that we want, but it's really a toss-up. There's so many trios that could do it. There's some that are getting their first time here in the FNCS finals stage. So there's a lot of pressure on everyone to perform.
Yeah, and on top of that, we saw the 3rd automatically qualified team disband going through, but the 2 teams that they formed into, we talked about kind of this Frankenstein teams, they've looked really good as well. So if they're able to get rolling, get the eliminations on the board, particularly in day 1 in the NA West, it's going to be interesting to see how it sets the stage going into tomorrow, because don't forget, we have 6 matches today, 6 matches tomorrow, and then we will crown the winner. But enough from us. Into match 1, we got Llama hanging out there. Thanks, observers, letting us know where Larry is. So we're going to get an idea of where the drop spots are at, who's landing where, who's contested. And one thing we've noted in particular for NA West is they're generally very good about finding their own spaces. And as I say that, Craggy Cliffs, Slurpy Swamp seems to be the only 2 spots with direct contention, and 2 llamas directly on top of each other for that fishing island just north of Stealthy Stronghold. One has already been consumed just before that Northern Guardian Spire there. So 4 pretty much on that median line, Clay.
There's not as much contestant as I thought would be happening around the map, though. Craggy really the only spot, Slurpy as well. So honestly, all we're kind of expecting, we knew Craggy was going to be expected going into today. But Steamy, such a good POI to get uncontested.
Yeah, tons of space over there. We also saw 2 teams over at Dirty Docks, so very curious to see kind of the fights going on at Craggy and Dirty, because as we know in West, if you're not fighting off of the start, you're really not fighting at all for the first 10 or so minutes of the match.
That is what has stayed true, and we'll see if it stays true today. But look at that zone. It's not going to the southeast. It's going all the way to the southwest, as we do see a Liffy going to take down an opponent there in the feed, going their way. Telling them, talked about how they qualified in that first qualifier. That's really early to get your qualification spot in, but it kind of sends a message.
I mean, to me, the message is we're better than everyone else. As we've seen pretty much consistently across the other regions, those teams that are able to grab those early spots on a consistent basis tend to be the ones who are able to perform when the pressure is on the line. And yet, despite the narrative of lack of practice or not being able to play in those intense qualifier weeks, the performance has been there.
It has, and with Craggy Cliffs as your POI, it's even better. If you can claim this area, you get that upgrade NPC and Remedy, and you get the free 200 shields. And look at that, 3 elims already. That was early on. That's what you want as a contested trio.
I mean, they're a scary trio right away. And you also saw that epic infantry AR in the inventory of a Lithy. If you're able to get down shots early on, particularly headshots before your opponents have any amount of shields, the infantry rifle still has that 2-time headshot multiplier. It hurts a lot.
And he put it to work. We do see glowy hit marker and Forswear, though, all going to go down. Aiden going to be an engagement as well. Glazed-Omo and Unsightly, though, contested. Slurpy Swamp looking okay. Again, trying to prove that you can, in fact, win from a contested POI.
I mean, at some point, you're going to have to fight, right? If you want to win the entirety of the tournament, at some point, you have to be confident enough to take the fights. One of the biggest things is for a lot of trios, they don't like taking fights early on because you're not able to control a lot of the circumstances. You're not able to guarantee you have the right weapons on the right people. You have full shields. As right now, you can see Temple, Little, and Zinx. They're over at this Dirty Docks fight, and they're doing really well. Shifu immediately getting knocked away. Ooh. Temple, fish in a barrel right there over on the side of Dirty Docks. Yasserman just taken down right away. Adios, amigo, as they're going to pincer in here in the 1v3, and I don't think he's going to be long here for match number 1. Quick edit down from Temple. 1-2 back to back. They're going to pick that one up, and a nice little wipe over at Dirty, but we have a trio who's already stalking over pretty quickly, and I think they might be biting off more than they can chew here, because that was a fast resolution to a Dirty fight.
Which is not something we've seen from Temple, Little, and Zinx before, is they've kind of drawn this fight out, and they've gone down many times because of it. I love to see the adaptation from week to week moving over. We do see Ka and Fuqua. You don't see Godku maybe went down or maybe off on the other side, but they do this time and time again. Is off on the other side. They are all good to go, and look at the inventory of Ka. That legendary pump shotgun. That's a one-shot headshot to anybody in the match, and they've done this every single game that we've watched them. They've gone this aggressive to push this team that lands up here, and if you can guarantee those 3 elims every game, your Storm Surge plan is looking beautiful.
And it's so incredibly frustrating because it doesn't matter how skilled of a player you are if you get taken advantage right off of that initial drop. That's why these trios place so much emphasis on creating space around them off of the start. We saw, I believe it was in qualifier number 2, when Reet and his trio literally went 0-6, sped run to the airport, straight out of it, just getting obliterated in this exact same spot. And the reasoning for that is if the trio down at Caddy decides not to take their time to really loot up and they just full send up towards the top, there's not really enough resources out here. It takes a long time to farm up all of the mats that are over here. You're only hitting walls or kind of like hitting the floors and the interior surfaces, and you're relying on 2 to 5 chests worth of loot. It's just not a good situation to put your trio in.
And on top of that, you're fighting the aggressive NPC as well. So there's just a lot of unnecessary damage being taken all around. It doesn't put you in that favorable situation. Moving over, Arkham, Epicwell, and Rex. And one thing we talked about a lot last season is that they were not getting out of this POI quick enough to get their surge. And that is what you talked about is, well, they have no one around them. Look at this map. There's no arrows. The only arrows that NPC which they're trying to eliminate. I love that they've already got their plan. They've chunkered out this taxi. They're looking to keep this aggression going. Loadout looks amazing, and luckily enough for them, there's a trio rotating in. This could be where they get their surge.
Yeah, and we'll see if they decide to go hunting for them right away, if they head more towards the center zone. You talked about it pulling towards the southwest, so we can anticipate they'll probably head over there. And the one thing to note, there is a pretty decent loot path as you head more interior from here, both heading towards Boney Burbs and going directly south towards that little fishing pond in Blaze Camp. Plenty of mechanical parts if you do need to pick it up, but as you talked about, looking through their inventory, they don't, and yikes, actually, a nice little bead coming through, and about 1 shot per person. They said everybody gets a tag there, and that's actually really obnoxious from a shielding perspective, because you don't want to waste a big back on each one of those. Like, Epicwell will probably take one now, but Arkham and Rex aren't going to want to top that up for just 20 shield.
No, it's almost good that he took a tag there. Like, it makes it more worth it, right? I mean, it's not good overall, but in that sense of it, it's fine. Like that they're going back too sweaty to base on up as they can't really rotate out. There are some coconuts that fall from the palm trees around here. They can get that going, and luckily enough for them, there's no more flame bows to try to burn this building down. Have to be cognizant, though, of that sync bow and of all these different angles. This season, it is a lot easier, I feel like, to get headshots from different angles from everywhere. And you saw another bow shot coming in from this area as well. They know there's players around looking for them, but they really need their tags.
I don't think we've seen them fire or at least connect on a bullet that wasn't on an NPC. We know just how kind of dangerous that initial storm surge can be when it rears its head. We'll talk about that a little more for those who are unfamiliar or need a reminder, as we have a good old-fashioned standoff here. 3 ways, Reet, Falconer, and Chris, the team we were just talking about, who had that tough little run over in Caddy in that second qualifier, but then after that, just pretty much steamrolled the following week. It looks so dangerous.
Maybe trying out potential backup drop spots, but Caddy just didn't end up working out, and you are correct. They dominated, and they realized, hey, this is our chance to get in. This is one of the last opportunities we'll have. You know what? We'll show what we're made of. And they try to rotate out, but Chris takes a lot of damage in I believe from Weeping Woods, this was one of the trios that, you know, a lot of pressure's put on them. They've got Reet, an amazing Slayer. They've got Falconer, an OG veteran here in the West region. And then they have Chris, one-third of the qualified trio that disbanded. That's a lot of expectations that they and the community has placed on them. And they're living up to it, but that has got to mean something. They've got to know in the back of their mind, like, hey, people are waiting. They want us to pop off. So I really hope they don't let that pressure affect them.
Yeah, you can see right now that infantry rifle tags is trying to come out from Chris. You can hear one. Also, I believe that's Reet who has one in his inventory, just trying to get the tags. We talked about a little bit earlier how the 2x headshot multiplier makes those range headshots just that much more valuable when we go towards Storm Surge, which is definitely going to play a role as it does in most finals. Top left corner, 87 players remaining. Only 4 trios have dropped initially, so we still need 4 more to go down, excuse me, before we see those first 5 points end up coming out. And Storm Surge, which ends up doing 25 damage every 5 seconds to the trios who have done the least amount of damage, will turn on in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zones. So expect to see a warning here in about another minute or so. And right now we're going to swing over Midi, Vernie, Bakada against Glace, Domo, and Unsightly. Glace, Domo, Unsightly, the trio rotating away from the super south part of Slurpy Swamps over towards Logjam here to take this fight.
And it doesn't seem like there's that many players that can impact this. A gas can, though, will come through. Glaze, Domo, and Unsightly will take a couple of damage there. And he's actually trying to chop everyone down, but realizes it's not going to happen. It's way too well connected up there. And we'll come back to it in the meantime, but his trio, I think, wants to disengage. Zone coming through, looking at their inventory. They don't have a lot of shields to work with. Mats are not going to be that great, but luckily for Midi, he used all his wood, and you're rotating through the easiest place to farm wood in the map. Storm Surge is going to turn on there. We move away. Since you like Domo, Glaze, and Slightly don't want to get out, Vernie can take a lot of damage. Midi going to go down, immediately taken all the way out. Vernie gets a shot, then damage is there. He'll follow up with the AR. 1-for-1 trade going to come out. Baka in the backside will get some eliminations. I think actually going to pick up both of them there. A little 2v1, and they may have lost Midi, but they're more than likely going to be able to pick them up.
Yeah, Bakada just absolutely waxed right there, taking the 1v2 and put down Domo and Unsightly so quickly. And Vernie had a really nice play, close quarters to hit that pump shot and then immediately get the swap over to AR. Whereas we talk about it, Demon Roses, aka J Roses, the Season X FNCS winner. I think ate a mechanical bow shot there. Sidla gonna be able to find that one, but Storm, Adam Bay, and Cause, the winners of that final reboot round who we saw over there, able to keep Storm streak alive of qualifying for every FNCS final. They're on board just trying to get some pressure here in Boney Burbs. You can see the quick stat fly on the left-hand side. Collectively, the players today have 214 FNCS finals appearances. And I mean, that's so incredibly impressive coming out. I mean, West has a lot of notable names who have been here for a really long time.
And still staying at the top as well. That is what is scary when you go into these situations and you know, hey, it's low ground, late game. We know it's going to be this trio. Is Blezro going to get tagged up really, really low? Is Udio going to take down another knock there? 23 below for Nico, Jaden, and Javon here. They're taking a lot of damage as well. Javon just going to sit in that stink bow there. Thought he was fine, and now continuing to fall below as well, down to 54. They've got to make a play. Why he's looking for the angle, but there's a trio right below. They're just going to have to drop. Major, Notch, and Hotch will all fall as well. The damage is going to continue to come through, and now going to be applicable. 24-25. Math does not favor them right now. It's just still 19 below, and here it comes. The purple lightning hitting him hard.
Yeah, and keep an eye top left corner. It says 79, so 3 trios are going to be affected going through there because it will turn off at 70 players, and you can hear that. The players cannot see that purple lightning, but they can hear it going through. So generally, you'll know when that plus the shield break sound ends up coming through. So good aggression from the other two to end up picking the elimination here. And G-Van just looking to potentially create a little bit of space. However, if he takes any amount of damage, he's going to go down. And Nigel, Blezro, and Balanzani just gonna hang out. They don't have to go anywhere. They can chill. G-Van's gonna eat his fish and prolong what is not likely to be a large amount of time in this match.
And I kind of like that he's denying anyone this point because he's not getting tagged up. He does go aggressive there at the end, but no one got the point. They got eliminated to Storm Surge. No one tagged them. within the last 60 seconds of them going down. And so even though you might have been sitting there like, why isn't he going in? He could get the damage. It just wasn't worth it for him to give that point over at that particular time. Because as a solo, diving into an entire trio's box, that is going to be really, really hard to clutch up with, especially if you don't have that epic or legendary pump shotgun or the epic attack as well. Like, you just don't really have the option. Moving over, though, 40R Storm, peppering into zone. Physics is going to fall in the meantime on that rotation. This is an interesting zone, almost on Boney, almost on Weeping as well, kind of in the middle. I'm intrigued to see how this one ends up playing out.
Yeah, what is up with NA West in fighting directly on top of bridges? It seems like every single week we end up with just like, well, we're right over this bridge again for this final zone, so everyone's going to end up coming in here. One thing to note, because of just how dense the amount of wood here, any amount of fire is going to be very, very, very frustrating. Thank you, observers. You check bottom right-hand corner, kind of see what's in the land. The only thing that the players have to really worry about in terms of fourth zone pulls is if it comes towards that southeastern corner. That gray area that you see on the map is a very distinct change in verticality, and you can already tell that about 4 or 5 different trios have parked themselves right up on top of it.
If this pulls towards Weeping, it's going to be a lot more challenging for so many players. And the 71 coming on through, this will be interesting. A lot more aggressive than I think we're used to here at NA West, but again, I think it's going to play even more passive as we go through these 12 games, as Quinn is going to take down Ja there. Nice elimination. We know they needed Storm Surge coming out of Steamy.
But you can see Juicy was also ended up being knocked on the side there, so it did take some trade of resources. And one thing want to note, after the Storm Surge coming through, notable teams who ended up dropping before that placement threshold. Trashy, J Roses, Vert, gone. Glowy, Hitmarker, Foursquare, gone. Major, Notch, Hot, one of the qualifying winners, gone. Just dropped, not going to be picking up any of those first 5 points as we get a good lay of the land, kind of get an idea of where some of these key teams are positioned at. See, Wavy Jacob and Macon stacked on top of each other. One Elam so far, but it's in Poodle's backpack.
Normally see that on Wavy Jacob. Tree not on them, but they're rotating through, going a little bit too early, and that happens when you're on that edge of zone. Anybody already in is going to spray you down. You have to be careful as you make that rotation through. And they immediately say, no, it is not worth it. We're going to back up. We're going to try to get these tags. And that is what Wavy Jacob is so good at doing.
Yeah, really good play, making sure he's consistently looking, trying to find angles. You can see he's peeking, kind of poaching those edits, knowing that, like, hey, somebody's going to pick up. In the trio he's holding right there is actually Energy, Epic Whale, and then the 100 Thieves duo of Arkham and Epic. Or, excuse me, Arkham and Rex. You can see Juicy, Quinn, and Dylan positioning up towards the high ground. We talked about where that fourth zone was pulling, and it went directly over the top of the bridge. So no super distinct changes in verticality, some slight rolling hills, which might end up posing a problem after people have invested a lot of these hard mats. However, everyone just kind of staking claim to their real estate and trying to harass the people around them.
This is where West tends to just stall out. They're not that aggressive. They hold this number pretty far into this half in, half out zone. So we'll find out where it goes in 30 seconds. 400 damage above the surge as well. Moving over to Quinn, 400 damage as well. They're finding, they are adapting. And this is a season to a season adaptation. And they haven't had as much practice as the other teams. So holding true, they are coming in really, really strong. As Nani gonna take down Vanilla's Sake, gonna go down there as well. Batman Booga, under what they are doing is half and half out, is gonna pull it. Nobody is in the zone.
Max pull away from where Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan had invested so many hard mats, and it's like, all right, well, how they rotate? They do have a river they can end up dropping down to. You can see Kenshi pick up an Elam onto River Sound. That's a full conversion. Sidla is also going to get Celeste, Luis. MSE goes down. Cyberian goes down. You can see rotation starting to come out from Blizzard. Nani and Nigel over on the side doing a good job of tarping out and ahead. Looks like Quinn, Dylan, and Juicy are going to opt for a late rotate. Falconer, Chris, and Reet wall to wall. Say goodbye to that trio. Not somebody you want to end up box fighting. And Skadoosh gets Skadooshed straight out of the lobby. Good night, goodbye. As we're closing in on that next round of placement points, top 17 will be +3, and then it's +1 all the way up into the top 3 placements. So as we talked about, nobody yet kind of getting on that rotational path. You see Kenchi's, Snacky, and Faves getting a nice little high ground priority, but a very large investment. Temple, Zinc, and Little both rotating underneath them, and so many hard mats being used here.
Luckily for Little and them, they just recycled that old tarp. They didn't really have to use as much. But you're right, Fabs, Kenchi, and Snacky used a lot of hard materials. But for a trio like Falconer, Chris, and Reed, who just eliminated someone and can just sit on these mats, it's looking so good. They have 5 eliminations right now. This is the trio we expected to see in the qualifiers. Dominating performance, still alive in this end game. This is scary. If they continue this up, they're gonna shoot to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and they're going to have a bunch of extra resources from that trio they're able to hold. You can see up on the high ground, 2/3 of one of the previous auto-qualified trios who disbanded, plus Fabs. It's Snacky and Kenchi, the extra duo, with a priority positioning as it is going up those change in verticality that we talked about, the mountains, the gray that is currently out of the zone. It's going to go straight up and is past Snacky, Kenchi, and everyone. So it's going to be a tough rotation, particularly for everyone who's currently on the northwest side of the zone. Look at all those trios stacked on top of each other who already had to make a max distance rotation. They have to make pretty much another one. This time, though, up 2 mountains with Fabs, Kenchi, and Snacky just looking straight down over the top of you.
Again, Falconer, Chris, and Reed, though, immediately up there trying to hold that front position on zone as much as they can, while Little is trying to hold out the FNCS champions from last season. Look at how low they are. They're not going to be able to get up. Arkham more than likely going to go down to zone. Epic Whale trying to get on in. Arkham kicks on over. They are out of this game. Rex and Epic Whale have to try to carry it for them. Unfortunately, getting stuck, being held out by Little. That's not what you want to be. Rex and Epic Whale, though, can clutch this up, can get a lot of points. As Vikoi Nani going to go down in the meantime. Poppers are being dropped on over. Shots are going to try to connect there for Rex and Epic Whale, but they're not going to. They're continuing to get denied here. Shots just keep getting put onto them. Zone is almost done moving, and then they're gonna have to make a play. Shots come through. They're not gonna be able to get that player. And Rex is down to 14 HP. Epic Whale down to 81. Is trying to harpoon his way through. Says Rex, I'm sorry, I gotta leave you there. 51 HP. Floppers have to be played, but he takes down Rich Homie Quinn.
He's going to take down Quinn. Dillon also going to end up getting converted on. So the individual plays, the zone being pulled back and forth, and Epic Whale gets a little bit of a room. Can he turn the couple of eliminations and what looked like a horrible situation pinned against the zone into now not a horrible train of points? You see Quinn does get the conversion onto Rex, but not sure if he's been taken all the way down. But as we talked about, Fabs, Kenchi, Snacky up on the high ground, barely even being threatened. Zones pulling back and forth. They should be able to box up this first W here. However, Little, Temple, Zink's bottom left-hand corner. Epic Whale still trying to do his best in the bottom right-hand corner. Has plenty of mats. He's making a great run of it, almost in the top 10. And as I say that, eats multiple AR shots from the high ground and gets forced to drop down.
Yeah, that harpoon pull pulled up almost max material, so Epic Whale is making the most of it. Medkit more than likely going to be able to be popped. No, high ground says no thank you. Player change is going to come through. The pressure still coming up from Faz and company. Caleb and Zink's now going to fall. Temple going to go down, but not before Little gets an elimination. Healthy, unfortunately, will fall. Hop going to take down Little, wants to stay alive for that conversion. But once again, look at the zone it's pulling back towards high ground. This is looking so good. They can recycle a lot of these old builds. Hop dropping on down, trying to make something happen. Epic Whale still on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, live and operating once those placements. Fast is dropping on down. They want those eliminations. They want it all. Epic Whale just absolutely beams that player.
He's beaming him, drops down. He drops down immediately into a cone, phases through it. It's out of build, so he's trying to min-max, trying to find something on the backside of the zone. Harpoon's in the back of the tarp, finds it, but those are the lifeguards. Regulator gets picked down, but no builds. The stair flip will end his run, but it's a top 6 from what was just a horrendous position. Absolutely awful. And he rescues it in such a great way. It's the reason why they're the reigning champs. But right now, the ones who look like they're going to take match number 1, Bav, Snacky, and Kenchi, have just dominated from the high ground position. Zone pulling back and forth to give them a little bit extra control. And honestly, I don't think they've been shot at, really.
I don't think so at all, as Moni, Vernie, and Bakata going down. Shots from Favs trying to connect, but nobody down there. Everyone falling at top 3 will come for them, and luckily for them, they have essentially ran out of materials, but look at how many it's going over. But look on the low ground, it's a 3v3 with Falcon, Reed, and Chris, and while it may be a high ground setup for them, I think Reed, Chris, and Falconer may be able to clutch this out. They have the HP, they have the builds, they're trying to make a play. Someone going out into zone there, you see it for a little bit. The shots continuing to come on through. Fast, Snacky, Kenshi. I don't know what they have for heal off, but Reed, Falconer, and Chris are shooting their way through. They have prepped this low ground out so well, they could do it. This could be their punch that they throw right in game number 1.
And the zone is going to end just before pulling up the mountain, so high ground really doesn't mean anything. It's all going to come down to the med kit, to the final moments in the challenge. Snacky is down. One is down. Reed, though, ends up eating a huge shot, which means that Siphon's going to end up coming through. Kenshi's executing the med kit up on the high ground. Chris got his off second, so Kenshi has just, I believe, a slight lead. I'm trying to look back and forth between the two, but it didn't matter. The victory royale ended up coming down, the high ground team being able to roll that one out. I mean, just such an incredibly close finish there.
Incredibly close indeed. That was a great low ground execution, though, from Reed and company. They're a team you've got to be scared of on low ground. Reed can turn online at any moment, and that is terrifying.
Yeah, getting hip to hip, then being able to get off the medkits at the final moments there. And honestly, I'm really interested to see who ended up getting that victory royale going back and forth, because I didn't really end up seeing who got that. So we're going to end up having to kick it back over the desk here in a little bit to see like what went down there.
Yeah, I think production telling us that. Oh.
Don't worry, Clay. I got you. I went before. I knew you were gonna say something, and I was like, bah! Got him. He's too cool. Gotta make sure. Guys, craziest thing happened here in NA West. Okay, let's take a step back. Okay, and Shawit, you're gonna back me up on this.
All right.
Chapter 2, Season 5. Okay, there's the top 3 trios that they placed. They're like, boom, we're the top 3 trios. Bang, right? One trio's like, hey, you know what? We're really good as a trio. But just like anime, we have to go our separate ways. Goodbye. And 2 of them decided to go along their own way. Okay, Chris, he's like, man, that's my teammates. They're gone. What am I supposed to do? He forms with Reet and Falconer. That's right. I know. I'm getting to it, Shy. The team that split and both teams requalled just went head-to-head in game number 1 of NA West. You can't write this. You can't write this.
We did, didn't we? Before, no, we can't talk about writing a true, the script and whatnot. But in that game, the big thing too, other than the VR we'll get to in just one moment, a lot of the top teams were expecting to do well, ended up going down. I think in that last moment, it was Chris who should have ended up winning that game because he got the mech cut off a second after the person all the way up on height. So we'll confirm that with the leaderboards in just a sec. But man, Kelly, so many big teams going down early.
I mean, there was a lot of teams going down early, but talking about a little bit earlier in the game, we have to look at drop spots before we can even really look at our leaderboards right now. So let's take a quick look at some of the drop spots. Of course, the team that we got to see get 6th place as a solo, Epic Whale, going all the way from Sweaty Sands here, showcasing why, even as a solo player, this is the team to beat.
Yeah, and they had position 2 coming into that game. Playing low ground was a little bit rough with the terrain. Definitely right, though, Kelly. Epic clutched up so well with all the loot that's available there. The Harpoon just giving him a full map refresh up to 555. You got to play out so many more zones. Meanwhile, Boney Burbs, we were waiting for big contention there, but no one actually landing through all the way early in the game. It's a big spot for contention. Godku, though, they're rolling in with their company over at Caddy Corner. They got the Peppers, Kelly, but didn't actually land too hard in that first game.
Yeah, I actually thought that they're going to have a bit more contention here in Caddy Corner, although Aiden's team is quite close to them. They were able to drop into that spot uncontested. And speaking of uncontested drop spots, of course, we have to look at Steamy Stacks, our 3rd place team coming out of Season 5. It's going to be Juicy, Quinn, and Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to this team, you saw how dominant they were once they have height. I don't know what it is in those Stacks and Steamy, but a definite sticky trio. It's hard to get them off the top spot when they're there. Alethi, Frapper, and Krizox, though, we tuned in with them having 3 elims. Here was why. Kelly, they were fighting Venor off spawn, and they did it almost flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, this team right here, they're showcasing why out of the first qualifier that they were able to get first place right here. Craggy Cliffs, actually one of the only contested drop spots that we got to see. I think Slurpy Swamp and Dirty Docks were also contested, but they were able to handle this. Look at Lithy right there, grabbing those 3 eliminations, and now the question is answered, and it was in fact Falconer, Ree, and Chris on the low ground, able to grab that victory royale versus Snacky, Kinchi, and Favs. What an incredible performance right there. But of course, you have to look at Bakata, Vernie, and Middy's 9 elimination run.
Yeah, they just performed so well from that spot coming through inside that top 5. 39 total points right behind them. Chris, though, a game of seconds in first place. Are up against Snacky, Kenshi, and Favs. That med kit came in slightly after, as we mentioned before. Gave him the extra time to play defense, and they run through with the victory royale. Past that, though, look at the names. We got Blues Row, who had that early rotation. Tata Wheels and Kayla playing together the whole way through. The clutch from Epic Will got them to 9th at this point as well, which is huge.
I mean, they only got 3 eliminations there, so being able to grab those placement points that Arkham was able to do, I believe, in 6th place is why they're in our top 10 right now. Moving on, though, through 11th through 20th place, I mean, look at the names that we have right here. These are big names. Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan, that 2nd place, or the 3rd place team from Season 5, in 13th right now. That is indeed an unlucky number.
Yeah, honestly, and now they're going to be rolling in, though, and trying to reverse that luck completely. Mateo Monk and Sidla, I mean, a lot of these teams really end up ramping up later in the day as well. They only get stronger, so I'm not too worried about them having a rough spot in game number 1. If I'm in the top 10, I'm scared for game number 2 because there's a lot of people looking to take those spots.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams that we got to see without a doubt. I completely agree, Zeke. No, I'm just saying that, I mean, we saw Arkham Rex and Epic Will actually not perform very well, I believe, in game number 1 of last season. So this is kind of par for the course right now. Don't count them out just yet. We saw what he could do as a solo. Let's imagine that the trio makes it all the way to the end game.
It's kind of like a feeler, right, Kelly? Like, it's just the first game, right? We have like 12 total matches. So the first one to drop and just kind of like test the water, I don't feel as bad about. I'm sure they'll come back stronger in game number 2. Speaking of which, it's game time. We're jumping back into the action. We've got Clay, we've got Sundown. They're standing by. Let's board the battle bus for game number 2.
Beep, beep, and here we are on board with Falconer, Reet, and Pure Chris, who was able to get off that medkit in the final moments. We just missed kind of the closing bits of the action, but there's a little bit of a chicken contest there, staring each other down. When we get to those late game medkit executions, it's, hey, how long can you wait to kind of pop it at the end? And Chris luckily didn't blink first, as you can see. But they have a decent amount of space right here, and they've opted to alter their drop spot. We saw this, we talked about it before, where they were at Caddy Corner the entire time. They're trying to make that area in the weather station rotates work, and it just wasn't. So they've alphaed up at Misty.
And that caused 40R and company to move as well. If you look right there at the middle, in between Pleasant, in between Colossal, and in between Craggy and Celty, those yellow arrows, that is 40R's trio. So it's kind of like that Craggy Spire area. It's a very big split. It's very hard to do right. They've been doing all right with it in the previous tournaments. They were able to make it through the reboot round as well. So keep our eyes as you see the top 5 there. It is still very, very close. It is still anyone's game. Again, there's 12 games. It was only game number 1. Excited to see what happens after game number 2. I want to see Reet and company play the same way. I don't want to see Reet get too over aggressive and pull the team into unfavorable situations, because we've seen that before.
I mean, it'd be fun to see. It'd be really enjoyable to watch. He's one of the most exciting, aggressive players when he opts to play that way. However, there is a time and place for everything, and I think going absolutely full send in the FNCS finals isn't necessarily always the best gameplay. NAEs might disagree with you a little bit. I just saw elimination heavy leading the way there, but we're going to swing over to yet another early fight going on between a Little Temple and Zinc. This is the one over in the Dirty Docks fight that we saw Little Temple and Zinkyu just absolutely wax Yasserman and his trio the first time. Deathback's going to be the first one, knock Yasserman, trying to offer a little bit of help, and while he backs off, Zinx is now going to be a 2v1. Shifu going to get a little bit of redemption there by getting the full convert onto Temple, but now he's in a 1v2. Oh, huge 135. create a little bit of space. He might be able to turn this into a 1v1, but he's down to absolutely zero mats. You can tell that they're just backing off, trying to get the reset here. Little not wanting to give him any amount of space to really be able to take this away. They should be able to get. Oh my god, that was so good from Sifu. Finds it, gets the reset, game over.
No way!
No. That was so disgustingly good, and he's doing it all with just a blue pump, no builds, close quarter, and he's not going to be long for it. As I say that, excuse me, I'm just going to stop talking.
What? Are you kidding me? Shifu turning online. They're getting every shotgun shot for a max damage that you could think about. I honestly thought there in the end it was going to be a 1v3 by Shifu.
We almost just did it back to, I mean, the first one was just so incredibly mechanically well played. The wall replaces, the immediate shots coming through, the pre-fires on the player who was then trying to push back into him and hit pretty much a max damage shot every single time. But then the Axolotls ended up coming through, trying to get the push in, saying, hey, we can style over a bit. And Shifu almost styled right back to back headshots to put a huge dent in him before going down. And he says, hey, if I'm going down, I'm taking 3 of you guys and a whole bunch of shields with me. And that might have been one of the most mechanically impressive plays I've seen in the early game in a while here. We're going to swing back up Boyd, Alethi, Frappe, and Krizix to catch our breaths over at Craggy Cliffs. They're going to catch their breaths to picking up 2 eliminations and a reboot.
This is probably one of the better spots to be able to get a reboot in, because you can just swim away from it like they're doing now. And with the way the zone's pulling, there's a lot of fishing opportunities over here. We do know, of course, this is the split that 40R and company kind of just draw a straight circle over that little entire island and down. It's kind of where they're landing, and it's going to be taken out. And so, look, there's 40R and company. Their loadout, I'm a little bit worrisome for 40R Storm, but luckily he was able to pick up that epic SMG there. But that aggression from them, it did warrant them an elimination, but gonna cause them to be late on their rotation.
Yeah, and the Elim was coming through, third-partying that Craggy Cliffs fight from the rotation that we ended up seeing there. You can see Alethi and Frappe also trying to clear out 40R Storm. Getting a bead, hitting a nice little 32 tag, but nothing additional. Should be all set for the Storm Surge that will potentially rear its head. You can see 82 players, still remaining 28 trios, so a little bit more aggressive than match number 1. Potentially it's going to taper off here as Jotter and Mute posted up on top of that Zate Hill, the hill right above the triple chest or the Stonehenge area. You can see Epic Whale, Arkham, Rex getting the rotation. Heading south away from Sweaty Sands, past the Blaze NPC, past Holly Hedges. And this is the problem that I kind of talked about. If nobody's fighting you on this side, everyone who does a scavenger route, you just know it's just like, okay, we don't go anywhere near Sweaty. And you just kind of give up that extra fishing pond. And you don't really have to worry about anybody else. But these guys driving around just trying to look and play for contact. The old FPS term where it's just like, all right, going through, everybody's silent till we see somebody and start shooting. And they're just going to continue the rotation, looking for tags, and head into center zone.
This time, not taking as many tags on their rotation, do actually get more into zone. Hopefully, with this Conquers Out vehicle, they'll have it for a little bit longer than last. Moving into Slurpee, though, this is a different game. A lot of players have fought zones in Slurpee, but you see a lot more over-peaking, a lot more going for tags, because you can just reheal it up right there in Slurpee Swamp. And they're actually, I thought we were going to stay here for a little bit, I think, trying to figure out exactly where players are in Slurpee. They're going to have people on that top building all the way up. But there's someone in that side building. If they can get there and catch them off guard, it'd be such a huge amount of surge, as well as just those Elam points coming through.
And don't forget, eliminations worth 2 points, just as we saw throughout the entirety of the round 4 for the qualifiers. See Mojo, which means Jagvier & Co. also nearby. Swing on over. Smoky Clips got a little bit of space here. Says Baka Puffy has been taken out, but they have a decent amount of rotation. And also, I'm a fan of this loadout, seeing the Spicy Fish going out there and the Floppers. And quick stat, left-hand side, Smoke's entire trio 10th are making their first appearance in the FNCS finals. So getting that experience, trying to continue to rise to the occasion. And right now, sitting on 24 points, not too bad, but are missing Puffy this go around.
I think they ended up actually leaving that shield, the spicy fish rather behind there. They had 3, and neither of them had popped it. So unfortunate there. I don't think it's gonna mean that much though. It's just 20 HP and 1 more pepper effect there from them. But let's talk about this rotation. There's nobody here. They're taking advantage of that, and they're getting really, really good rotations out of it. Like, there's nothing other to say that, look at that. Nobody anywhere near them. They're not going to take any damage. They do have to worry about Surge, though. That's the only issue.
Yeah, I was about to say, Surge is going to be the only issue, but I love this rotation. This is one of my favorite solo rotations, particularly when it just comes to scavenger loot around the outside. Shipwreck Cove down there has a deceptive amount of possible chest spawns, and if you end up rolling a higher percentage there, between that and the fishing spots available, you're almost consistently going to end up with a solid amount of loot. You can also kind of go through, check out some of these NPCs, some of these unlooted areas, or some of the pre-looted areas, and take the leftovers. That's part of the reason why it's called the scavenger route. There's always some minis that somebody doesn't want.
And they're able to find some there. There's a team doing the same kind of rotation, but on a boat down below. And look at that white line all the way in. It is clear sailing. This, as a duo, is perfect. This is what you want. Eclipse has that bow out, though, looking for any sign of attack. Is going to throw that spicy fish back, and they're going to use it pretty early on. I think just concerned about being held up by anybody here on this side of the zone, but I don't know. I think maybe holding on a little bit longer for that half in, half out, if you're not able to pull it, may have been the play.
I don't disagree, but it's also, it doesn't make sense that this part of the zone is so empty. Everyone has stacked into Slurpee Swamps. It's a freaking party. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 trios in the grid directly on top of that main point of interest already, with Mojo, Jagbeer, and Solution being the ones currently on top. And that is just so dense in the middle of the circle. It's going to be really interesting to see what these Storm Surge numbers look like. So we'll wait for a second to see if it updates on the right-hand side. You can tell generally about 141 was that first number, which is how much the least trio needs to do to get back and above, or the lowest trio. And everyone else currently will know their damage threshold on the right-hand side. You want that number to stay above. If you end up below in 90 seconds when that third circle closes, then you end up starting to take 25 damage every 5 seconds. So you can see the format fly in on the left-hand side. The first placement threshold we'll be looking for will be that top 24. Then after it's the top 18, Clay.
Oh, everyone is packed in. Our Epic Whale were able to make it there with Rex into the zone, but look at Hav, look at Bakata. They are getting in an engagement. They're trying to fight each other there. Look at how big the base is of Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex is. You take a big shield there on Arkham. Took some damage, and oh no, it's updated. It has had its time to settle. The Storm Surge is below for Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, 119. They know it, and that's why they're making this rotation. They know that trio's fighting, and if they can get this angle, they can find a good amount of damage. But that trio was prepped. You saw that edit. They were waiting for it. Unfortunately, going to get tagged up from behind from a bow.
That's the problem when you're trying to get a little bit of sneaky snake going on. You don't want to be building ahead of time, and they say, well, no more time for tags. Straight into the box we go, and Arkham. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots right there. Not quite going to get the knock, but gets everything. But no, actually, a lie. There's it ends up popping through. Notch going down. They can end up playing aggressive here, but they're right now only 31 above. They still have 10 seconds before it ends up turning on, and they want to try and get aggressive. They want to get more damage on this trio, knowing they have a man-up situation right now, and they are so good. Box to box, wall to wall.
And you saw how they took that wall. Arkham pre-edited the wall, put a 1/3 wall, and just was able to take it and spray on through. We haven't really seen many players utilize that, but look at this disengage. Everyone is here. Everyone is fighting away from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex. They realize who it was. They say, no, thank you. Shots come through. More damage above is going to their total. They want these eliminations. They've invested a lot. And look at their mats. They need these refresh. They have to get into these boxes very quickly. Nigel and Blushrow in the feed. Quinn going down to Snacky. Medkit will go over to Arkham. They do have a minute to pause and wait. 190 above. They are good for now. They can wait.
And that was the chaos that Storm Surge ended up causing. And it's still active right now. We haven't dipped below that 70 number. You can see it in the top left-hand corner. So somebody is still taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. And that was the chaos we talked about. The 9 trios who were stacked on top of each other in Slurpee, they had no reason to be looking for tags. Nobody had to peek out. So what happens when Storm Surge comes through? Well, everyone just dives into each other's boxes because you don't really have any other choice. And in almost every single circumstance, I'm going to take Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex in a box-to-box fight. There's not very many trios who are able to stand up to that amount of pressure they're able to put down. And with Zone pulling directly on top of Slurpee, they're going to have a ton of priority positioning if they can find the refresh on mats.
As a reminder, they did get that knock onto Nosh, but weren't able to actually convert it over through, so didn't get any of that loot. The team was able to take them back, but look at how low Major and Nosh are. Hob is full HP, but they are weak. They are hurting, and unfortunately for them, there's no barrels anywhere here. It's all been farmed out. It has all been taken, and so they're just going to have to maybe get lucky, and there's maybe a fishing spot in that river right there. But look at Midi. Look at Baka. They're sitting in that river. They're soaking it up. They're getting heals. They're getting shields as well. On the other side, rather, Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky. This is honestly kind of shambles from them.
Yeah, not a lot of excess utility in the loadout from Favs. Tough on builds, and there's not going to be a ton to be able to refarm through here. Definitely some wood that could potentially still be in play, but you can see the Mats already trying to split it out. They're trying to see if they can get wall-to-wall and potentially dive in here. Looking for a pre-edit, but the opponent on the other side also holding his builds out. Nice little find from the map. As you can see, so many players focus in towards that side. Zone is closing out. Most trios are inside the zone. A couple hanging out back there, and I'd be interested to see what's going on with Quinn's trio if we ever get a chance, because we saw him get confirmed, but didn't see anybody else going on. That would be curious to know if they're still just in a duo or if they ended up dipping out for a reboot. Solution going to end up picking up the Elim there onto MSE. As Favs just continue looking around the right side, we will see where fourth zone revealed. It's probably going to continue pulling central, and it does. We're saying right above the Slurpee in Slurpee Swamp, as observers will now pan out, and boom, called it. There we go. Quinn back up on his feet with the reboot. You got to get the general in if you want a chance to play in the end game, and he's just got the common revolver there in the loadout.
No. I mean, at least he's here and can provide something. And I like that he's giving over most of his materials to his team so that it doesn't really matter if he goes down. They haven't really put a lot and invested a lot into him. But, I mean, if you can hit the shots with it, it does do some damage. But this is going to be rough. They're going to have to find a solo out, catch him out. I like that they're recycling this tarp. It is going to protect them really well, especially being wood. You don't really have to worry about anybody this late in zone looking at them, and now into the hard mats as well. This is perfect. If you have a trio mate that just got rebooted and you are shambles on everything else, you really just have to recycle whatever you can, find any opportunity. But as you see, there's a team looking at them. Quinn is going to take some damage, but again, doesn't really have anything to heal it back up with. They just have to get in. And honestly, that's not going to be enough. I really want to see them hop into a box, because with Quinn's loadout, he's not going to impact this game.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough, and right now you can see Trashy Vert and J Rose is trying to get a little bit of pressure, but they're doing a good job of using that stink bow, not to try and get damage on the opponent, but just prevent them from spraying. Just say, hey, if this stick zone is here, you can't open up that window. We were waiting for you. You can see Wheels, Caleb, and Tautai trying to set up an ambush, but Quinn says, no. Nice little level change, but Juicy gonna take a ton of damage to the lobby. Focus ends up coming through, and he gets dropped all the way down, trying to disengage away. Tautai, Caleb, and Wheels going to end up hopping on him. Quinn also going to go down. It's just going to be up to Dylan, and they might be able to get the revive here onto Quinn, but there's just so little. Dylan with the Epic Puppy needs to create some kind of space, some kind of rooms. No builds, no extra shields, no teammates, no zone, no Storm Surge damage, and very, very little hope. And that hope just gets smaller as he ends up eating yet another headshot. He's just casually gonna walk his way into the edge of zone, trying to find a little bit of space, finding a couple slip barrels, but unless he's able to get some tags here, Storm Surge will do the rest of the deed, and his trio will go down.
Can't even try to out heal it. There's no minis, there's no fish. does have the med kit, but it's going to do too much damage too quickly. The shots come through from him. He just ends up falling. You got to go out fighting, though. And they did. As Storm Surge is still going off, there's a couple trios still below. Is now only going to be one. Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. We're able to find 500 damage. That's a lot more damage than we hopped on board there with them. And it looks like Rex is doing well on mats. It seems like everyone is pretty healthy from what we saw them in. They needed a refresh, and we're maybe able to harpoon one there on rotation with half in, half out, pulling to literally no one yet again. They have a priority position here. They can continue to get a lot more damage down and possibly get an elimination.
Yeah, they're right on the edge of that zone. You can see the half in, half out. Intersecting was the previous safe zones, and zones 6 through 9 will be our full moving, transitioning into the end game. You can see him trying to set up a box, trying to catch one of these trios out as they're tarping through. The harpoons coming out with the trio, immediately trying to replace that floor. Good job to disengage and avoid that little pitfall drop here. You can see Arkham trying to get information, trying to scout it out, figure out where players are, doing a good job of just peeking through this cone edit, hopping up and utilizing the extra vision to try and figure out where trios are, because it looks like they want to potentially get aggressive here.
It does, and honestly, with second and third place out of the game, this would be the time to do it. Shots come through the wall, replace once again is going to work for them. They use that 1/3 wall, but Epic Whale going to go down. It worked for a minute, and now all of a sudden, wait a minute, it backfired. You can't be that aggressive right now. They should know that that is not always going to work out in their favor, and they got punished so hard.
Yeah, Rex ends up picking up 2, but not sure if that's worth Epic Whale going down. You can see they will reclaim a reboot. Looks like we're not going to move back over one of the vans unless they get a very fortunate pull. So doubt that's going to end up coming to play, but we've seen weirder things, and right now it's going to be up to the 100 Thieves duo, Rex and Arkham, to try and run out the game. Epic Whale did his best in match number 1 to get him however many points. These guys are going to have to do their best in match number 2. We are into the cascading placement points, as top 17 will be a +1. We will see Storm Surge also tick on here as up on the high ground. Glace, Unsightly, and Domo. A huge shift from match number 1, where they were one of the first 2 teams dropping down. And as I say that, Domo does drop down, tries to get the connect, realizes they don't have to be up that high. It looks like he might try and catch the supply drop as well. Nope. As I say that, he is just going all the way out to the front and getting a connection for his trio.
Kenshi, in the meantime, is going to go down. Fab's getting some shots back and we'll get an elimination. But in all honesty, as long as Rex is alive, this entire lobby is going to play a little bit different. Rex has so much prowess as a solo. We've seen clutches time and time and again, but look at Reed, Chris, and Falconer. They're in first place right now. The lead was only 3 points, but this is going to grow with second and third out. Fab's trying to make something happen, but not going to do it. Snacky will try to go for the revive there, but realizes, no, I cannot do it unless it pulls back, and I don't believe it's going to. No, shots will come through. He gets a lot of damage there. Reed, Chris, and Falconer, look at that, just nothing. His shots continuing to hit for Snacky, but it's not going to be an elimination. No, not quite yet. It will. Will they get the finish in time? They do. Siphon converts. They got to get into zone. That's on Batman Booga. Shotgun not reloaded. Has to keep going. There's so many opportunities, but they fall.
And you can see Reet on the backside, bottom right-hand corner, ends up not closing off his tarp. Domo picks up an elim there, going to harpoon the mast. That's on the top. Reet bottom right. That is our match 1 winner in current first place. Tautai, Caleb, and Wheels were in the bottom left. We're going to swing back over. Low ground control was what got them the dub in match number 1. Can they back it up with back-to-back victory royales here to kick off NA West? Doing a great job, just destroying that player as they round the corner. Rex ends up getting a knock, but both him and Arkham go down. That's going to be a 5th place finish for him there. A conversion as well from the high ground will have us in, and it's a good old-fashioned 3v3 to end here match number 2. Might as well call it a zone wars here, but Chris end up going down, so the high ground team going to be at the advantage here as the low ground is just firing shots back and forth. Blizzy going to pick up a veil there. And you can see Reed trying to find it, going to end up getting the knock on the low ground. Falconer going to find the conversion there. Ooh. It's a 3v2 now to close out match number 2. Could we get a back-to-back? It's Domo, Glace, and Unsightly trying to close it out as they've had high ground the entire time. But Reed says, not today, sir. Tries to go up, coned off 87, but he eats back a huge shot. And as I say that, though, Falconer on the low ground is going to get cleaned up. High ground, too much, as 12 eliminations end up coming through for Domo and Co. 56 points, and what a way to bounce back after a tough match number 1.
And they've got 10 more to go as well, so they've really got to keep that going through. But we talk about consistency. That's Chris, that's Falconer right there. The low ground dominance once again coming through in another. But this time a second place, weren't able to pick up that victory royale. But either way, with second and third and fourth, and honestly fifth going out in that match pretty early on, they've got a big lead right now. And you got to go over to Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, though, to make sure how big that lead is.
Man, 12 eliminations, victory royale, Domo, Glace, Unsightly, game number 2. Okay, I see it. I'm picking it up. I'm here with it. I'm vibing with it. But as these guys did talk about, Reed, Chris, Falconer, right there as well. That's not where you want to be. You want to make sure you eliminate them way earlier on, because this consistency factor, placing a first and then a second, that's not looking good for everyone else in the lobby, Shy. I don't like that.
Yeah, they can't. No one can really stop them for the moment. It's kind of crazy. Past that, though, before we really get into game number 2, I want to go back to game number 1, talk about a few things, especially the VR that we got to miss. I want to see exactly what happened in those final moments, Kelly.
I mean, you can see Kenshi up on height right now, playing the safe game. He pops off a med kit right here, whereas Reed, Chris, and Fabs are still alive on the low ground. Now it's coming down to Chris and Kenshi right here.
Yeah, Chris got that med kit once again a few seconds right before. These are things from his POV. He didn't even know, but he was looking right at the enemy right above him beforehand too. Past that, we're looking at Epic Will. One of the coolest things I saw was this clutch, and I'll tell you why in just a sec. A lot of his teammates go down. Arkham Rex, nothing to be had. Kind of trouble in the zone. Look at his loadout too. He has the floppers to be able to just survive these few extra seconds. Then, basically almost out of mats, has to find a layer where he can actually end up operating really well. So right now, it's still kind of Trouble City Central. He sees this little angle right here. I'm not sure. I think it's his trio calling out that that's exactly where they went down. They pinged right before they got fully eliminated. And he's able to look back. That's 3 teams worth of loot. He pulls again. And again, it's not over. Re-edit that wall, Epic. That's what I'm talking about. Again, get that brick max, get that hood max. We gotta go. And this was the coolest thing. So I was kind of screaming in the backs, behind the scenes, backstage stuff. There's big claps here, but all Epic was doing was just kind of going right underneath height, pushing left and shadowing so no one could see him. Because of that clutch and their consistency, they're rolling in the 7th. But we talked about Chris and his clutch with the med kit, their consistency last game with the 2nd. 80 points now, Kelly. They're almost looking at a 20-point lead coming in with first place.
Ooh, what a great performance back-to-back now from them. First and second place grabbing 6 eliminations each in their performances. But I'm quite surprised to see Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels up here now with 11 eliminations and making sure that they make it to the end game each time. But they've only gotten 7th and 4th place, so consistency again being very important, able to grab those eliminations even if they're not able to make it into the final 3 teams. But of course, Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky are up here in 3rd place, and the team that just won that victory royale jumping all the way up into 4th place. That's going to be Glace, Domo, and Unsightly.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th are kind of the duality of man situation. We're basically having one really good game, and then after that, there's a little bit of a bad game to match. I hope, the consistency rolls through, because you got to keep up with Falconer, Reed, and Chris now. They're doing too good. On the next page, though, everyone's kind of moving up. Bluzro getting kind of closer as well. 40R Storm looking real good, 13th place beforehand. I think it was Quinn that was there. Batman Booga's also kind of rising up. Kelly, these guys are ready to go to get to that first page.
I mean, there's still 10 more games to go. We just saw a victory royale right there, getting them, what was it, 50 points? Yeah, close to over 50 points right there. That was the 54-point victory royale, jumping them all the way up. So any of these teams that we saw in our 11th to 20th place spot right there could easily grab one of those victory royales. And I say easily, genuinely, all of the teams that we have right now in the finals for NA West are a top performing team. And obviously you keep thinking, well, Arkham Rex and Epic Will, this is the gods of NA West. They're not performing super great right now. So a lot of these teams have an opportunity to kind of steal that throne.
Saving the energy. They're saving the energy. As you mentioned, Kelly, lots of games to go. And we talked about game 1. I want to focus in on game 2 now, what we just watched. It seems like whoever's controlling that central point of low ground is really winning out these games. And right now, that's Falconer, Reed, and Chris. They have that spot 2 games in a row, and they're looking really good, Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you're able to make it to the end game right there and you're able to perform the way that you're able to do it on the low ground right there. You know, high grounds wins games, low ground wins tournaments. They're able to grab all of the loose players, all of the teams that are dropping below them, and they're doing such a smart job paying attention to where those teams are, positioning themselves in the zone so that they have the rest of the buffet in front of them and they're just chowing down.
Kelly, you can't hit me with these. You can't hit me just offhand like that, out of pocket. Wow, listen, okay. I would like to add just a tiny little baby bit to this. Rex, his trio, right? They have not been performing, but what's interesting is these guys are sitting at 56 points, 52 points rather, right now in that number one spot. We're looking at 80 points. It's really not that far away. A victory royale is worth 30 points, right? So it's almost like they're playing this game of like, yeah, you guys get out and ahead. You've got your lead, right? Yeah, we're not. Don't look over here. We're doing whatever. We're being eliminated. Like, it's a little. Something is kind of building here, and I want to see what happens over the next set of games, because, like, we have 4 more on the day, but I think this team can do it. I think they have that potential. They've got the stopping power. They can make it happen.
Keep in mind how teams are winning right now. I think Glace, Domo, and Unsightly have done it really well with the double digits, but talking to Reek Chris, they're running with 6 elims every game. When Rex, Arkham, and Epic will win a game, they don't just win a game. They win a game. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they come in really, really strong with so many eliminations. They dominate the entire lobby. I'm waiting for that to happen. They'll catch up fine with that, Zeke.
I mean, for me, though, it seems like the teams that have height right now seem to be doing the best. And Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, they don't prioritize height the way that a lot of these other teams do. So I'm wondering if they're going to be changing up, sort of trying to grab height from Zone 6, Zone 7. Again, coming from Sweaty Sands, they're going to have an interesting rotation. They're kind of close to that west side, and we don't see too many west side zones. So they're going to have to come into that final zone kind of as an outlier. But, Zeke, I'm ready for game number 3.
Hey, we'll have to see. It's about that time, Kelly. You ask and you shall receive. It's game number 3 of the FNCS from NA West. Clay Sundown, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly, and straight into the action as we actually see an elimination in the bottom left-hand corner, a contestant coming out directly on top as generally the trio who took away match number 2, who landed super first out in Slurpee to say, no, we got a little bit of moxie from that win in match number 2. If we're going to go aggro early on, Domo picking up 2 of those with a little bit of assist there from the pickaxe. So nice little kind of audible going on from this trio.
Frappe gonna fall up and Craggy as well. The two seems like contested POIs outside Dirty continuing to fight. Spidey gonna go down though, and Lifty getting some shots back. Domo and Glaze trying to find this one last player out, and it doesn't look like it's gonna be a Shifu-like performance. As I say that, Domo goes down pretty low, but they are able to get that elimination. I believe Domo actually able to steal that one away. All 3 going to him.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that tire there might have prevented him from being knocked. Not sure if that was intentional, but hitting the tire bounced him back out of the box and was able to toss a nice little ramp. So if it was intentional, great microplay. If it wasn't, well, sometimes you just need a tire.
That zone, though, going to be difficult for a lot of these southwest and northwest teams to rotate through. We finally get to see a northeast zone here, and for trios like Quinn, Dylan, and Juicy, this is both a blessing and a curse. Getting zone up here is really, really hard to find Surge, especially if you're in Simi, so I'd love to just keep our eyes on them and how they deal with this Surge issue that's going to come through.
And one thing to note, something that typically doesn't happen in our West matches, take a peek at the top left-hand corner. 90 players remaining, 30 trios left. 3 trios that cleanly wiped off at the start, which means all of those contestants that we saw are pretty much resolved. With the exception of what's going over at Dirty Docks right now, there's probably not going to be a ton of fighting here, as those drawn-out fights that usually happen off spawn are this time we're very efficient, got taken out. So we're going to hop over to what should be one of the last few early contestants since that Dirty Docks fight where Shifu went absolutely heroic last time to really shut down Little Zinx and Temple, who got a little over ambitious.
They've got to respect this fight a little bit more because of that. Now, there's got to be some level given over to Shifu. The blue pump clutch from them is was just phenomenal.
I mean, I would too if I ended up getting clipped, right? Like, that ended up, like, effing competitive. He did that out. Shifu was all over it. Like, that's going to be one of the highlights. That was disgusting. One of the best early game mechanical plays we saw. And after that happens, you got to be like, all right, maybe we can't just dive in if this guy's capable of hitting what was 5 headshots in a row.
Yeah, but the headshots are going back on a little via the AR. Finally able to get together that team down below. They were a little bit split up. The damage is going down. It seems like it's being dealt, but not being taken by Little Zinx and Temple there. Look at that. They're full. They're healthy. This is what you want to see. You can tell they've given a little bit more respect. They're not hopping in the boxes right away. They're not pushing too aggressively. They're trying to find these angles out perfectly. Ooh, and the third-party team is coming in. This has happened every single game, except for that first one. That first one was so quick and so decisive that they didn't really have the opportunity to engage upon this. But look at Shifu, look at Depp, look at Yasir. They are just huddled down. They are backing up. Little is trying to put some damage down. Depp did take a ridiculous amount of damage, though. Has to be careful. Shifu backing up. Doesn't have a pump this time around, though. Does have a tactical, which is going to be even harder on them to clutch with.
Yeah, it's tough in these box-to-box fights to really make those decisive plays. The attack just its only advantage really being that high rate of fire. Yes, if you are able to get box-to-box, but as we talked about and how it was very atypical of match number 1, Dirty Dogs fights can drag out for absolutely ever. There's so many places where you can just like quickly disengage and find a pallets and farm back up, or like find a little nook and cranny. It's just like all of a sudden this guy who really should have been pressured out just has 5 more brick or 5 more metal, and there's always seems to be more resources. And that's why we're seeing 3 trios directly on top of each other, as Monk is going to get the finish there on to Cause in the Elam feed. So there's definitely one other fight going on, but right now this Dirty Dogs trios just all kind of flaring out their tails, a little bit of peacocking going on, saying, hey, look at me, I'm super pretty, but you don't want to come anywhere near me, I'm threatening.
And with the zone being over the top of them as well, that even gives them more of an opportunity to continue to draw this fight out, as Nico, Jaden, and Javon going up yet again, trying to put the damage down. Look at Temple separated from Zinx, who's separated from Little. They're all going different directions. Look at that. They've got to be careful. Temple is trying to set up an ambush play, but in all honesty, if I'm Temple, I just try to run away as much as I can, but Javon is going to find him there, has to disengage back into the building, but that's where you see it. That's where Depp, that's where Shifu are. They do get away for the time being, but this is not looking good for Little and company.
I was just about to say, cue the Benny Hill music, because we got a 4th trio riding over the hills there. The yellow triangle's in the bottom right-hand corner. Temple has just been left by himself in the main building. He's going to end up actually getting knocked there. So this is just a really, I don't want to say interesting decisions, because you don't have a ton of choices with the zone pulling over on the side and the fact that you end up getting bogged down this fight. But it's just, this is such an awkward situation for so many of these trios to be in. And talk about awkward situation, just running right there, wide open the rooftop, back to back to back. Body shots coming through the AR, and he's really lucky none of those were a headshot from the upper angle. We're going to switch back on over. It's the Axolotls. Pulsar, Nico, 5G, Jaden X, and ZH22, Jivon. They were the ones who were able to come through, isolate out Temple there, and send him back. But we have another trio.
We have a 5th trio coming in the Dirty Dogs, and I'm not sure if they know exactly what's happening with the fight. As Little tries to go back in, I think maybe able to grab that reboot card with Zinx. This may be a clutch pickup from them, but look at Javon separated from Jaden and Nico there, as Caesar, Vanellas, and Luis are coming in. They are trying to find angles. The Axolotl is just hiding out, not wanting to build, not wanting to take any damage there. And I think every party has kind of agreed upon this is not where we want to be. We do not need to take these fights. Yes, we got these tags off, but this is just not worth it in the end. There's tags trying to come through from Vanellas and company, but I'm glad they're disengaging.
Yeah, but where are you going? You can't leave at this point, because one of the benefits around Dirty Docks or landing in here is that once you rotate out, you pretty much have high ground priority for the rest of your rotation because of the initial mountains that are on that eastern side of the map. However, there's already trios who have staked claims to the exit corridors. So you don't have a clear exit path unless you dip completely out to the north. And I'm not sure these players are really aware of that. But right now, you can see two trios getting ready, set box to box. I believe this is Luis, Vanillas, and Cesar on the other side of it, trying to get an advantage here, trying to potentially cut off this escape route, because we talked about it. Hey, north is the only way out, but these guys just kind of gave up the pass control over there to then cut off this exit, knowing that this team's unable to get away. Plus, it gives them access to additional brick and metal materials down on the side, but this is not a fight that really any of these trios want. However, you kind of have to take it, as Storm Surge is going to rear its head here in about a minute and a half, a little bit more, and only 10 players have dropped?
And the other trio on the other side is also fixing to get into an engagement, as Nico is going to hit a lot of damage on that shot, but not going to be able to capitalize. They will get out, and they're just back together. They're running out of builds, though. Nico down to 34, needs to find an opportunity here. And just look at that zone. Oh. It's going to be far, far away. And look at that trio that's just sitting on the antenna there, just waiting for anybody to try to make their rotation out. So no matter who becomes the victors of these fights, they're going to have to deal with another trio just sitting there waiting.
And all of these trios are going to be like a donkey in the back of a carriage in a minute asking, are we there yet? Because as you said, that zone is far, far away. And despite the initial northeast pull that we got, it pulled pretty much back to the opposite, to the western side. So all of these trios over here are just in an awful position. This rotation is going to be horrendous, and you can see that right now, that everyone has basically started to dip out. And the ones who are stuck on the eastern side are just, this is going to be so tough. And they're actually, as I said, going to exit towards the northern side to just avoid any possible contention.
I wonder if that reboot was able to come through for Little and maybe pick Temple back up. But it's on the feed. Falconer getting an elimination. They've got to just keep playing their game. They're only in the lead by 17 points. Another trio that was playing consistency, Caleb Tautais and Wheels, right behind them. And if we know anything about West, those teams that are at the top are going to continue to say that there's not going to be a lot of shakeups unless something big happens, like one of these fights gets prolonged and they get caught in the zone. But look at Smock, look at Eclipse, look at Poppy, making the rotate that you talked about, and this was really their only way out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a tough situation to end up being in, and we'll see if the slugfest that happened in Dirty Docks is even worth it, as they are ending up above that Storm Surge threshold. We'll swing over to some of the other fights that are going down. It looks like we're just outside the Boney Burbs rotation. Yes, we are, as we do have Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex trying to rain shots down there towards the center part of the map. In between Boney Burbs and the Spire right now, as you can see, Moni and Trix trying to get that rotation past this trio. No, actually, I lied. We're over by Risky Rios. We're on the wrong side. Spatial dyslexia. I apologize. As you can see now, Moni and Silly Chicks just trying to get the rotation across here. Risky Rios has been completely cleaned out of all of its metal, all of its mechanical parts, and just there's so much rotations going on as we're directly on the western side of the zone, where all the other trios from the western part are going to be just stuck in together.
With only 39 damage above, again, for Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex, they're going to have to make a decision, and I think they're making it now, whether they sit here and look for any more tags. Now only 27, it's falling. And Arkham already made this decision without them. This is not what we want to see, unfortunately. Moving up ahead, he is going to put some damage down. They are going to get to 23 above, but they're so separated. They cannot do this if they expect to win back to back to back. They've got to get together. They have to fight box to box, because going out by yourself, yes, you're going to bait this team out, and yes, it is a duo, but they are so good. A 2v3, the shot will come through. Moni going to take a lot of damage. Epic Well and Rex now there to fight together. This is a fight you can take. Yes, you're above 78, but it's not going to be what you want. They can keep putting this pressure down, but they have to find the right angles, and they have to slow it down. They're playing way too rush right now.
Yeah, and when you're up against it, when you're in this final moments, you don't want to end up being rushes, particularly when you have the advantages, because what ends up happening is you forget to capitalize on them. You forget to kind of make the most of what you're able to do. And in a 3v2, they should be able to close this out, particularly because it looks like their opponents are being hit by Storm Surge. They should have heard that damage ended up coming through, as Silly Tricks and Moni are trying to get in. They are ended up taking damage. There's another trio over on the side. Gaskin will come out as well to try and create a little bit of space, but the shield's going to be cracked on Moni, and they should hear that. As I say that, Epic Whale actually gets backed off a little bit, tries to get the edit down, not quite able to find it, but really good box-to-box control. He's almost an entire box away, and he's able to control both of those panels, being able to get that. Rex will get the conversion there. Solution's going to get the other one onto Moni, so one Elim. However, as I note, Solution, Mojo, and Jagbeer, they have no problem taking these early fights. They are closing the gap. They're wall-to-wall, and I don't think they necessarily know that this is that trio.
I don't think they do either, and Rex is trying to get that med kit on off, is not going to be able to do so. But that was 6th place going down there from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, with the addition of Solution, putting some shots down. And look at Kenshi, look at Snacky, look at Favs. They are getting hit by Sturgeon. Look, there's no one around. It is so central. They have nothing to really work with. They're trying to out-heal at the campfire, the bandages, and they all go down.
And they all fall down, and they're not going to be able to put the pieces back together no matter how many horsemen they have. And that's the unfortunate, when you pull so central to zone that nobody's anywhere remotely near you. We talked about this on the side. You have to be able to go find your fights. The Storm Surge will finally turn off as we just hit below 70 players remaining, 69 left on their feet. And yet we still don't have those first 5 placement points coming through yet, with still 26 trios remaining. You need to make it through that first 8, basically saying, hey, congratulations, you survived the early game, you made it off of your drop, here's 5 points.
That is got to be heartbreaking. You play that long of a game, and unfortunately going to fall. Love to see them adapt that going into the next games. Of course, this is only game number 3 out of 12. We've still got a long way to go, so they can definitely learn. They can definitely grow from that engagement. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, though, right next to Trashy, Vert, and Demon Roses. They've got to be careful.
And so far, after the first Storm Surge trios, you care about who ended up going down there. 3rd place, TSG Favs, and then the extra duo of Kenshi and Snacky. 6th place, who we saw right before that, Silly Tricks and Moni, as the duo with Regular, falling to the Storm Surge. And then the last trio in the top 10, Bakata, Vernie, and Nitty, also getting taken down. We'll note that Blezro, Nigel, and Nani in 14th place also fell. Otherwise, every single other trio in the top 29 is still up. So plenty of movement space to be had.
It has been stacked in every single region that we've watched, and West is holding true. The rotate from Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham going to come through, and it seems pretty free as the observers are going to show us this rotation. There's not a lot of players that are going to be holding them right here. Mojo, Solution, and Jagbeer are going right over the top of Wale, Sake, and Batman and Booga. Look how low they are. This should be an engagement that they can win. Domo, Glacier, and Unsightly, though, making that early rotation. They are trying to build over the top of Macon, Wavy, Jacob, and Poodle. Looks like they're going to do it, but look at how many mats they invested in for that.
Yeah, and we'll see if it ends up being worth it, because investing those mats is all about how you're able to convert on the positioning, as the observers give us a nice little run around of the lobby and the current status. And my prediction, being the only one who stood out from the pack, and I'd say took the road less traveled going on there, has actually managed to stay up in a decent spot, which we haven't necessarily seen them do so far. So good job on Quinn, really putting the IG skills to the test after a rough 2 matches there. As you can see, fighting over on the pond, you got J Rose's Vert and Trashy nearly wall-to-wall with Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. Mojo, Jagbeer, and Solution rotating just around the outside of him. Chris, Reet, and Falconer are current leaders over on the side. And got to give props to Falconer today as well. He has just been fragging out. Normally, you wouldn't expect him to carry the weight of the eliminations, but last game pretty much had all of them in the 2nd place run. In this game, also picking up their soul Elin.
I think ever since last season, Falconer has kind of been that player to step up and say, I can get these, I can clutch. But before that, it was not his role. He was there to really just kind of guide Arkram to wherever they needed to be. He was the IGL. He was the one that put everyone in that spot so that they could frag out. But now Falconer turning into a different type of player there is going to find that elimination as well, as we're talking about it now too.
And I would say one thing that actually really benefits him, and there's few players that you can say specifically when the addition of a weapon ends up coming in, well, it's like, oh, it's a buff for them. But Falconer is disgusting with the infantry rifle, and I mean that in the best of ways. He finds so many shots, is able to connect so consistently, that this is the reason why, if they only have one infantry rifle, it is almost always in his inventory. And he's able to put down these shots. You saw the back-to-back 41 tags turning into elimination. You see them splitting the peppers out as the 50-50 zone pulls over towards Wheels, Caleb, and Taltai. You say, Sundown, how do you know that if they're out on a wide? Well, look how many hard mats they immediately invested. They're up on the high ground. They're looking down, and we're about to hit that next round of placement points with 18 trios remaining. One more needs to fall for that +3, and then we're rotating into those late game circles, the moving zones of zone 6 through 9, as the 5th one will start here, and Caleb mistimes that one.
And with second place getting high ground right now, if it pulls that moving zone to them, this is where they can take that lead back. But Falconer, Bree, and Chris, we know, do not need high ground to operate, do not need high ground to find elims or placement. They are so good low ground at clearing spaces out, getting all of their builds where they needed to be, and just surviving. With 17th place now coming through, the placement will start to come over. Everyone in here will start to gain one more point up into those top echelon of placements, and it'd be a little bit different there. But look at Caleb trying to find some extra shots onto players not comfortable with that surge damage. It's not going to affect them now, but in this moving zone, 18 players need to fall. And in 20 seconds, we're going to find out who pulls that moving zone. And if it goes to the northeast, Sundown, nobody is going to pull it.
And so you might be confused as to what they're doing over there. I don't think I've ever seen this be successful. I know it is possible, but the arrows are literal projectiles. So if you don't charge them all the way up, they will not travel in a straight line. They do have dip to them. So they're trying to actually harass that opposing high ground. And I think they might have gotten a tag on one of them, because instantly cones came out on the other side, and they're actually medkitting and using shields over there. So if the analyst gets a chance to actually check out that moment in the replay, you can see there was 48 players still up in 17 trios, which is +3 for everyone. But would be really, really curious to know if they managed to connect on one of those, because that would be nuts. Let's get back to the action at hand, as the zone is going to be rotating past them. They pulled the priority, which shows that investment into the hard mats was worth it. Caleb's going to hang out here and see if there's any shots to be had, as the rest of his team is going to rotate back ahead of him. You can see Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan on the backside of the zone, hip to hip right now with the Asirman. So on top, we have our high ground control. That's Caleb, Wheels, and Tautai. Bottom left-hand corner, our current leaders, Falconer, Reed, and Chris. Bottom right-hand corners, our match number 2 winners, Celeste, Domo, Pure Unsightly, and Glaze. Domo currently leading the charge there with 4 eliminations out of the group, just having more than everyone else combined on the screen right now. So let's pop in on him and see what he's going to do, as their trio is actually below Storm Surge despite the 4 elims from Domo. So they got to go, and they got to go like now.
That's why they're trying to hop into this tarp, trying to get in their faces. But with only that rare attack, they've got to be careful. The builds are not going to be in their favor right now. They are going to face through. Glaces in the box, and then decides to come back on out. Falconer is going to go down. Unfortunately, Storm Surge has turned off for now, so they don't have to worry about that. Reed gonna go down as well. I talked about Falconer clutching up, but now it's on the shoulders of Chris. What can he find? He is going to be able to get into zone. 49 builds. Medkit will be popped. Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels up above, looking good. Medkit going off once again. Chris, in a medkit scenario, has more than enough time. That zone is not even gonna affect him. 49 builds, playing like they have none, just to try to catch somebody off guard. Solo on the other side, though, has to be careful about that. Cannot get sprayed from the high ground team, and he does. They are out. First place is gone, and that means this place right here, this play from Caleb, Wheels, and Taltai may be able to close the gap on first place. Again, they had 80 points coming into the game. I think ended up somewhere at 90, and with 87, they are getting so close.
Close the gap. No, they pulled the reverse card. They're saying, we're going to create the gap now. You're playing catch up to us. as the uncontested high ground control, they don't have the eliminations, but they are just racking up the placement points. However, keeping an eye on the top left, Epic Whale still up on his feet as he's able to pick up back-to-back eliminations. We have our top 5 trios, but there's only 10 people left, so there is tons of duos and solos running around on the low ground. You can almost guarantee that our second place trio is going to push up and take the victory royale here, because there's only one other full trio. That's 40R Storm, Cause, and Adam Bay. The ones who are able to win the 4th and extra reboot round to even get here are going to try and steal away this final victory royale as Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb continue to just rain shots down on the low ground as we have our top 3 with Zello and Mojo being the duo on the low ground. The mid ground tarp is Cause, 40R Storm in his group, and actually I lied. There's one solo who's still running around. Apologies for the change of the colors there as we have a top 4, a complete trio, and then 2 solos on the low ground who are just hip to hip trying to avoid each other.
I think they know they've got to fight their way upward. That's what Adam and 40R are doing right now. Cause up there as well. Shots come through. Adam gonna go down pretty low. The crank from 40R is coming through, but the 90 is not good enough. Has to get in his own, has 10 apples, but how many can they eat? Start munching now on them. Is it going to impact them? Tautai dropping on down, low HP. Adam Bay going all the way down, going to take a lot. 40R trying to make something happen with Cause, but they're sprayed out. Tautai getting in their faces, getting in their box, is going to drop 1. How many more can they find? Cause is going to trade out Tautai, though. Now a 2v2, v1v1. I believe so many players still fighting on that low ground. Zelho will fall. 40R who desperately need to get that elimination. Mojo going to take down Adam, though. Now only 40R remaining. Wheels and Caleb versus 40R and the last solo down below. They have the heal up potential. Wheels will be able to pop this med kit. Caleb has been sent down to find anybody, but high ground is going to be challenged. Will says no thank you, Mojo, and now it's only 40R on the low ground who has to try to clutch it up. This has to be timed perfectly. He is 2 ticks already in the zone, has to play it perfectly. 40R though, low HP, doesn't really have an option. Caleb is going to start to drop down, may be able to get the siphon and the elimination for those points, but it doesn't look like anything else is going to come in. Will get that knock, not able to convert on the elimination. No, a great play from Caleb, Tautai's, and Wheels. And Sundown, you said it right. They said reverse, baby. We are making that gap for ourselves.
Reverse, trap card activated going there. The high ground control coming through, and they didn't have a ton of eliminations at first, but then they're able to pick up 3 more on top of the initial 3, turn it into 6 plus the victory royale. And the fact that every other top team went down before the end game means they're going to be able to open up a decent amount of gap there. But we're now halfway through the first day of the FNCS finals here in NA West, so we're gonna kick it back over to the desk. Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
It's so weird to just think that this is halfway through the first day. I feel like EU just started, and now it's like about to conclude day number 1. It's super weird. Time, it's crazy. Anyway, fantastic victory royale. Tautai coming in clutch when you absolutely need to make it happen alongside Wheels and Caleb. 7 eliminations. That's what you like to see, Shao Wager. That's what you like to see.
Absolutely. The drop down was so sick, too. I mean, Kelly, this team's really rising in the ranks.
Yeah, we talked about them a little bit earlier and how they were performing really well, but they weren't grabbing those victory royales, and we kind of seemed to just miss them in the action, but we definitely did not miss them here, holding height all the way from Zone 5, which was a very favorable zone for them, and converting that into an incredible endgame right there.
That's right. There's a ton of teams that are pulling out all the stops if they're looking to win, but wait, what's this? There's a bunch of clues of a trio that's working in the shadows? Shao Wager?
They kind of rose to the light this game. There's definitely some evidence here.
Enhance!
We shall. Let's look at Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels and their 3-game performance. Last time that win, we got to watch it. It was sick. Zeke's talking about the shadows and these clues because we were kind of hinting at it, or got hinted at it in the first 2 games. Kelly, they were very consistent, and they were riding the coattails of height, mid ground, and low ground to stay consistent over all these games.
Yeah, game number 1 ended off with 7th place with 6 eliminations. Game number 2, 4th place with 5 eliminations. And then, of course, you guys just witnessed it in our 3rd game right there, that beautiful victory royale with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, open and shut type case right now for these guys. Definitely are ramping up. If I do deduce it myself, it looks like they're really on top right now. Finally have everything under control from having a position in the half in, half out. There's still a little bit of a mystery though, Kelly, even off of this performance. Definitely working as a team and looking good while doing it. you know, it seems like it's not the most type of clean performance.
You know, I would say that we still have an unclean crime scene to witness right now, and I think it's going to be over in Dirty Dogs. In fact, in game number 3, we saw quite interesting game number 3 right there.
Yeah, it wasn't kind of like these guys being involved. Obviously, in game 1 and 2, Wheels always being the front runner for the trio, making sure all the picks happen. And then after that, Caleb and Tatai just rolling things through at the end. In that third game, it was Caleb with the VR. But this is what Kelly's talking about in terms of a dirty crime scene. It's kind of a time lapse we're showing you right now, but just check out this CCTV footage we have up for you. Basically, teams rolling through and through over here. Little getting a big base up. It gets God ran from the front side. More teams end up joining in. Nico's on the side there. Yeah, it's basically evening time right now, and these guys are still on the shift. This is the same game that Caleb ended up winning as well. Thank God these guys were not involved in this fight because they might have been clocked for a completely separate crime.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw 4 different teams at Dirty Dogs during that engagement right there. So it was definitely a crime scene that needed to have a little bit more of an investigation over. But what we don't have to investigate is who is going to be in our first place spot. Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, after that victory royale, not placing below 10th in the 3 games that we've witnessed so far, is now taking a pretty decent lead, 8 points ahead of our second place team, Falconer, Reet, and Chris. And of course, Godku, Ka, and Fekoy now jumping up into 3rd place.
Yeah, that 3rd place team, Arkerman 5th. I think Jagveer as well, as I'm looking at them. They're all in very similar positions to Caleb, Tatai, and Wheels, who came into this game. They have a very nice performance that's in the top 10 over and over. They're also just waiting to win a game to be in that first place slot. It's still very close inside the top 5. I'm seeing similar names, though, from 11th to 20th. We're having some trouble getting out of the sand.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a switch right now of Krizix, Alithi, and Frappi, who are in 9th place, with Fabs, Kinchi, and Snacky. They had a great first performance, getting 2nd place in game number 1. Then they moved to 11th place in game number 2. And then, unfortunately, in game number 3, dropping down all the way to 28th place, only able to grab 1 elimination in that early engagement that they had. So hopefully they're going to be able to kind of review what they've changed up in game number 1 versus game number 3 and go back to that dominating performance that we saw from them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of games just rolling through, but for one of those teams that rolled in towards the top spot, I believe it was Falconer, Reet, and Chris. Yes, absolutely. They're looking so good playing as a team today. They've hit top 10 twice so far. Their elims are all together, 12 in total so far as well. And Kelly, these guys are taking fights in just absolutely impeccable time.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it, especially when we have these early engagements where it's like a really long, drawn-out fight. They kind of grab a few tags and they disengage. This is not the team to do that. Falconer, Reet, and Chris, if you see them far away, it is going to be a tornado running over your barn and going to be completely decimated if you see them right there. And unfortunately, in game number 3, they did get that 12th place performance there, but still were able to grab a few eliminations as well, which is why they're holding strong in 2nd place.
Yeah, it's kind of the difference between those 2 narratives, right? When you're a team, you win as a team, lose as a team, you're more consistent. On the other side, they're the individual. We saw Epic Wheels clutch. We saw Caleb's at the end there too, dropping down to low ground. The individuals have a chance to really pop off huge, but they have games where they might flop as well and not really hit, you know, the top 3s, the top 2s you expect them to hit. So I'm wondering if we see a team or a solo here up next.
I mean, you know what, friends? This is like, it's kind of like the stars are now aligning, right? We see it in the sky, okay? We see it aboard the battle bus. We're like, okay, now it's going to happen. As Kelly's saying, there's a tornado on the horizon. It draws closer and closer. The question is, which of these trios will be at the eye of the storm? Okay, I know what you want. You want more games. You're going to have to hold on, though, because that's right. We got to go to a 5-minute break. But listen. We're actually going to start game number 4. That's what you're going to be able to see here on the break plate. But when that timer hits 0, Clay, Sundown, they'll be there to catch you as you fall, and they'll be there to guide us through game number 4. And then after that, we'll be back, break it down, and we'll keep the ball rolling. So get up, go get hydrated, but come right back. You don't want to miss any of the action here from the NA West FNCS Finals. See you in just a little bit.
What's up, Fortnite fam? And we are back here, 3 matches down, 3 matches to go for day number 1. We're over in NA West, the FNCS Finals, and we're hopping on board with our current number 1 trio, Extra Tao Tai, Extra Caleb, and TRNL Wheels, who took match number 3. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling, calling all the action. Clay, how you doing?
I am so hyped for these last 3 games. It has been such a pleasure to get to pass West once again with you this season, and it's all coming to a close here in these 2 days, and the first 3 have been nothing but spectacular. I'm excited to see what happens in the last 3. If you were away, if you were getting your water, you were stretching, and you're wondering what trios did end up going down, it was actually our 4th place trio of Glace, Domo, and Unsightly that did end up falling early in this game, as well as our 17th trio of Batman, Bugo, Walleye, and Sake, and 31st of Hyper Pearl and Cloxic. So big names all going down all around. Of course, that's all going to affect the standings, especially with 4th place going out so early.
Yeah, and we've seen the duality that's happened with Glace, Domo, and Unsightly, where the first match they kind of dropped super far south, and Slurpee didn't really work out. Second match dropped directly on top of the heads of somebody, and Slurpee, yeah, it worked fine. Third match, the same thing. They had another solid performance, but 4th match, that's what happens. Hey, when you're contested, it's not going to always work out for you. So now we're going to swing back on over. This is our 2nd place trio, sitting on 99 points. Pure Chris, Falconer, and Reet currently posted up on top of one of the mountains trying to find the shots, as we do see second zone, and we're going way south here for match number 4.
And it's only a matter of time to see this zone. Everyone that has watched competitive Fortnite has seen this zone at least one time in their history on this map. This Mount K zone is so treacherous. There's so many different, as you would say, changes in verticality that you really, really, really have to prioritize either being mid-ground or high ground. Low ground here is going to be very, very hard and even more volatile to play. I'm very intrigued to see what Falconer, Reet, and Chris do with this change in zone.
Yeah, and they need to be really careful. They're taking a ton of damage on this rotation, and they didn't have to. Like, they could have covered themselves a lot more efficiently. They could have doubled with wood going along that rotation rather than just trying to do the single line, which allowed for the players who are on kind of that western hold there on that little mountain, that orange triangle, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, just ramp up one more layer to get a better beat on them. Now, they have a team in front of them. They have a team behind them. Like, it's so incredibly tough to really deal with this over the course of the time. And right now you can see Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham just trying to post up and get some shots out here, as they do have priority of this Guardian spot. And that was the trio I was just talking about. Those were the orange triangles with great position to get rotation off of this and catch everyone else who's going to try and take this exact same path.
And with the team above them eliminated, this is better and even great for them, as they're on a roll. They've jumped up 2 spots. But a quick stat for everyone: 4 players have placed top 10 in each of the FNCS Trio Finals. Who are they? That is the question posed today.
So that's a tough question going on there. I'm not going to answer it because I'm 99.9% sure I know the answer, which is also, like, I don't want to say half cheating, but when it comes to having a partially photographic memory and spending, I don't want to say more time than I should, because I think it's an appropriate amount of time, but I'm sure plenty of people would debate me on that given the amount of mod watching going through. But I'll be interested to see kind of what the chat ends up saying, what the people on Twitter end up saying, whether you're watching on watchfortnite.com, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, wherever you're tuning in. Tomorrow we'll be in Party Royale, so if you're hanging out in the game, you can check us out and watch there. But right now, we're all hanging out over here into the meadows, just trying to stake claim to positioning, trade some shots out as the initial contestants have worn out. Everyone is just going to be looking to trade some tags. And honestly, I'm hoping for a bit more from Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan. Hyped them up a lot, like kind of tried to buck the trend there to really say, no, I believe in these guys. They're able to get through. And it's been a tough day, but you can see quick stat left-hand side, making Quinn, Rex, and Epic Whale. Was that going to be your guess, Clay?
I had Rex, I had Epic Whale, and I did not have Macon and Quinn. So I got 2 right. I got 2 right there. But gotta be honest, Macon and Quinn surprising me there. But knowing West, not as surprising seeing their names.
Well, so the key part of that question, because we asked a very similar question last week for those of you who are also watching, which is which 4 players have made every single FNCS final. But the difference in the qualifier on that question was trios FNCS. So you kind of in your mind just thinking, hey, which trios have been particularly dominant and who has kind of kept those consistent trios? And that'll give you those extra hints going through. And the fact that Macon and Quinn have been just like so utterly consistent during those runs. But now you can see Zello, MSC, Slayer try to get some shots over there as Alethi, Chrisix, and Frappe are pinned in the zone right now in a tough situation as a lot of Northern teams are actually having to make this last final slog through Lazy Lake with plenty of gatekeepers saying, no, 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 no.
That's something you really have to be careful about. You gotten zoned pretty much almost every single time except for that one where it was around Sweeping and the Spire and Boney. This is a hard rotation to make, especially coming all the way from Craggy, from Steamy. But we saw what Quinn did. They rotated early. They got on top of the mountain. And look at the observers showing us that zone. If Quinn just holds on up there and zone continues to pull, they should be good. Look at how many players, though, are in this game. 80. 10 more need to fall before the Storm Surge turns off. Slaya, MSC, and Zelho are below, 6 below. They've got to find tags.
They have to find tags, and they have an angle, but unfortunately, all 3 are looking in one direction, and when you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to get 3-2-1 from the opposite side, and despite the fact that they're now above Storm Surge, they're in real shambles, and speaking of shambles, Quinn and Co. going down, honestly, really want to see them regroup, take the time after they've been eliminated to figure something out, because right now, the game plan is not working. You got to throw it out, go to another strat, because they're just getting picked apart here. And the observers did a good job showing us right before, but that zone is in one of the most treacherous parts of this map. We are directly on top of the highest changes in elevation possible. This is the most severe change in verticality, and it's going to make high ground control so incredibly important. That's why you see, despite the fact that there's no one near them right now, Fikoi and Co. are grabbing these excess peppers, popping them, and sprinting to the top of this hill, saying, hey, we need to get our position, and we need to get it right now.
And they haven't had to move. This is where they land. This is where they've been. This is their push they do every single early game. So if anyone knows how to play around this area and control it, it is them. There's a lot of pressure they're going to put on themselves here in this game just to win, because they know this is our area. We can do this. And I don't know if I like them being down here. They have these extra mats, so can't really go up right away. And honestly, if they have the gold for it, I believe that NPC shows them where the next zone is going to be as well. So maybe able to play a little bit around that, but this will be interesting as Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex have chosen a different approach, and they decided to swim into the zone, not taking that much damage, but look at their shields. We saw max shields on them, and max in the inventory as well, have taken a lot of shots. Altai going to pick up an Elam, though, in the feed.
And if they can get down to Camp Cod, regardless, whoever rotates out of Camp Cod, you never have enough time to loot the entire place. You're almost always forced to leave, whether it's Storm Surge tag, zone, or something else. So you can see them getting the priority rotation down here. There is always excess mats, always excess loot, always something. And the zone pulled directly on top of it. This is what we talk. It's not a named area, but Camp Cod has been one of the most, I don't want to say notorious, but just it's had very different staggering impacts on who's landing down here. When fishing was so incredibly strong, everyone who was landing out of this area pretty much always had a max loadout. When it was the flopper meta, you wanted to be in this area because the density of the fishing pools give you so much. And the one thing to note here is because we've pulled off of the mountain, if the zone doesn't go to that northern side, there's not really a super definitive high ground. It's a lot of open space in water.
And even if it pulls to the west as well, again, because there's no definitive high ground, everyone's going to have to go up another mountain as well. But this zone, you said treacherous, is going to be even more chaotic as well. Looking through, we do see Keto and company with Skadoosh finally able to make it there. Eclipse in this game as well. Jagveer making their rotation. Trashy, Vert, and J. Roses late on theirs as well. And Lithi, Chrisix, and Frappe all finally in this in-game together alive. They made it off spawn. Yes, they were held in zone moments ago, but they were here. They're trying to make something happen. Snacky gonna take a lot of damage though. Sidla, Mateo, and Monk going in. That fight more than likely gonna be resolved here. Ka, Decoy, and Godku right below Wavy Jacob. Look at Temple, Little, and Zinx in this zone. But as you see, look at the high ground control. That's Poodle trying to solo tarp out while Arkham, Epic, Whale, and Rex are just chilling.
And this is what I talked about. There's access, big pots, there's tons of space for them there. And the high ground control, because they're off the side of the mountain there, like you have to tarp out, which makes you that much more vulnerable to getting chopped. And you're not guaranteed that investment in hard mats, which you have to utilize, because if you single tarp out in wood, you're just asking to be plummeted below. You're not guaranteed to get anything. Where this fifth zone pulls here, and you can see bottom right-hand corner, 25 seconds till that happen, is going to cause so much chaos and so much rotation. So keep an eye on that corner. But right now, little ambush coming out. The player doesn't know that he's here. He's just whacking away, and you're inside. Building through there is so hard. You literally are setting yourself up in a fishing galley. Rex is going to own the wall, edit through. There's no way this player is just cooked. He's the goose on Christmas dinner. He's pinched right between, but as I say that, actually, looks like he's able to find a little bit of respite, a little bit of breathing room, despite being pinned against the wall. His trio's gotten next to each other, and they might not be able to take advantage of it. As I say that, they are able to get wall-to-wall. Replacement comes through, 59 tag, but Epic Whale gets backed off, and so does Rex, and they're going to have to take shields. And Zone did not pull to that northern side. It pulled due west. Everyone on the northern side is going to have to just jump off of that cliff and rotate to the low ground, because there's no real good pathway that's going to take you there.
And first, second, and fourth are out of this game. That means Godku, Ka, and Fikoi, who are in third, have an amazing chance to close that lead. Arkham, Epic Well, and Rex also as well. Jagger, Mojo, and Solution have an opportunity. Blizzy, Nate, and Riverson, though, trying to hold some semblance of high ground. You have to be very careful, though. Riverson is doing that, looking for those tags up above. Jacob gonna go down. Nani gonna go down. Zink's gonna fall. Everyone fighting up there because they know this zone is pulling right where they have to go. And look, you talk about notable players that they just get a buff when this weapon is in the game. Riverson is one of them.
Riverson with the legendary infantry rifle, he's just going to start picking pixels, finding beads there. 41 and 42 tags being so dangerous, and if he does connect with one of those headshots, we talked about it over and over, that 2x damage multiplier being that much more punishing. And he has such a great line and a great angle that nobody is going to be able to charge off at him. If he gets a bead on you, you're going to lose so much of your HP. 2 body shots, that's 88 damage coming down for just a brief exposure. You can see we're now into the cascading placement points as we have our top 15. Kenshi and Snacky picking up eliminations. So top of the feed, high ground control, that's Riverson, Blizzy, and Nate. Bottom right-hand corner, you have the champs, the reigning back-to-back 100 Thieves, Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, and we'll zoom in on them as they're going to get control. And notice, too, that it's pulling east directly over where they just tarped in from. So they should have a relatively safe rotation back to the builds. You can see them trying to line up that tunnel there. Midi going to get the conversion onto Healthy. Storm Surge not going to play a factor here in the 7th zone, as West is starting to loosen up a little bit. Only 6 more players will have to go down, and we have one heck of a rotation to make here, as all the teams on that northern side have to cross a body of water that has largely been unbuilt. They're going to have to invest a bunch of resources to make a rotation, while Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale just walk back through their already completed tarp.
And it's ending on the building that they were farming up for half in, half out as well. So it's going to be even better for them. They've got to be careful, though. Teams here are going to look for them as we see who's up above them, trying to find exactly who. Snacky and company there. It's going to be Jator, you, and Avail trying to get into zone, but look at Jator going down. Riverson, Lizzie, and Nate up above. Vert will fall, trying to grab any of that extra loot. Will harpoon him to finish that elimination. Yoink, indeed, they get those mats. That's 30 extra builds. That will be a lot longer in this game. But if this zone pulls north, if it goes north, everyone is going to have such a hard time. Going down very low, though, wondering what they're trying to do. Shots come through there. Fikoi going to get traded out. There's a lot of damage, but hit marker will go down. Floppers are there. Cuck can grab them. It's only one, but it was able to get picked up, and that's what they needed.
That was a max damage pump headshot from a left-handed triangle peek. That was gross. They're able to find so much room that they're going to be a bottom left-hand corner. Rex finding a knock. That's the bottom right-hand corner. And Rivason still just playing a completely different game from everyone else. He's in a shooting gallery. He's going and he's finding elims. He's getting builds, dropping down, and then ramping back up. Not a care in the world. That's the top part of your screen. Bottom left-hand corner, we can see our third place trio facing up and getting cleaned out. So now back on board, currently in 5th place. But do you hear that? That's the sound of inevitability. Epic Whale picking up an elim. Rex gets a second one there. The champions begin their surge. The first 3 matches are always a little slow, but I don't think you can ever quite count them out. As the momentum continues to build, where will this zone pull? Because if it continues going to the north, they could end up in trouble. Not a lot of builds on Rex, but as I say that, we're going up into the east, and you can see he's going to be the one to trail. Epic Whale ends up eating a lot of shots up on the high ground. We got Nate and Blizzy with Riverson still just looking top down and denying it. What Riverson is doing is so good right now, dropping it and doing so much damage, but more importantly, he's stalling everyone, not letting them up the side. So Nate and Blizzy are just raining shots down, despite Rex picking up back-to-back eliminations. He's not going to be able to turn it into anything. And Blizzy and Nate just rain shots down. Victory Royale with the 10 elims. But we talk about free high ground control and converting it out. They had it pretty much from the moment that Western Zone pulled on that half in, half out. And they just looked so good converting it out.
They really did. And they, going into that game, I believe, were 8th place. And again, everyone ahead of them, except for Godku and except for Arkram, was eliminated. So those 3 are going to shoot to the top, because we know those points that they had were higher than what Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels ended on. And so that zone, if anybody learned anything, is that if you have high ground there, if you can maintain it in some semblance of the word, you are going to win that game.
Yeah, also the legendary infantry rifle, pretty good when you have that priority. But to take a look at what might be our first versioning of the shoop inning, we're going to kick it back over to the desk. Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
There are some things in the universe that are inevitable, and one of those things is the shoop. It happens every time, without fail. Sundown created it and instilled it in the universe to make sure that all things had balance. A great game, you know, and he kind of said, kind of in that game, Rex, Epic, Arkram, they're inevitable. I mean, guys, they made a top 5. Okay, this might be the gas they needed to really get the ball rolling.
No, absolutely, and that's a lot of stuff that happened in the end game. I want to go back in the earlier portions of Game 4 as well, because we had that break slate, missed a few fights that were fast when they rolled through. So let's take a look back at that early game from game number 4 and see exactly how things went down. There were 3 fights that went down on the map. Kelly, I'm kind of sad right now. You know, I was supposed to have the biggest bias, but Batman, Bugha, Sake, and Wale clearly still struggling in these games.
Yeah, they're just not able to find their footing. I don't know if it's the drop spot and if they're going to kind of like take some VOD reviewing this tonight to look at what they're going to be doing for game number 2 here. But they're just not even really grabbing any good shots there. Poofy being able to take down their team, as well as Glaze and Domo eliminating them on drop spot right there.
Yeah, it's just tough for them, because even this spot in particular, not too many chests. It's really just about your drop entirely towards this Southern Misty Meadows mountain. There's a little bit of a camp here. If you don't have one gun spawn on the ground, it's kind of over for your trio. Still, there were 3 I talked about being eliminated across the map. Hyper, Pearl, and Clockstick. Kind of a POV of a team that's struggling on the boards entirely in that 30th type place slot. Rolling in, yeah, they got an Elam off spawn. It looks good for, you know, the total thresholds of points they have entirely, but Harpoon in the box. Hyper just got absolutely worked. He gets picked up by Midi, and now we're seeing this Slurpee Swamp fight just go absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, Glaze, Domo, and Unsightly were in 4th place after game number 3 there. I don't know exactly how they are positioned in game number 4. So to kind of drop spot contention them on Slurpee Swamp right there, that is, you're going to have to go in confident right now, thinking that you're going to be able to take them down. And they were able to take down Glaze, but with a smart reboot right here, they were able to jump back up and to position themselves into a more favorable game 4 right there. Never mind.
Almost. They got one. I was convinced too. When I was looking back, I was convinced, I'm like, hey, they're coming back. But yeah, I mean, everyone's on par right now, and I think the man of the match has to be Riverson. We talked about it.
The shoot.
First place he was a secret agent at the end. You know, Clay and Sundown called it so well. They got sent down, kind of was a sneaky thief, basically interrupted all the other trios, one of them being Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. And as a result, they're in first. Look at it though, right? Wheels, he wasn't here in the first 2 games in the top 3. Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale so far, Kelly, have only gotten better since we tuned in.
Yeah, seriously. Like, we still really haven't seen them in a Final 3 situation until game number 4 there. And that showcases if they are able to get into the Final 3, this is what happens. They're able to shoot up all the way up into 3rd place right now. And we still have so many more games to go. 5 eliminations and that 3rd place finish right there is going to grab them almost 40 points. So it really doesn't matter, honestly, if you're able to grab a victory royale or not, if you're still able to make it to the end game and grab those eliminations. But of course, that game did go to Riverson, Blizzy, and Nate right there. And also, I kind of want to mention the end game that we got to witness right there. I know that Cam was calling, or I'm sorry, Sundown was calling it out, but Riverson's incredible play to drop down, leaving Blizzy and Nate on height. And Riverson pretty much just stopped anyone else from being able to climb up that hill. And this is actually the 2nd time today for North American West that we've seen a Zone 8 victory royale. And so I'm kind of wondering what that really means. Shai, I want to know what your perspective is. Why are we seeing so many early victory royales?
I feel like there's a lot of teams that might be scared to maybe take over on height. Even like on this page, as we come back towards the cameras, you can see the points overall are kind of getting closer. That's the shoop effect we keep talking about. It's kind of the sound that's made when you, I guess, pull things from both ends or squish them. It's a shoop. Just to give you guys context, if you don't know what we're talking about. But because
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You know, there's mountains in the way. It's treacherous terrain. It's very hard to try to, you know, be able to survive on low, on mid, on these safe layers. As a result, height gets to work down more. As you mentioned, Kelly, you know, sending Riverson down, sending a single person down to interrupt things like Caleb did before too. When everything's kind of chaotic and you put in even more chaos with a person who's just, you know, bent on causing destruction, it becomes really, really scary for every other trio and games end faster.
But we see that a lot where, like, the team that has height, and honestly for North American West, it seems like the team that has height is able to grab that victory really easily. They'll send one person down, and that one person, it's kind of a toss-up if they're able to grab an elimination, because usually it's a 1v2, 1v3 situation when they do drop down. This, however, it was not Riverson going down to take down the other 4 teams. This was literally Riverson being a gatekeep, holding everyone off while Blizzy and Nate were able to rain down fire from above. What an intelligent play right there to kind of understand their surrounding and use it to their advantage.
Absolutely. And what's the result of that, right, for games 5 and 6 coming up entirely? Basically, we have 6 teams now with triple digits. They're above 100 points, so lots of interesting things. You know, it's still close towards the very end.
Oh, man.
Past that, everyone's kind of tied neck and neck. A bunch of teams at 76 points, 74. It's very close. Zeke, you were mentioning, I think, around game 2, that 30-point difference is just like half a game, right? It's a few good elims and a nice placement. So everyone is definitely still up for contention to be in top 5 and even take the day in first right now, you know, at the end of this 2-day event.
Look, we still have 2 games. Anything can happen. But yeah, our top 6, they're starting to pull away, okay? They're starting to say, look, there is a separation between us and everybody else. But we have 2 games. Anything can happen. The shoop will continue until all things are balanced. So for now, it's time to jump back into the action. It's Shoop King himself and Clay alongside him to take us into game number 5 of the FNCS.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Kelly. And we're going to hop on board with the creators of the first shoop we've seen so far. And for those of you who are confused, the shoop is the sound that I envision in my head when you squeeze that top of the leaderboard. When at first there was a couple of people who were a little bit farther ahead and it looked like they're really going to separate. But after that last match, those top 6 are all really right on top of each other, with just one bad place or one good game being the difference maker. As we see, 4DR Storm is going to be the first person confirmed here, as we still have 98 players remaining. Get that leaderboard on the left-hand side. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to call out these last 2 matches.
And they said it best on the desk. The top 6 are starting to pull away, but that means for a very exciting day number 2 that anybody in that area is within contention, and we see another northeast zone. That doesn't always spell well for a lot of the trios there. We saw what happened when it pulled to the southeast. We've seen northeast as well before, and again, pointing out one trio that you had talked about how you wanted to see them go back and evaluate their gameplay, and I really want to see it this game in particular because they're pulling the zone, is Quinn.
You know, I still believe I'm sticking to my guns there on the production. If you could swap that first graphic to make it Riverson, Blizzy, and Nate, I would appreciate that. I mean, no. These guys have looked very good. I still believe that they're going to be able to put it back together. With that being said, what a focus. This trio has done so incredibly well. And Riverson's a player who, in particular, I don't think gets enough credit for a lot of his individual accolades. One of the first players to really swap away from West, say, no, I've had enough of the small pond. I'm going to go jump into the ocean over on East. And he had a really good performance there, to the fact when then he ended up coming back over to the West. It caused a little bit of one of those roster shakeups because everyone was like, what can we do to get Riverson into our trio? And he ended up with Nate and Blizzy, which has been a great match. But now swinging on over to Craggy Cliffs, it looks like Spidey and GGE's finally getting a little bit of revenge here, able to get 2 elims and looking to try and pick up the 2v1 now.
They're pretty healthy with a decent amount of builds. The disengage from whomever is left up above trying to run away.
I think it's a Lithy.
I think it may be a Lithy as well. Going for those reboot card pickups there, they're not going to allow that. Oh, as I say that, it seems like they are. They're going to go for the reboot themselves and definitely allow that disengage. But once again, if Lithy was able to get Krizix and Frappe, we've seen them time and time again get reboots every single chance they can. And that disengage will come through. Spidey being a little careful though, being a little cautious, doesn't want to get caught off guard there, but should be able to get this reboot just fine.
Yeah, and to me, that just tells him he has no idea where Lithy is right now. He thinks he's trying to kind of sneak around, get some shots. We talk about like what cues we see versus what the players end up hearing. Well, that reboot, man, is basically a giant dinner bell. The siren sings and it says, hey, there is a fresh player coming down from the sky with just a common revolver. Get it while you can. But Lithy wants no part of that aggression. He's going to disengage out, try and just kind of sneak around and probably wait to catch a secondary reboot, either late out of Craggy as these guys rotate away, or potentially hit one over at Stealthy, but he's just not going to end up in a positive position for Surge. Unless they were able to trade out a decent amount of damage off the fight, he's going to end up in a rough position as we swing on over to what I believe is just under our current leaders. Yes, second place, Caleb, Tautai of Extra, and TRNL Wheels, rotating away from Pleasant Park, but catching a couple shots on their way out.
That's the disadvantage of having the chonkers on the vehicle. If you hit a bump or if you make a little jump like this, going full speed, you're gonna go flying and will get tagged up. It's very easy for a lot of these players to hit their tags on the cars that are rotating on through. And I want to point out, first place jumped 7 places that game. That was an amazing performance. And even in 5th place, they jumped 6 places as well, that being Favs, Kenshi, and Fnacky. I don't think Caleb's outside and Wheels want to go down that easily, moving as soon as they can into what is sort of center right now for them, trying to find any extra loot, any extra builds, and honestly, the tags that they need to get into this endgame.
Yeah, and that's why they're basing up over here as one of the few high ground positions, just trying to put up what some players call as scarecrows. Now, scarecrows you typically see in fields to ward off crows from pecking at your crops. In this situation, it's some more, just make players double check when they rotate past it to think, hey, is there maybe somebody up there? Oh, it's right by a bush. Are they setting up an ambush? When in reality, you've already farmed off the tree and the bush that was there, leaving it mostly one hit. You're just trying to make people think twice. So we're going to swing back on board. You talked about our first place trio, this being them here, Bloom, Riverson, NorCal Busy, and 5G Nate. And I mean, the fact that they moved up 7 spots with the Victory Royale shows that, one, those placement points for the VR are monstrous. They're huge. They end up adding, it's 30 points just coming through for that alone. But then whatever eliminations that come with it, because you're often going to add somewhere between 5 and 8, I believe is the average for the VR coming through, just under 2 and just under 3 trios being eliminated. As you can see there, left-hand side, Clay, whoop, Game 4 is the fastest game across all regions this finals. 23 minutes, 11 seconds.
And West is showing us that, and you said it earlier, duality of itself as a region, right? It can be very passive in the early games, and then once that back half of game comes, it's just West, and everything's going to happen very quickly, and they're just going to have to try to keep up with it there because they don't really hold back. If they want elims, they're going to find elims. As Glace is going to go down, this is Ink's Little Temple. This fight taking place outside Dirty. They're able to get out as Hyper will finish off Glace there. The damage not going to come through for Temple. Look at that, taken down. Unfortunately, going to fall. Little going to go down as well. Now Zinx has to try to get in. Shots come through, connect, but they also will fall. Shifu, Depp, and Yasir, while it is not in Dirty Dogs, they remain the kings.
Right, but the story remains the same, that regardless of which trio ends up winning this fight, there's always somebody coming over the hills. They're riding, they don't have to wait for that first break of dawn on the 7th day. Instead, it's consistent. It's every single time. You know when the fight comes through that they're going to end up having somebody else. Just because, minus that first game, we've talked about it. The fights over at Dirty Dogs, you can drag them out for literally ever.
It's just the amount of materials that you can get, the fish as well, and the rotations provide so many healing opportunities. But Nate, Riverson, and Blizzy want these eliminations. They know they need Surge, and they're looking for it. Though there is someone shooting from afar trying to get tags on Nate. They do take a little bit of damage, but a knock going to come through. It's going to be on the depth. They get a lot of damage there. Trying to disengage that player. Will run away for now, but Depp will fall. Yasir and Shifu now have to try to 2v3 as Shifu really low. But we've seen him clutch it up before, so we cannot count them out yet. Riverside, Blizzy, and Nate, though, seem confident to just back up, heal up, and then get back into this fight.
Yeah, but don't forget that 1v3 almost into a backup 1v3 was also right off of the rip of an extended fight. So he was fighting against makeshift shotguns, a couple tacks, and not fully shielded up. These guys are looted. Like, they are ready for this fight, and it looks like they want to go dive in, and I don't think they're going to be afraid of Shifu. He doesn't have necessarily as big of a one-shot potential, but as I say that, Riverson gets backed off immediately, and something Shifu has done fantastically today is just checking the charges of his opponents, and as I say that, he immediately comes through. He tries to flip the script, but that one wasn't good enough. It was actually Yasir Man who went with the aggression of slightly untimed there as Shifu got separated away. Nate's gonna be able to clean that down, but we talk about bogging people down in these fights and being unable to resolve them quickly. Another trio is coming diving in, and if Smock, Eclipse, and Puffy can get onto them and get box to box before they can shield up, this becomes really awkward.
And they're just unfortunately going to run away. It seems like they know zone is pretty far, and while it may seem like they're disengaging from this fight, they're going to keep their eyes on them, and then as soon as they get into zone, they're going to turn around and try to hold them out. Riverside will be able to heal up, not knowing, of course, what we know and how low they were. Smock, Puffy, and Eclipse definitely could have eliminated Riverside, Blizzy, and Dave, and that would have been such a great setup for Taltai, Caleb, and Wheels, for Arkram, Epic Whale, and Rex to just really take that lead, because everyone in that top 6 right now is so close. Even all the way down, it's anybody's game right now.
Yeah, so quick little check-in on which one of the trios have been eliminated. Glace, Celesteomo, and Unsightly continuing kind of their 50-50 approach off of the starts where, hey, if they get out of it, they do really well. If they don't, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Little Temple and Zinx getting wrapped up off of the extended Dirty Docs fight, and then on the back side of that, Depex, the Yasserman, and Shifu going down. Those are the 3 trios who have been knocked. Outside of that, we got 3 trios who are missing a member. Everyone else still completely on their feet. So we'll get into that little bit of a lull where we're pulling still continually farther northeast on the northern part for this second zone. Observers, when you get a chance to pull that map up, would be very interested to see kind of what we're looking at in terms of the second, third positioning, because it seems like we're going to have some very interesting rotations coming out. We're going really far north here.
I'm gonna bet that Steamy will be 100% in. That'll be good for Quinn and company, but they, again, have got to find their tags. Have got to find that Storm Surge. And speaking of that, I've waited a little bit there. Storm Surge is very far below for Jagveer, but look at that zone. It is as far northeast as it could possibly be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. I was looking at the white lines and I was like, even from all of those angles, we're still going really far to the northeast here. So it's going to be really interesting to try and see who's able to find tags and where priority positioning is, because you can already tell a little bit on the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Might be a smaller for some of you there out watching on mobile, but pretty much the entirety of our trio populations are towards that southwestern corner, and that southern side of the zone is going to be packed. Anybody who's on the northern side, as long as they aren't hurting for surge, should basically get a free pass into the top 25 and maybe even to that next round of placement points at the top 17.
A lot of players going down, though. I was expecting it to be a little bit later, but Alithi, Krizix, and Frappe were able to get fully rebooted there, but do end up falling. So the story for them continues of an off-spawn fight, a clutch reboot, and a falling early. A solution is trying to get those tags, and they do have a great answer to being below Storm Surge. That Stingpo does it a lot, but with only 3 arrows, you're really going to need to hit some big tags there, and not doing it with the zone coming in. This is going to be spicy. They have to get in. They have to try to find something. No arrows remaining for Solution, and honestly, I think he thought he had more.
Yeah, it seems like he was trying to find a shot, and in that circumstance, you actually can't waste arrows not looking for direct tags, because sure, you might get a couple coming through, but in reality, you have to be hitting body shots. 1 body shot with that stink bow is worth infinitely more than 3 that are put down for just damage. But the fact that he's going to have both Surge and the Storm going on him, it's going to be real close in terms of whether he's going to get this medkit off. I think he just barely gets it, but you can see Mojo on the other side trying to put pressure on him, and the Storm Surge is going to end up coming through. Just instantly gets the elim on him. That's going to be gifted right to him. Jagbeer still taking damage up on the high ground from the Storm Surge, going to be eating into his utility, and there's only one other trio who's being pressured by this. Now they're the only trio who's below, and with at this point, just the Solution needs to be eliminated. He needs to just let himself go down, get completely knocked and turned off, and instead him actually getting knocked and taking that medkit means his team is going to take more joint damage. I think they're both actually going to get insta-eliminated in the same amount of time. Nope, as I say that, Storm Surge turns off, so they will stay up on their feet, but at what cost is the real question. Mechanical Bow from Jagbeer missing there to give him a potential opportunity to refresh, and I mean, it might be so long, and thanks for all the fish for these guys.
They have one-shot potential, though, of the Mechanical Bow, but it's gonna really need to come through super quickly, as Ree Falconer and Chris really needed that elimination. Notice Ree got it. He was pretty low coming into that zone. I don't think they've got, I'm not sure if they have any medkits or bandages or fish in their inventory, just because of what Ree had and what they were looking like moving in. This was a smart rotate. I'm really glad they didn't use that underside to go through. As Falconer is going to take down Javon, a beam coming through, and they're more than likely going to be able to pick up this elimination. Nico, no. They've actually decided to throw the body back. Jaden will be trying to pick him up, but this just means Nico will more than likely go down. The shots come through. Reed is going to get Nico, I believe, and you trade one for the other, but one was more healthy at that point. I think you just give him up.
Yeah, to give him up there, don't let him continue pushing through. Like we talked about, sometimes you have to cut your losses, sometimes you have to min-max, and unfortunately, part of that min-maxing is making tough decisions, as now a tough rotation coming out hip to hip. You talked about that kind of a lower side zone. Well, Snacky Kenshi opted for that one. You can see Javen and Jaden trying to come secondly, but number of gatekeepers preventing this rotation from coming in. We talked about kind of the outside of the zone and how it's just going to be packed in. Well, over on the opposite side of it, on the northeastern edge, we have our match number 4 winners and current leaders who definitely won't have to worry about Storm Surge due to the 3 eliminations and their high ground priority on top of these stacks, also going to make the rotation easily. And they're looking in a really solid spot to potentially balloon this lead a little bit.
And they should not have been able to get this. They should not have been able to have Simi Stacks high ground for free, but yet they do. So I think a rotation prioritization for Quinn and company coming through. And as you talked about, they have the surge, they've got the mobility, and with zone pulling, it's okay. So it's going to go on to Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan. They're there. This could actually be so well for them. All they have to do is open those cones, look up, and spray, and Blizzy, Riverside, and Nate are gonna get tagged up. And here we go. So actually not rotating right directly into them. And they're kind of playing with time a little bit. They don't have to go right away. Oh, I like that, Sundown. They wanted to get that lower drop, so they went back behind. They became protected. by that stack, and now they're rotating in a lot harder to hit when you're lower to the ground.
Yeah, we talk about kind of the distance traveled there. Well, if you're just floating through the air, you're kind of stuck at that higher point, and it makes it a little bit more predictable in terms of your trajectory. And if somebody has an infantry rifle, you just get ripped apart. I mean, everybody has seen the clip of Mongrel back in the day of just hitting back-to-back headshots and getting the knocks going through. Well, you're able to recreate that pretty much only over on that Steamy Stacks area. We're going to swing over what is currently our third place trio, and we talked about the inevitability. These guys are like a train. They have one destination, and that's the top, and they're just trying to put enough gas in the engine to keep going, or steam, or whatever trains run on these days. Electricity, it should be. I don't know. I'm not an engineer, but we hop on over. We do see the Storm Surge initially tick. However, do have to note that it will always update to reflect the actual trio score, as now we're going to get a lay of the land, a lay of the lobby, get a good view of the positioning for each one of these trios here in match number 5. We will have one more after this, but who can build the momentum going into the final match of day number 1?
We saw last season that sometimes that lead doesn't matter at the end of it all, because again, 6 more games provide for an opportunity for any trio to really come back into it. Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, though, looking like trouble for them. They have no extra shields to give to Rex. They don't have a lot of builds on him as well. No extra utility other than that harpoon and the inventory. If they pull zone here, they're set. They're fine. They can come back from this. But moving all the way to Simi or moving to that south side is going to be very hard. And we'll see where zone pulls right now. Oh.
And it pulls directly on top of him. You can see that bottom right-hand corner. And I think Rex was actually looking to maybe harpoon that player off from the high ground. You can see the ramp there, but if he gets a line on Amoni, Silly Tricks, or Regulator, and they're not paying attention, he could very quickly open that cone and just pull one of them down if they walk up on top of the ramp that they're using for cover. You can see Storm Surge is going to pressure a number of teams around the outside. They'll start taking damage. Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb being focused from a number of angles. That's the issue if you're too central and somebody decides to choose you. But Wheels is going to choose Adam Bay, saying your mind straight into the lobby there. He's going to pick up 2 additional points for it, plus plenty of damage. Storm Surge will turn off as we have our top 50. One more trio will need to fall, and then we'll into the next round of placement points as the rotation will start off. And only 2 trios are remotely near the zone. We know that Silly Tricks and his trio, as well as Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex right on the outside. The northern rotation also coming out, and pretty much everyone on that northeastern side should have a nice little jaunt and walk into the zone, as Rex is going to get a knock onto Phantom. Silly Tricks also going to get a knock on Amudio. So the gatekeepers doing their job here, saying, no, this northwest corner is not so free.
That was a really big mini fight here for Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb. They each picked up 1 elimination there. Wheels wasn't able to get in, but they needed that. They needed to get into the zone, grab all of that, because this is second place. If they go down here, it's so hard. This Falconer is actually going to go down to Vert. Chris is going to go down to Arkham. Where is Reed? Maybe fallen there as well, so 6th place may have gone down. And that is so good for Arkham, Epic Whale. Next, we talked about how they needed a refresh. And if zone pulled that way, they were going to get it. And there you go. They've gotten 2 eliminations, 1 on Rex and 1 onto Arkham. Their inventory definitely going to look better. And with zone pulling to them again, this is even better.
It's going to pull to them, and there's an immediate change in elevation right where they are, which, as you can see, left-hand side of your screen right now, there's so many trios and so many hard mats that trying to rotate through that, plus the little hill that's right there, is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be so incredibly hard, but realistically, there's only one path you can make through the zone, and everyone's already occupying it. You're going straight into a shredder. Just look at that bottom right-hand corner. That's that one pass out of Steamy we talked about, and the team who's on the priority on it is an absolute buzzsaw that you don't want to be passing through. It's the back-to-back NA West Finals champions, the Epic Whale Cup winners, the typical Gamer Cup winners, nearly every single Cash Cup winners, and they have the priority side of the zone, and despite a slow start, they're picking it up here. They're in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen if you want to watch. Our current leaders are up in the top part of your screen. They're the match 4 winners as well. Riverside, Nate, and Blitzy. Bottom left-hand corner, you have Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb. This is 1, 2, and 3. 1 up top, 2 in the bottom left, 3 in the bottom right, all making it to the end game again. We're in the cascading place of points where each trio that drops is +1, but everyone wants the elims and they want the top 3 as we're into the late game.
And look, both those rotations coming out so smoothly. Arkham leading them on up. Now they're going to try to find eliminations on the low end of that zone. Wheels, Caleb and Tautai trying to make something happen there, trying to space their way on out. Cut is going to go down there in 4th place. If they fall, that's even better for those top 3 teams. It's going to continue to pull away. Healthy is going to fall. Cut will get eliminated. Snacky going down. Wheels with a lot of builds here on low ground. They have so much space.
That was such a good tarp for Wheels. I don't know, the slight change in elevation around the side gave them a completely free layer. So up on the high ground, the ones who have controlled it from that 5th circle, still, Silly Tricks, Moni, and Regulator, you can see backside of the zone, Riverson and Co. got held up and deleted by Epic Whale. He was the one who got sent down. He's gonna pop the flop on the side of the zone. Didn't need a bandage like Zexro, instead gonna run straight through. Up on the high ground, you still have Moni and Tricks raining shots down Regulator, tarping back in front and trying to about face. Tautai and Co. still up on their feet. Our top 4 are still in the top 8 and making a push. We still see Rich Homie Quinn and Co. actually making it into endgame as well. We have our top 6 pushing through, but Arkham looking to find an area. Only has 16 mass and trying to find some space. Wavy Jacob doing his own run on the backside of the zone with a tactical shotgun. He gets flipped off the screen, but that was great pressure on the low ground. We have 4 trios still up. You can see Arkham finding shots in the bottom right-hand corner. Wheels will eat the rest of his apples and then find enough room, and we have a 3v3v3 to close out match number 5.
And it's 2nd place versus 3rd place versus a team outside of the top 10 right now. This is a massive, it has massive ramifications going through. Wheels, Tautai, and Caleb, a lot of match. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex in shambles trying to fight their way through this tarp. Epic Whale gonna go down, that's 1. Can Caleb find any more? They are gonna find all of them. Another one going down. Wheels taking down Arkham. Only Rex remains, but I think they just fell as well. The fire, though, reigning supreme, burning everything. They only have wood. The ticks are going through. Wheels is able to get out. It's going back over hard. Master Spray coming down from high ground. They're able to get back together. They're able to regroup, so they have a moment of respite for now, but Tautai getting dropped down. Wheels is gonna fall. Caleb trying to put the damage back. Tautai just trying to spray for their life, trying to keep this up, but this definitely should put them into 1st. This is where they can continue to separate. They've got 1 more game after this. Tautai getting dropped on, though. Wheels unfortunately gonna fall. Caleb going down as well. Tautai with a big shot, may be able to clutch this one up. Regulator gonna fall. Is the flopper gonna be enough? Yes, it will. Able to get in. Out of match, you are right. No, he has them. Yes, 17 remaining. Almost able to do it. Oh, 2v1.
No, I meant the high ground team who had it the entire time. It pulled out to the open. They were out of mats. They were just trying to locate him there at the end. If he had the space, had a little bit more awareness, and had a little bit harder hitting shots, might have been able to clutch it up. But a great effort going through, and we saw our top 5 teams were still up pretty much all the way through to the top 10. So they're going to open up a little bit on the rest of the leaderboard, but we should still see a pretty consistent mess going on there. And I say consistent mess because we're just going to jumble up whoever's in the top 5 and see who's there.
And there's no more shoops happening right now because it's just madness at the top. And so we're going to need Shia, we're going to need Kelly, and of course we're going to need Zeke to break it down.
Thank you guys so much. You're doing an awesome job on the cast. Man, I just love the way these two break down the action there in the end games. Fantastic stuff. Okay! Focus up, Zeke, Monty, Tricks, Regulator. A victory royale to the name, but, you know, Shio, Kelly, it's not quite that black and white because, once again, these top 3 trios are making it into that top 5, so they may not be getting a victory royale, but they're still getting a ton of points in the process.
Yeah, Sundown put it so greatly, right? A consistent mess overall is what we're looking at the end of that game with the results. It could go any which way.
Yeah, I mean, Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels now kind of showcasing why exactly they are performing absolutely out of this world right now. We already got to see a victory royale out of them in game number 3, but game number 4, they got 20th place. We were kind of wondering, okay, well, maybe this train is starting to lose a little bit of its steam, and they just showcased right there, absolutely obliterating the low ground. I think grabbing 10 eliminations in that 2nd place. Why they might be jumping up into 1st, Shio.
Absolutely, yeah. There's more teams too, Zeke, that we need to, you know, focus in on.
That's right. I think one of those has got to be Riversun and company because these guys, they're lurking. They're just outside in the depths.
Yeah, they were 1st place coming into the game, kind of looking to defend kind of that big title up top, and it was very close the entire time through. This is some context on their earlier games in terms of how they got to this spot, why were they consistent. We didn't see too much of them, but In the second game, they got a 3rd overall, 8 elims, and then they came back and clapped with the 9th. In endgame, Kelly, these guys are unstoppable.
I mean, on the low ground, we did get to see that right there. That was, in fact, their second game where they did grab those 8 eliminations in the 3rd place. But, of course, we have to look at the Victory Royale. They're kind of the kings of the low ground right now, doing a good job staying together, making sure that when an enemy does pop into their box, that they're working as a team, Shayo.
Yeah, and the reason I also wanted to take a look at this trio is because in this specific game, they went out slightly earlier. Still, they had a good placement overall, was 9th with 3. Obviously not in that consistent mess at the very end between all the other top trios available, but they had that big pedestal in first place. With these performances you're looking at right now, the crazy elims, the big pumps from Blizzy in the front side, Nate's down, Riverson's looking to clutch as well. With this kind of, you know, clamping up and then them getting another 9th again after the win, I wonder where they stand now on those standings overall too. Riverson's clutch, you liked it so much too, Kelly. That drop down in the game they won was crazy, but for the standings overall, that's where it matters most. And right now they get knocked down to 3rd, Arkham Rex, Epic Whale 2nd, and Wheels, Tata, Caleb. They can't stop. Might not be a win, but they're in 1st overall.
How is it that Arkham Rex and Epic Whale are just slowly climbing and just clawing their ways out of this kind of, I don't want to say they dug themselves into a hole, because again, they haven't placed below 10th out of these 5 games so far, but they also haven't placed above 3rd. But consistency is key right now, able to grab a few eliminations every single game, regardless of where they go down, is why they're in 2nd place right now. But Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels in 1st place.
Yeah, Caleb, Tautai, Wheels are playing better than we've seen in any season before when it comes to finals. This is an absolutely crazy performance. For Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, they're actually playing better than they did in last season's first day. So they were coming in. I think the only difference right now is they don't have a win. Last season, they had a win on the first day. This time, it's not going to be that case, but there's still 1 game left. You never know what ends up happening at the very end. On this space, too, Kelly, we've kind of had this back and forth between teams who've been struggling. It looks like that Shoop effect is really active over here. 90 to 60 points. It's close with a 77 tie in the middle, and that's 2 big teams in 15th and 16th.
Yeah, we have some really big teams up here. Obviously, Krizix, Alithia, and Frappi in 15th place right now. 40R Storm's team is in 14th, and then Jagbear, Mojo, and Solution. And speaking of, also Glace's team, 12th place right now. They were able to grab a Victory Royale, but in the last 2 games, they've gone down in 32nd place. So that obviously is an issue with their drop spot right now. We know that they're dropping near Pearl's team, so it looks like they might need to be rethinking Slurpy Swamps as their drop spot for day number 2 if they want to jump back up into our top 10.
Yeah, I always forget that, like, on day 2, you can switch up the spot completely, but right now a spot we're not talking about enough is the 4th place spot overall. Godku, Apexka, and NorCal Fecoy are rolling in, and Cuz specifically, this man is insane today. 11 total elims rolling in, which is crazy for finals, but they're all solo dolo, Kelly. He's had no help.
What? I thought that this had to have been a typo to have total elims and then unassisted elims. That pretty much means that once Ka comes in, he's like, Godko, Fico, you know, go pay attention over there. I got this. And he's able to grab it. Solo time alive, 1 minute and 34. We do like to say, obviously, if you're a team as a trio on height, that it looks like the Victory Royale is going to be yours. But we see these players and these teams running as a solo or a duo on low ground, grabbing those eliminations. And that's why this team right now is in 4th place.
They're absolutely insane. And you know what? Those top 4, they're starting to pull away, right? And what I think is super interesting is, like, when we look at this trio, Arkham, Rex, Epic Whale, they since the beginning have had a slow start, but now they're ramping up. And the only people that can keep up with them, it feels like, it's Wheel, Tautai, and Caleb, right? We'll have to see, though. This is it. Game number 6, the last one on day number 1. Let's do this one last time. Clay, Sundown, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shayo, and Kelly, and Uno vs. Moss one more time into the breach, and with a fantastic Victory Royale in match number 5. Cellutrix, Regulator, and Monia put themselves a little bit more in that conversation. That just goes to show what can happen when you pick up those major points that are associated, going from 11th to 7th there. And I mean, Clay, that was a well-executed endgame.
It was amazing to be able to watch because it kept that lead even closer in that top 4. And just showing it, again, it's not, even though you weren't in that top 10, even though you were in that top 5, you're not out. You've still got a lot more games to go. And they're still in contention, moving up into 7th place. That was a 4th place jump for them. If they could do this. Holly Hedges, if you can get Holly uncontested, you can set yourself up for a good amount of top placement. But Holly contested, that is where you start to see those unfortunate placements come through. And with the amount of heals you can get out of here, wait a minute, hold on, Juicy going to go down early. Oh, wait a minute, Dylan, Quinn, and Juicy all gonna fall.
Yeah, production. The thing I said about last games and like half joked about with changing my predictions and stuff, we can just get rid of the joking part. And if you want to make that change, no, like I said, I'm glad it looks like they're at least like trying to experiment and go somewhere else and make a push in contention. But it's so tough when you're not able to get the ball rolling, when you're having a tough day to get it started. Match number 6, you immediately load in, you immediately drop out. It's just hopefully they have an opportunity to reset, hit the VODs, figure something else out, actually, because it looks like they were just over in Steamy. They took the fight and they got wiped.
40R, Cuz, and Adam were showing up. They said, wait a minute, uncontested, you said? I believe 40R has some experience fighting over here at Steamy Stacks, especially in West. This may be what they need. They're at 87 points. Not where they wanted to be coming into this game, but that puts them, I believe, coming into this game at 14th place. If they could finish strong here, they could jump up into that top 10.
And again, don't forget 6 more matches tomorrow where we'll be calling all the action right here, wherever you're watching. It'll be in the exact same place, but we'll also be in Party Royale. So if you want to wear your favorite outfit, rock your favorite emotes, and come say hi, you can always load up the client and check us on out. But right now, we just need to hold up, wait a minute, put some cause up in it, because they cleaned out Sturdy Stacks, and they look like they're in a relatively good spot. So far, only 2 trios have gone down. Again, one of those, Quinn, Juicy, and Dylan. The other one being Hyper, Pearl, and Cluxic, who have also had a tough time trying to get something running off of the start. And oh boy, it's my favorite part when we check in on just the utter chaos going over at Dirty Docks. It looks like we're going to get closer to a match 1 type situation where Little Temple and Zinx get an advantage, and they're going to be able to just run this one through. They'll clean out the last one. No heroics coming out from Shifu this time.
Ooh, a little BM coming out from Little, just trying to say, hey, this is our Dirty Docks. You may have eliminated us. I think it's even right about now. I think it's 3-3 there for them. But going into tomorrow, that doesn't exactly bode well for either of them, because it's going to mean the exact same thing with those same fights. But a quick Elim came through.
Yeah, you say it's even. I say nobody really has won, because regardless of who takes that early fight, we're not really seeing these teams convert it into anything. So let's hop on with somebody who has been converting. It's our 4th place trio with a very spread out route right now, but I like the use of the zip lines to scout around, find sight lines where you can get some tags in. Looking to find some space there, putting together the long-range accuracy weapons of the mechanical bow, plus the infantry rifle to get some pressure.
With 141 points, with that 4th place for them, I'm not going to say it's surprising, but I think at the same time, a lot of people didn't rate this trio as high as they could have been. But a quick stat for everyone, Gaku's trio and Rex's trio have each finished top 10 in every single game. Everyone talks about high ground this, low ground this. What's gonna win you tournaments is consistency. That is it at the end of the day. If you can consistently get up there, you're more than likely gonna be in that top 10.
And if you're just making 10th every single game, we've played 5 games so far, you're getting the placement points that end up coming out. You get 5 for when you end up surviving those first 8 players going through. Then you get an additional 3 when you get to the top 17, as you have a little Demolition Derby going there, Fikoi coming out the victor, and then you get the cascading placement points up. So you're guaranteed at least 15 placement points, making it into the top 10. That's 75 placement points already, which is more than majority of the players' lobbies have coming through. But don't forget, I don't want to say that stat's a little wonky, but that match number 1, Epic Whale was solo from like 22 plus teams out and still managed to end up sneaking into the top 10. So we talk about how individual runs mean so much, particularly here in the West, and keeping some of the stats alive as well.
Midi, Verni, and Baka trying to do that as well. They are not out by any means. Coming in at 8th place, they were able to find 2 eliminations. They had a solo clutch up in one of the qualifiers to make it on through, and able to continue to make it all the way in through semifinals into finals now. And I like the adaptations that they're making. They've gotten more into this in games every single game, and that's what we want to see. And wait a minute, it is first place versus second place right now. This engagement, if it does end up going through, which it more than likely is not, will mean a lot. That setup going into tomorrow. If Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex are able to take first place going into tomorrow, I'm scared. I am scared for the rest of the lobby trying to catch up.
I mean, that's kind of what we saw last FNCS, right? Where day 1, it was Storm Surge troubles, not necessarily finding the right tags, the right fights, and capitalizing on it. Rex not necessarily to get the opportunities to really run around in the end game. And it seemed like we were going to get off to that same start with match number 1 being Epic Whale really having to put the trio on his back like we just talked about, and then match number 2 being Storm Surge issues. However, they're able to kind of fight through those, and now in second place with not too much of a lead by Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels. And not to throw any shade on Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, but if you compare the 2 trios and you ask, hey, who's more consistent over the course of 12 games, almost always you're going to give that to Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale. In fact, there's very few trios in the entire globe who are more consistent than them over the course of 12 games. So if anything, I feel like there's almost a little bit more pressure currently on our first place trio, which I don't think we ever say that.
It's very rare, if ever at all. And I guarantee you they have no idea who that trio is over there. And that's what makes us that much more tense. If they try to over peek, if they try to go for a bow shot and they don't have all their angles covered, that's it. Headshot bow, they're going down. And this is, again, once again, another stack game. And we're pulling all the way to the northeast yet again.
That's 3 out of our first 6 zones coming way to the northeast, bucking pretty much all the trends that we saw in all of the other regions, which were more almost horizontal and median splits. But it's really tough because looking at the map, there are so many triangles. It seems like we only really have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 top trios who are in that zone, which means 23, 24 plus are going to have to just haul it all the way.
And with that early rotate from Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, this gets harder for Caleb, Tautai, and Wheels, because that's one more trio to hold them out. And look at the arrows in front of them. There's the blue ones. These yellow ones are more likely going to take a car, and they're going to rotate in as well. That's exactly what they're doing. Caleb and company want to try. Nate, Lizzie, and Riverson are using a more unconventional route coming through. We don't really see boats that often, as you get a lot of damage taken on them. But you can honestly, I would love for them to see this, because you can hop in the boat, shoot that missile, hop out, shoot the missile, and keep going back and forth on it if they really wanted those tags. But I'm glad they've swapped vehicles here.
I love boatations. I'm a big fan of it. We've seen the plays that have happened in terms of the high ground missiles that you're talking about hopping in and out, but it's also the only reason you end up doing that is because when you're on the high ground and then going down with the boat, the boost off the hill gives you so much more horizontal distance than an unchonkered car. So you can notice they didn't have the extra tires there, so they ended up using that boat to then chain it into the car for the fastest possible rotation. So nice little min-max, and now he's going to about face. Watch your 6. Nate says no problem. 85 damage through there, and if you'd hit a headshot, I think it would have signaled aggression. Instead, they're going to know, like, hey, we checked these guys for a second. Let's rotate through, make sure we're covering our back. Nate, make sure you're backing them off with the bow like you just did. And anytime they round one of those corners, you're likely going to see an arrow at least just check them back, because that mechanical bow is so terrifying.
And if you're normally we respected this fight from the backside of it, from the trio rotating from behind, and their goal is just to put as much pressure down as they can. As Arkham all of a sudden going to go down to Caleb, we definitely have to hop over there to see what's happening, because that is first place to second place going down and fighting each other there. They weren't near each other. The rotations had to have been parallel, and it was about time before they met each other. So Blizzy, Nate, and Riverson are here, but we're over. Arkram is going to be picked up, so it was just a bow to the head that came through. We can bring it back a little bit. They are still in this game. Mech kits for Arkram are there. They've got big shields, but that is going to cut into their utility so much.
Breathe in, breathe out, and a nice big sigh of relief because they are up on top of that Zate Hill, having a brilliant look over area to kind of put shots down. Now, you hear that call out all the time, and you're probably saying, Sundown, where's Zate Hill? And like, what's the significance of it? Well, Zate landed here practically the entire time in Chapter 2. It's an incredibly strong spot because there's, I think, three possible chest spawns on top of the hill, as well as 3 possible chest spawns down in that little Stonehenge area where you have the 3 rocks on top of each other, and it gives you vantage points over the entirety of Colossal Crops. So that's why they were kind of posted up on this side. The issue is, as we saw the zone before, we're still going to the northeast. We're still pulling that way. So despite having a good positioning here, they have a long rotation to make where players have already posted up on the high ground of the interior. So they're just barely going to be able to squeeze in the zone. But if they don't get a southern pull here in the next 10 seconds, the next rotation is going to be astronomically hard.
I'm excited to see it. No, it does not. And it is going to be hard. There's a car there in case they want to try to go for it. Will eliminate that wolf. But look at Wheels, Caleb, and Taltai. Going to have a same difficult rotation. I think maybe going to be a little bit more challenging as there's players all around. Keto and company right there. And look at how many little arrows are all around. The shots come through. Foursquare, Glowy will fall to Kenshi, Snacky. They're trying to make their run up to the top of the leaderboard. Going down. 40 are going to fall as well. They had the drop there. They changed it up, and now falling Jagbear and Solution, only waiting for Mojo to fall. Looks like they may have gone down in the feed. The knock actually going to be picked up by Wheels, Caleb, and Taltai. I talked about how hard this rotation was going to be because there were so many players. I said, you know what, Clay, let's just Elam one, make it a little bit easy.
Yeah, trying to open up a little bit of space. Nice little cone edit there to be able to walk through the window. Just cheeky little use of mechanics, but you can see the conga line of triangles forming in the bottom right-hand corner. And hello? What? That was so much loot. That's so much loot. There's so many apples. They just got gifted. But there's 2 things I'm wanting. One, the amount of loot that they just ran over, and the fact I hope somebody stacked that big shield in their inventory because Wheels needs it. But 2, look at the bottom right-hand corner. We are going all the way to the northeast. Stacks barely in play. Tons of water in play. And we already have trios posturing and fighting for that lone high ground control on kind of the northeastern side of that circle. This rotation is a nightmare. That southwestern side of the zone is going to be packed in with basically every trio who wasn't already on the northern side of the zone is now going to be forced there. And it sounds like I just said that in the previous zone because it's basically the exact same thing.
I'm going to just guess that it's going to pull to Steamy. I think we're just going to see some chaos here. But surprised, to say the least, here by these zones today as Wheels, Caleb, and Taltai will take a little bit of damage. I believe those little light blue arrows up to their northwest are Arkram, Epic Whale, and Rex, seemingly able to get into zone without a lot of problems. That's Adam Bay and Kaz. They did lose 40R on that rotation, so can't really impact the game the same as we move over to Steamy. We get to see Godku, Fikoi, and Ka there, Eclipse, Smock, and Poffy, Riverside, Nate, and Blizzy as well.
And one thing to note is this is still only the 3rd zone. We have one more fully interior zone that's going to be revealed here in 25 seconds or so. You can see bottom right-hand corner. We're going to be pulling more central. It literally cannot pull over the stacks unless we get like a 2% zone pull. We're going to be over a majority of water and most likely that one little high ground berm on the opposite side of Godku right now. But note already the positioning. There's so many trios who are stacked on top of each other that everyone is going to be looking to rotate for that stack. Otherwise, they're literally dropping down into a funnel where the rest of the lobby is going to have shots on them. So boom, 4th zone's going to pull. There we go. We're going slightly to the southwest, but we're right over that berm. And your 2 choices to rotate now are to rotate past everyone who's going to be packed on the southern side, or rotate past everyone on the northern side, hit the stack, and then fly through the open. everyone on the southeastern side is in a really tough spot. It's going to challenge the IGLs to figure out the right path to keep your team up, because while you have gotten the first round of 5 points, there's still a ton of points left on the board here. And you can see you go too early, even with the peppers, everyone immediately turns on you. This is a check not of your skill, but how smart are you? How well can you rotate? This zone is going to put it to the test, because up on the high ground, look who it is, the inevitable trio, the back-to-backs themselves. Rex, Arkham, Epic Whale, raiding shots down, and they will have the power position here in zone number 4, match 6.
Ooh. I got a knock on Jay Rose is able to more than I will confirm on that elimination. Will get that siphon over onto Arkham. Not that he needed it there, but Major will get the loot. Epic Whale, you saw how quickly he wanted that. Needed those extra little bit of mats. And you know, Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex may not have been playing high ground today right now, but when they need it most, they somehow always are able to find it.
They have the priority positioning. They have extra meat stored away. And one thing that we don't typically see this trio carry, just because of their drop spot and how they rotate in priorities, he has 3 clownfish as well. The stinkfish being able to put down a ton of damage. Normally, you wouldn't think that those are a very strong power weapon. They're more an annoyance and they zone you off. But because of where the zone is, if he just drops one of those onto the low ground where everybody is going to be forced to rotate, he's going to get a ton of tags. More than likely, he's going to save that till we're into the full moving zones. So if those tags end up hitting somebody who's then pressured by the zone, he can convert it into elimination. So for right now, all they're doing, trying to scout out and look for potential sightlines. There's not going to be a ton, as somebody took high ground away from them and he gets ripped to shreds. Down coming instantly onto Rex. Arkham tries to get it out, but Balance NAE saying, nope, I'm going to shake it up immediately. Arkham doing what he can to try back it off, but the rest of the lobby smells blood in the water. They see that they're pinned down there. Arkham and Rex down from what seemed like an amazing position where they couldn't be threatened at all. They're just taken out, and now it's on Epic Whale to get them together and get the revives. He's going to stick Rex first, because holding him will prevent that time from ticking over. He's immediately going to get Arkham, but this is going to eat into the entirety of the reserves, and now they have no opportunity to exert any pressure on the lobby. And it's a shame, because look where the 5th zone pulled. It pulled directly on top of what should have been a gifted high ground control for match number 6 to roll into day 2 tomorrow to potentially take away first place and then just be playing defense. Gets ripped away. Nigel Buzzrow and NAE with a great push to catch them asleep almost. They're all back up on their feet, but at what cost?
And I was going to make a point about how I didn't expect Buzzrow, NAE, and Nigel to try to posture for high ground, kind of expected them to give it up, and they said, no, we want this, and that's the decision-making you have to have in FNCS Finals. You cannot be afraid of anybody in the lobby, because if you are, you have already given them an advantage. They're a 3rd place team trying to rotate through. We saw it did not have the best rotate earlier. They had to have used a lot of mats. Blizzy taking a good path here, but Nate will take some damage as they're continuing to get on in. I don't think Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, though, are going to let that slide. I expect to see some sort of movement back up, because, look, they're healthier. They know if NAE, Buzzrow, and Nigel messes up at all, they can take that high ground back, and they're looking for it. Look at Rex. He's got eyes on Nigel.
And this is the rotation I was just talking about, how everyone was forced through the middle. You can't go around the sides because that space has already been occupied. There's already hard mats there, and you're forced into this funnel. But speaking forced in this funnel, only one player needs to go down. Storm Surge turns off. Riverson, Blizzy, and Nate, we're pressured by it. They have to be aware of it as we go into these late games if it ends up coming back up. But everyone postured onto the eastern side. If zone pulls here, 3, 2, 1. If it pulls west, it's going to give high ground just that much control, and it does, directly back over the corner to the southwest. So we know Arkham, Epic Whale, Rex, they have priority on that side. They're in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see Blizzy, Riverson, they're in your bottom right-hand corner. Up in the top of your screen is our current leaders. So first, top of the screen. Second, bottom left. Third place, bottom right. The top 3 all making to the end game here in match number 6. Despite the little bit of adversity that went into Epic Whale, they're looking to add points and stretch that lead going into day number 2. But who can close it out as we see Blizzy take a number of shots here, and the rotation is on.
Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex are on that ultimate low. Wheels trying to get ahead for his team, but look at the rotation that's come through. They may go for the high ground here. Wheels sees it, but decides against it. It was getting chopped on out. The Stinkfish and Stinkpost are going on through. Wheels will get in. Tal Tide, though, is going to go down, I believe. to very low HP. No is going to fall completely there, not able to get in, and that's going to be an issue. Wheels takes a big chunk of damage there as well. Little going to be the one to pick him up.
And look at the Storm Surge. We talked about it. Players aren't dropping. Players aren't dropping at all. Normally, players would be going down repeatedly. As I say that, we see 3 who end up getting converted, but Storm Surge could end up threatening. We saw 2 of our top 3 trios were either under or right on the line, and Wheels now is going to be forced to make a play as he's dropping into the chaos on the low ground. We see Epic Whale, Nate, and Riverson all pick up Elims. Wheels with a great... I barely even saw that guy. How did you see him, let alone hit the epic shotgun shot? He knows he has a siphon going through, so he can hang out on this med kit for a second. Instead, going to continue running through the zone, hoping that he gets the siphon at a key moment. He's out of mask, going to be forced to drop down, not going to be able to find it. Up on the high ground, Fabs, Snacky, Kenshi, they were in 5th place coming into this final match here for day number 1. We see our 3rd place trio just obliterated on the low ground, and they get sent into the wood chipper, not going to be able to find it. We'll see them back again tomorrow as Epic Whale and Co. still on the front side of the zone, and oh no, his teammate closed the door in front of him, not going to be able to find that. We talked about the Stinkfish right at the end being useful for tags, but not useful as they happen to your own teammate. Arkham goes down. It's all going to be the solo clutches for Epic Whale and Rex, and Epic Whale finds the one onto Nigel, but Rex still up on his feet. Rex dipping out into the zone, trying to find Elims. We're going to swing back up to the high ground. 11 eliminations. Hello? Snacky, Kenshi, and Fabs looking to storm up the leaderboard here in the final moments as nobody is even shooting at them. Literal fish in the barrel on the low ground. They should wrap this up, but the question is, how many points can they get, and will they be able to take over that 1st place spot? 3v2v1 here, heading into the final moments of match 6.
Rex ended up going down there just outside the top 3. Snacky gonna pick up elimination number 6, and they said, we want that 1st place. They're trying to get back in. We were talking about top 4, and they said, wait a minute, we want the spotlight shot's gonna come through. That's gonna be GG easy, falling in. Only 1 more player remained. The harpoons are out, the pumps are out. They've lost them. The high ground is gonna go over for the meantime, but a 3v1 is gonna be really hard to pull up, especially with the loot that they have. They're going back up. They are building, trying to just get away, and you cannot run. You can hide for a little bit, but that is it. An amazing victory royale gonna come through at the last minute, and with everyone in front of them falling, whew, I don't know what's gonna happen.
15 eliminations plus the victory royale. We talked about them rocketing up the leaderboard, but that might have been stronger than a rocket. They got some brand new tech going there, and they said GG easy. If they were typing in all chat, it would be a snacky diff. 7 eliminations, able to rocket down there. I mean, what a way to end it here in NA West for day number 1. Don't forget, we're halfway through the competition. We have seen 1 trio be crowned over in Middle East. All the rest have played their 1st round of 6 matches. We'll have 6 more matches tomorrow, but that's it from us. Thank you so much. We'll kick it back over the desk to send us home. Zeke, Shio, Kelly, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. You are fantastic as always. Great cast on the day. 6 games down. But my goodness, a brand new single elimination record coming out of NA West from Fabs, Snacky, and Kenshi. These guys have been on our leaderboards all day. They've been in the top 5 all day. And Shia Wager, they say we're going into day 1 stronger than we've ever been before.
Yeah, they're kind of beach vibes though, right? Flip-floppy. Some games, no placements, the points looking low. Others, second, first. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. It definitely matches the spot. The question is it enough at the end of the day to hang near the top?
I mean, you love to see it. A team that did so well in Season 5, the previous season, saying, you know what, 2nd place isn't good enough. We want 1st place. Snacky, Kenshi, I'm sorry, Chris, but we're going to break up. We're going to pick up Fabs, one of the best players that NA West has to offer. And now they're showcasing why they split up, why a team that got an automatic buy into the finals for Season 6 said that's not enough.
It is not enough. Now, of course, we're going to talk about the standings. We'll take a look in a second, but first, we want to highlight our Trios champions coming in from last season. We got to look at a few things on the day, see what's going on with the Trios, so Shire and Kelly break it down.
Yeah, and why do we want to talk about them in specific? The average performance on their 1st day led to big wins on the 2nd, a nice comeback to roll through. If we go to the standings and they end up in 2nd place, I'm worried for every single other trio on the NA Western Hemisphere because that's where they want to be. Look at these earlier games. Pop-offs, second places, sometimes close to third places. They just look so good, Kelly. Even though, you know, they don't have a win on the board, they're really consistent.
They're dropping Sweaty Sands uncontested. They're able to grab a few tags, but it's really towards the mid and late game that this team is showcasing why they are the team to beat, why they are the two-time champions going for that third time. This team has not placed below 10th place out of all 6 of their games, and in the last 3 games, they performed way better than the first 3, which means that for day 2, it's only gonna get better from here. The last game that we got to witness them, they got a 5th place finish with 4 eliminations, but they are making sure that they grab at least 3, 4, 5 eliminations every game, Shio, and that's why they're currently in 3rd place. But of course, we just talked about them. We just saw them, Fabs, Kenshi, and Snacky grabbing an incredible victory royale with 15 eliminations. Skyrocket, oh, I say skyrocket, but it's only a 1-point difference from 1st and 2nd place, Shio.
Yeah, I mean, from where they came from, though, these guys were talking about rocket boosters on the casting desk. They put on light speed thrusters to get up here all the way in 1st place. And yeah, Memphis will be by 1 point, but it's very, very deserved, especially on a win at the end of the day. If this was just a one-day type of format, a one-day tournament, they win off that game. That's a stellar performance under pressure. Still, though, Wheels, Tata, and Caleb right behind them with the consistency. They played insane today overall. They have a win of their own. In the last game, hit the top 10. They're looking real strong too, Kelly.
I mean, just look how close our top 5 are. That is only 21 points that separates these teams. That right there is just 10 eliminations, which doesn't even need to have the victory royale with it. These teams, all of them have a shot. All of them have a chance to finally claim their spot as the champions over Arkham Rex and Epic Whale. But of course, they're in 3rd place as well. Look at those placement points. More placement points than any other team, and they didn't even get a 2nd place finish. Consistency is key. I don't know what they're going to have to do, what these teams are going to have to do to make sure that this team doesn't continue their steamroll.
Absolutely. Godku there too. The Peppers working good. Riverson, the big clutches down below. Falconer, Reet, and Chris starting off strong. Fizzled out a bit. It's only fizzled to 6th place though, so that's huge. Mikado Verde and Midi are running in as well. They have these really good, you know, off-spawn picks and picks within the mid game. They're really sick. We saw the win from Regulator, Moni, and Trix. Nigel, Bluzero, and Nani seem to affect every trio there beside, and then Domo finally elevated from the 2nd page to the 1st. They had a VR. They redeemed themselves in game 6 as well. On this page, though, Kelly, every trio is hungry to climb towards the top. They got 6 more games to play tomorrow.
I mean, look at some of these teams that we have right here. Macon, Poodle, and Wavy Jacob up in 11th place. We obviously have 40R's team, of course, Jaguar, Mojo, and Solution in 15th place. Little Temple and Zinx only in 16th place. A lot of these teams are definitely going to be doing some VOD reviewing right now. I doubt we're going to be seeing any drop spot changes, but definitely changing up their rotations or whatever they can, because game number 2, day number 2, is their last chance at being the FNCS champs for season 6.
And a note on 2-day tournaments, a lot of the times after that 2nd day ends, it's only the thing that people remember. For this first day in the top 3, the things we need to remember and focus on are the insane pop-offs by Favs, Kenshi, and Snacky being in 1st. Gotta remember the synergy with Wheels, Tata, and Caleb as well. They look so good and survive as a trio most of the time to the end game. And then honestly, for me personally, slightly biased, but the clutch man of NA West and possibly NA, Epic Whale. That's like the 2nd game we saw in game 6 specifically, where he as a solo does something to get his team back in the game, whether it's clutching placement completely or reviving 2 players that have no business staying alive. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, to do that from game 1 and now in game 6 as that solo clutch right there. That is, you know, we can talk about so many teams, but we obviously have to look at Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, game number 2, or day number 2. What is going to happen? We saw in season 5, they didn't get 1st place in day 1 or day 2, but it was the collective performance from both days that were able to clinch out that 1st place spot, Zeke.
My goodness. The stage is set not only for NA West, but for Europe and NA East as well. Fortnite fam, this wraps up day 1 of the competition. As these incredible humans have just alluded to, tomorrow's a brand new day of Fortnite. Anything can happen, and in your top 5, it will take a single game to turn this entire competition on its head. Make sure you come back tomorrow. 6 games, and we're crowning trios champions across these remaining 6 regions, baby. So we hope to see you then. But until then, as always, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.